I enter, there will I go for the benefit of the sick. Whatsoever things I see or hear concerning the life of men, I will keep silence thereon, counting such things to be held as sacred trust. I will exercise my art solely for the cure.
The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Metro Goldwyn Mayer brought you those famous motion pictures. Now this exciting, heartwarming series is heard on radio. In just a moment, the story of Dr. Kildare. Now, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Now, let me have a look at your throat, Mr. Carlton. Open your mouth as wide as you can, please.
My throat hurts, I told you. I just can't sit still. I feel terrible.
All right. All right, you can get up and move around if you want.
You've got to do something for me. Dr. Gillespie examined me. I don't see why you have to waste time going over the same thing again.
I'm only doing it at Dr. Gillespie's request. Now, just how long ago were you bitten by the dog?
4 days ago. It's hurting worse all the time. I can hardly stand on my leg.
Well, you'd better get back into bed.
Well, aren't you going to help me? Aren't you going to give me any treatment?
You'll be taken care of as soon as I've consulted with Dr. Gillespie. I'll be right back.
My mother's in the waiting room. Why can't she come in?
She can come in later.
Yeah? Oh, come in. Come in, Jimmy. Come in.
I've just examined Mr. Carlton.
Well, Jimmy, what did you think?
I diagnose it as the onset stage of hydrophobia.
4 days after being bitten by a dog?
Well, I know the usual period of incubation is from 3 to 8 weeks.
Or longer.
Or longer, yes. But just the same, all the symptoms are present. Anxiety, depression, discomfort in the area of the wound.
But he has no fever, Jimmy.
Nevertheless, we'd better prepare for Pasteur treatment.
Well, I guess there's no choice about that in any case. Until we're certain. Well, we'd better tell his mother. Parker!
Parker isn't here, Dr. Gillespie. She's off duty today.
Oh, well, Diana. Is Mrs. Carlton out there?
Yes, she is.
Yeah. Well, will you show her in, please?
Of course. Doctor will see you now, Mrs. Carlton. Well, I must say it's about time. Well, Doctor?
I'm afraid we may have to start Pasteur treatment on your son, Mrs. Carlton.
I knew it. I told him. I knew something would happen the day that child next door got that mongrel of his.
You mean your son wasn't bitten by a stray dog?
No. That dog belongs to a boy named Bobby, a spoiled little brat. I knew that animal would bite somebody, and now my poor Edward is here because
you
of
say
that.
The boy lives right next door to you?
Yes.
Thank you. Your son is waiting to see you. He's in room 209. Miss Verner will show you the way.
Oh, my poor boy. My poor Edward.
Jimmy, you better call Wayman. He can drive out in the ambulance and pick up that dog.
Yes, we'll need him for observation.
With Carlton showing symptoms of hydrophobia, we don't have time for observation.
Huh?
We must have an absolute diagnosis.
Well, that means the animal will have to be destroyed so we can make a microscopic examination of the brain.
The dog has to die before we can discover whether Carlton's suffering from hydrophobia, as you think, or hysteria, as I think.
Hey, Doc. There's a kid and a dog playing in that empty lot.
I'm afraid the dog we're looking for isn't going to be as playful or as healthy as that one, Joe.
Yeah. Guess not. But maybe that kid can tell us where the kid we want to see lives.
We'll ask him.
Hey, jump now. Come on, Ben. Come on.
Hello there, young fellow.
Oh, hello.
It's a very smart dog you have there.
He ought to be smart. He's 1/4 collie.
Oh, that makes him very smart then. What's the other 3/4?
Nobody knows. Whatever it is, it's good.
I'm sure it is. Oh, we're looking for another boy around here and owns a dog, too. His name's Bobby.
Well, that's my name. Spot's the only dog in the whole block.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Watch out for that animal, Doc.
Bobby, has Spot been acting strangely lately? Like he hasn't been feeling well?
Why do you want to know?
Well, you know Mr. Carlton, who lives next door to you?
Who are you? Are you the dog catcher?
No, Bobby, I'm a doctor. Mr. Carlton is very sick, and he claims Spot bit him.
Sure, Spot bit him. Because that big lug Edward chased me with a broom when I went to get my ball out of his yard.
Bobby, don't get excited, please.
He sent you to take Spot away from me, didn't he?
Oh, okay. Don't flip your wig.
You can't take him. I got a license for him and a new collar and everything.
Oh, Bobby, I'm sorry, but we have to take him. For your protection as well as Mr. Carlton's.
I'll put a muzzle on him, mister. I'll keep him in the house all the time. But don't take him away.
I got him, Doc.
Watch your hands, Joe. Bobby, I'll come back tomorrow. I'll drive you over to the dog pound, and you can pick out another dog. One that's half collie, maybe all collie.
I don't want another dog. I want Spot.
Shall I put him in the ambulance, Doc?
Yes, Joe, put him in.
So, that's the ferocious beast you brave hunters stalked through the jungles of Manhattan.
Well, I didn't stalk him, Doc. I just followed him until I caught him.
Too bad he didn't take a chunk out of you.
Oh, I wasn't worried about that, Doc. I figured if he bit me, you'd take care of me.
Wayman, if that dog had bitten you, I'd have to treat him for ptomaine poisoning.
Now, Dr. Gillespie, I admit the dog seems to be all right, but we can't overlook Carlton's symptoms.
The dog can't give rabies unless he's got rabies. Why doesn't the dog show some symptoms?
They just aren't manifest yet, I guess. Carlton showed the symptoms early. The dog may develop them late, but he's capable of infecting. Dr. Gillespie, the dog has given some indication of being rabid.
Where? When? What?
Well, when Wayman and I brought him into the ambulance entrance, I tried to give him some water. He backed away from it as though he were afraid.
Now, Jimmy. What reaction would you expect from a dog when the dog's been taken away from the master he loves, the boy who feeds him and takes care of him?
Well, that's one possibility, of course.
I'm telling you that Edward Carlton's suffering from pseudo-hydrophobia, an imaginary ailment brought on by hysteria.
Have you ever seen a case of pseudo-hydrophobia before?
No, confound it, no, I haven't. But you know it isn't exactly rare. Give the animal some consideration.
Well, I want to, Dr. Gillespie, but we've got to consider the patient, too. Past their treatment isn't any fun.
Oh, neither's being killed. The dog won't enjoy it. Oh, look at the poor thing, licking my hand. I could give Carlton a worse bite than he did. Well, you're right, Jimmy. The patient comes first. Take the dog to the lab, chloroform, and call me when you got the brain ready for examination.
Oh, gee, Doc, can't you call somebody else to hold him? He keeps looking at me with them big brown eyes like I was a bookie who wasn't paying off on his bets.
Yeah, and I keep thinking of that boy, Bobby.
So think later, please. Make with the chloroform and get it over with. I feel like I'm helping to murder my grandmother.
All right, Joe. Hold his head steady.
Oh, Doc, will you hurry? I'm telling you, in a minute I'm going to be boiling, and I'll get that stuff so diluted it won't be able to put a flea to sleep. Now what's the matter?
Joe, I can't do it.
Well, don't look at me. I ain't going to do it.
I'm going to hold him for observation instead.
Oh, good boy, Doc. You hear what the doc said, boy? How about that, huh?
There's a chance Dr. Gillespie is right. But we can't keep the dog here.
Why not?
Well, if Carew found out about it, he'd make us destroy him. Under the circumstances, it's the prescribed thing to do.
Well, you want I should hide him out while he's hot?
How good you're in a rooming house.
I got a girlfriend in the Bronx. Got a big house and a yard with a kennel cage, and she's nuts about dogs. Matter of fact, she's kind of a dog herself.
Well, Would you tell her to keep the dog caged and stay away from him?
Oh, sure. I can go up and feed him myself.
All right, you go ahead. But if he starts to act strangely, you let me know right away.
Sure thing, Doc. Come on.
Dr. Gillespie, you better be right, for both our sakes.
Oh, Jimmy,
Hmm?
you better come.
Oh, what is it, Diana?
Dr. Gillespie wants you right away.
Something wrong?
Well, it's Mr. Carlton. He's worse.
Oh, I see.
He's paralyzed and behaving very strangely. Sounds like he's growling. In here.
Jimmy, over here. Come on, over here.
Oh, he looks pretty bad.
Yeah, I'm afraid you were right, Jimmy.
Oh, but it could still be pseudohydrophobia, as you said.
Not with these advanced symptoms. The pseudo cases don't go beyond the common symptoms they've heard about. They don't know enough about the disease to simulate the paralysis stage.
Okay, we'd better start Pasteur.
The moment we finish examining the brain of the dog. Is he ready?
Dr. Gillespie, I sent the dog away, alive, with Wayman.
You say... Oh, we got to get him back, Jimmy. He's a menace to anybody who gets near him. We've got to get him back here and destroy him.
We return to the story of Dr. Kildare in just a moment. Now we continue with the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Well, we can start as soon as Wayman gets back here with the dog.
If we could only wait and observe just a few days.
Oh, too dangerous, Jimmy.
I can't help feeling that your first diagnosis is right. I don't know why.
Doctor, I gotta see you.
Well, Bobby.
I tried to stop him, Jimmy, but...
It's all right.
Well, Dr. Carew saw him and said children weren't allowed.
Oh, we'll take care of him, Diana. Just tell Carew that I was expecting him.
All right, Jimmy.
Bobby owns the dog that bit Carlton, Dr. Gillespie.
Oh, I see.
Doctor, I sold my bike. And tomorrow, a fellow's gonna buy my skates if he can get the money. But I got $6 right with me. Here.
Oh, but Bobby, money can't do
Maybe if
this.
you tell Edward that I'll pay his bill for being sick, maybe he'll tell you to let Spot go.
Boy, come over here by me. Come on. Bobby, we all have a lesson to learn in this life. And it's a hard lesson. A lesson that teaches us that money won't buy the things we want most. You're being forced to learn it very early with your dog.
Then can't I give Edward some of my blood? A fusion? That helps sick people to get better.
Oh, Bobby, that doesn't work in all illnesses, you know.
Bobby, don't think I'm a cruel old man. Will you listen to the truth?
Yes, sir.
Your dog can cause terrible illness if he goes on living. He can harm other people as he's harmed Edward. Would you want that?
No, sir. But Spot wouldn't harm anybody.
He already has, Bobby. He can't help it. He's a sick dog, and what he has can't be cured for him. Now, will you believe me when I tell you that we're only doing what must be done?
Will it hurt him?
No, it won't hurt him.
Will you go home now, Bobby? I'll come to see you tonight.
All right, Doctor.
Bobby, Remember, boy, the things we lose in this world aren't lost forever. What we love comes back to us.
I know, Doctor. That's what my pa told me when my mom went away.
Well, Jimmy, what are you looking so glum about?
Same reason you are. Dr. Gillespie, you aren't fooling me. I've known you too long.
I'm just catching a little cold.
My diagnosis is you're suffering from a small boy under the skin. Dr. Gillespie, give me 1 day. Just 1 day.
Jimmy, we can't. We've taken the same oath, and sentiment can't interfere with it, or medicine would go back to the Dark Ages.
All right, then give me an hour. 1 hour.
Oh, what can you do in an hour?
Talk to any doctor who might have treated Carlton in the past, get his medical history, prove to you that you were right in the first place and that I was wrong.
If only he weren't going into the paralysis stage, Jimmy. I might try it. But a layman wouldn't know enough about hydrophobia to simulate advanced symptoms.
He might if he'd been told about it since he was admitted.
Nobody on our staff would alarm him by giving him such information.
I'm not thinking about anybody on our staff. I mean his mother.
Oh, Jimmy, she just might be the type to pry into a medical book and try and outguess the doctor.
1 hour, Dr. Gillespie.
All right, Jimmy.
Thanks.
You get the information if there is any. I'll send for Mrs. Carlton. Good. But be back in an hour, or I won't be able to wait. All right, Diana. You don't have to strap him down. Give me the scalpel.
Oh, Dr. Gillespie, can't take it.
Dr. Gillespie.
Jimmy, where have you been? I expected you 20 minutes ago.
Oh, Dr. Gillespie, the dog. Have you...
No, he's only chloroform.
Oh, good.
But I was just going to start. Carew has been screaming for the test, and Mrs. Carlton's backed him up.
We won't have to make it now.
Oh, Jimmy.
You mean you got some information?
Yes. Edward Carlton has a history of asthma since he was 5 years old.
That isn't necessarily psychosomatic, Jimmy.
Well, I think it is in this case, and so does the doctor who brought him into the world. A chronic asthmatic is usually born with some evidence of an eczema rash.
If the asthma is hereditary.
Carlton's asthma is primarily caused by an allergy to dogs, though.
Well, that does make a difference. And it didn't start until he was 5 years old.
That's right. And I think I know why.
So do I. Come on, let's have a talk with Mrs. Carlton.
Did he want a dog? Why, of course he wanted a dog when he was a child. He didn't know any better.
You ever let him have a dog?
Of course not. I wouldn't have one in the house.
Didn't you have a dog when you were a child, Mrs. Carlton?
I did not. My family wouldn't have permitted it.
Or didn't you ever want a dog? When you were a child, I mean?
Well, I may have wanted one, but I never got one.
How old was your son when he started to want one?
Oh, how should I remember that? 4, 5?
Wasn't his desire for a dog strongest just before he started to get asthmatic attacks?
I don't know.
And didn't you fill him with a lot of poppycock about dogs being dangerous and unclean?
Well, they are.
Why are they? Because you had to turn your mind and heart against something you couldn't have?
That isn't why Edward is ill. He's ill because a vicious beast bit him.
Vicious?
And Mrs. Carlton, I want an honest answer to one more question. Now, what did you do between the time your son was admitted this morning and the time you came back to visit him this afternoon?
You marched straight over to the library and read everything you could find on hydrophobia, didn't you? And then you came back and told him what he was facing.
Well, I thought he should know how sick that dog had made him.
How sick you'd made him. When you told him he'd come to a paralysis stage, he displayed that symptom immediately.
I think we'd better go see Edward right away, Dr. Gillespie.
Yeah. And don't you move out of here till we get back, Mrs. Carlton. I got a few more things to say to you.
Hello, Doctor. I feel sort of
You've been under sedatives for a few hours to quiet your nerves.
Have you started the treatments yet?
Treatment's all over.
How long have I been out?
Only a few hours.
But it takes from 15 to 21 days for pasteur treatment. My mother told me.
Your mother told you too much. You haven't got hydrophobia.
I was bitten. You saw the bite. It's right here.
Well, for a fellow who was paralyzed a few hours ago, you can sit up pretty quickly and throw those covers back, can't you?
Carlton, you need treatment for neurosis, not hydrophobia. Get up out of that bed and get your clothes on.
But where am I going?
Home, so we can have that bed for somebody who's really sick.
You mean you're not going to do anything to help me?
Oh, we'll help you all right, sure. I want to see you for an hour a day, every day for the next month. It'll take you that long to realize what a sap you've been.
Take it easy, Spot. You'll be home soon.
Yeah, and I'll bet you're in for the best dinner any dog ever had.
Oh, he won't even think of dinner until he's tried to lick every freckle off of Bobby's face.
And that was a mess of freckles if I ever saw one. Oh, look, Jimmy. There's the boy now.
Yeah, sitting on the steps of his house with his head in his hand. Bet he hasn't eaten much today either.
Doesn't even look up.
He will. I'm just going to open the door and let Spot out.
Jimmy, there aren't many living things that glad to see each other.
I can't tell which one of them is wagging most, boy or dog.
Look, he finally saw us. He's coming over.
Well, everything all right now, Bobby?
Oh, gee, Doctor. Gee whiz. Can he stay?
Well, he can stay if you want him.
Oh, I want him all right. Honest, I do. Honest.
Do you believe him, Jimmy?
Oh, I think he might be telling the truth.
Well, I guess you can keep him, Bobby. But we're sending you something you're going to need.
It's a new bike, Bobby, to replace the one you sold.
A new bike?
Yeah.
Gee.
Well, goodbye, Bobby.
Goodbye. Come on, Spot. I got a big bone for you.
He didn't seem too happy about the new bike.
Oh, he will be later, Jimmy. Not now. All he cares about now is that his dog's home again.
In just a moment, we will return to the story of Dr. Kildare. Once again, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Jimmy, when I think how close we came to ruining that boy's life, it gives me goose pimples.
It was close, and wouldn't be easy for a young fellow to get over.
Well, Mrs. Carlton and Edward won't give him any more trouble.
I noticed Mrs. Carlton when they left here.
Come in.
Hi.
Oh.
Dr. Gillespie, I have the ticket you sent me for.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Just put them down there on the desk, Diana.
2 for the dog show and 2 for the new play at the Mohawk tomorrow night.
Well, my dear doctor, does this mark the opening of your private social season?
Well, I thought I'd relax a little, Jimmy.
Good.
But I just remembered I can't go to the Mohawk Theater tomorrow night.
Oh, well, that's too bad, Dr. Gillespie. Shall I take the tickets back and get a refund?
Oh, no. I hate people who buy things and keep on returning them. Here, Jimmy, you take them. You're free tomorrow night.
Oh, but I...
Oh, I'm sure one of the nurses will be happy to go with you. Perhaps Nurse Verna.
I'd better get back to my patient.
Oh, sure, yes. Run along.
Dr. G.
Well, confound it, Jimmy, you don't want the tickets to go to waste, do you?
Dr. G, there are times when you're as subtle as an outbreak of bubonic plague.
Well, she's a nice girl.
All right. You win. And thanks. Well, what about those other tickets for the dog show?
They're for Edward Carlton and his mother. Who knows? They may buy a dog. It'd help make 'em better human beings.
Certainly would. But I know something they won't find in that show. They'll never find a smart dog that's 1/4 collie.
No, Jimmy, I'm afraid they won't.
You have just heard the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. This program was written by Joel Murcott and directed by Joe Bigelow. Original music was composed and conducted by Walter Schumann. Supporting cast included Georgia Ellis, Ed Max, Isabel Randolph, Jeffrey Silver, Perv Pullen, and Vic Perrin. Dick Joy speaking. The story of Dr. Kildare.
Whatsoever house I enter, there will I go for the benefit of the sick. And whatsoever things I see or hear concerning the life of men, I will keep silence thereon, counting such things to be held as sacred trust. I will exercise my art so...
The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Metro Goldwyn Mayer brought you those famous motion pictures. Now this exciting, heartwarming series is heard on radio. In just a moment, the story of Dr. Kildare. But first, your announcer. Now, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Jimmy, have you been to the children's orthopedic ward lately?
No, not in several weeks, I guess. Why?
Because it's so overcrowded, we had to turn away 4 youngsters this week.
Oh.
There were no beds for them.
Yeah, and no money to enlarge the ward either.
Yeah.
I guess it does take donations to add rooms to a hospital, but it seems to me that you can always squeeze in a few extra beds somehow.
Does, huh? Diana's waiting in the children's ward for me now. Come along and see for yourself. Well, Miss Verner, Dr. Kildare seems to think you can squeeze a few extra beds or cots in here somewhere.
Well, what do you think now, Jimmy? Now that you're here.
Diana, I'll admit, it's so crowded you can hardly walk between the beds. We should take this up with Dr. Carew.
Why get irritated talking to him? Let's try to do something ourselves. All right, Diana. Now, where are those youngsters you wanted me to see?
Over there, Dr. Gillespie. There's Beth, who seems to be improving every day. And little Donnie, who... Well, he just doesn't seem to want to get better.
Donnie, probably needs a pep talk, eh, Doctor?
He needs something, I guess. Something that's not in the textbooks. All right, Diana, let's see the girls.
Certainly, Doctor. Well, Beth, look who's here. Dr. Kildare and Dr. Gillespie. Got a nice big smile for them?
I'm getting better, aren't I, Doctor? I can go home soon, too. Can't I?
I certainly think so, honey. Don't you, Doctor?
Oh, let me see you move that arm now, Beth. Well, that a girl.
Last week I couldn't lift my arm any higher than this.
Uh-huh. And how high do you think you'll be able to lift it next week? Well, Beth, at this rate, you'll be home sooner than anyone expects.
You certainly will. And between the two of us, young lady, you're quite a little doll.
Oh, Dr. Gillespie, I think you're a doll, too.
Come on, Doctor, before we make Diana jealous.
Donnie. Donnie, there are some friends of yours here who'd like to talk to you.
Why, Donnie, Dr. Gillespie and I came here to help you grow up to be an all-American quarterback.
Don't want to be no quarterback.
All right, then. All right. We'll make you an ace baseball pitcher. You got the arm for it, you know.
Don't want to be a...
Poor little guy.
Oh, come on now, Donnie. How are Dr. Gillespie and I going to check you over if you bury yourself in your pillow?
Go away, Doctor. Please go away.
Will you stop crying if Miss Verna reads you a story?
Well, then, how about some nice new comic books?
I'd like some comics. Maybe.
I thought so. Diana, how about going down to the magazine stand and getting Donnie some comics? New comics, huh?
Why, of course, Doctor.
And get the good kind, too. You know, the superheroes, the kind you always get for yourself.
Yeah, that's right, Miss Verna. The kind Dr. Kildare always reads over your shoulder.
Well, Donnie, we'll have you hitting on all 12 soon. You'll see.
Dr. Gillespie, please report to Dr. Carew's office as soon as possible.
What the tarnation does Carew want with me now?
Well, I wouldn't know, but since he is in his office, if you don't mind, I think I'll just tag along and see if he won't do something about this children's ward. Dr. Carew, I came along with Dr. Gillespie because I'd like to discuss the conditions in the children's orthopedic ward.
I am fully aware of them, Dr. Kildare, and I'm trying to find a solution. But at the moment, I haven't time to talk about kiddies.
Kiddies. Why the tarnation do some people have to call them kiddies? Is there anything wrong with calling them children?
Not at all, Dr. Gillespie, not at all. But I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to postpone this discussion. You see, we have a patient entering the hospital this morning who will require your complete attention as well as Dr. Kildare's.
Ooh. And who is the millionaire that can afford that kind of attention?
I am about to tell you his name, but in the very strictest of confidence.
Yeah?
He is a man I am sure you know as well as 150 million other Americans. Our patient, gentlemen, is none other than Buck Houston.
Who?
Houston, Doctor. Buck Houston.
Well, with Carew involved, I knew there'd be a buck in it someplace.
Oh, no, Dr. Gillespie. Buck Houston happens to be to the current generation what Dead-Eye Dick was to yours.
Well, how old do you think I am?
Well, let's say old enough to be getting mellow, Doctor. However, to bring you completely up to date, Buck Houston is the country's #1 cowboy actor.
By the great horn spoon. A cowboy?
Yes, indeed.
Well, Dr. Carew, what about Buck Houston?
He's here in New York to make personal appearances. And his physician, a former colleague of mine, just telephoned from Hollywood to tell me that Mr. Houston is entering Blair General Hospital on his recommendation.
Well, what's wrong with this actor? Trying to wear a 10-gallon hat on a 5-gallon head?
Not at all. From what I gather, he's suffering a severe back or leg injury.
Oh, probably fell off a horse.
I don't believe so, Dr. Kildare. However, he'll be here within the hour, and I'm expecting both you and Dr. Gillespie to examine him, and furthermore to remember that there is to be absolutely no publicity.
Anytime you got a case in the hospital, Carew, where there's no publicity, I'll be there just out of sheer curiosity.
Now, as I understand it, Mr. Houston...
Now, wait just a minute there, you young sawbones. I ain't Mr. Houston to nobody. I'm just plain Buck.
All right, then. Buck, Now, the pain you're complaining of seems to go from the sacroiliac joint in your back, running down here into your thigh and all along your leg?
Yeah, ouch. Yeah, it goes just about that way.
Mm-hmm. Well, Dr. Gillespie?
Well, this away or that away or any way you're figuring it out, it seems to be sciatic neuritis.
Sciatic. What did you call that again, Doc? I didn't quite get that eared down.
Sciatic neuritis, Buck. It's an irritation of the sciatic nerve brought about by, well, something we will now have to determine.
Did you have a fall from your horse?
From good old Storm Cloud? No, sirree. Why, Storm Cloud's the greatest partner man ever had. Compadres, man and boy. Ever since he is a colt, me and Storm Cloud has been just like that.
Uh-huh. Well, then, have you any idea what might have caused it?
No, I ain't. But I'm telling you, this hurts so bad I'm about to throw a rubber-tail hissy fit. I don't even know whether I'm going to be able to ride in my show, and that would sure disappoint a heap of kiddies.
Kitty.
Why, Doc, now don't tell old Buck that you don't like young'un.
I just don't like anyone calling young-uns kiddies.
Miss Verner, would you take the blankets off, Mr. Houston?
Certainly, Doctor.
What you up to, Doc?
No, just a few preliminary tests, Buck. Shouldn't bother you at all.
He hopes.
How's that?
Tain't no better, tain't no worse.
Yeah, no diminution of the ankle reflexes. Try the Lesage test, Doctor.
Good idea. Here.
Now, hold on there, Doc. Now, what you doing with my leg?
Just moving it up towards your abdomen. That hurt?
No, don't hurt none. It sure ain't comfortable, neither.
Diana, will you call X-ray and arrange for a series of plates on Mr. Houston?
Yes, Doctor.
Complete set on the lower back, especially sacroiliac.
Yeah, and while you're at it, nurse, have them run a Pantapac myelogram for lesions.
Well, goodness, Doc, that there sounds real serious.
You know us old sawbones. Try to make everything sound serious.
What we want to do, Buck, is not only relieve you of this pain, but stop your condition from becoming any more serious so you can get to your show.
That's right. We wouldn't want you to disappoint them there kiddies.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
Oh, for the love of Hippocrates, Carew, will you stop deering all over the place? Leave Jimmy and me alone till we check these X-rays and lab reports?
Well, all right. But you've got to do everything you can, Mr. Houston.
Well, what do you make of the X-rays, Dr. Gillespie? Detect any tumors, any indications of arthritis?
No herniated discs either, judging from the plate.
And still he exhibits positive symptoms of sciatic neuritis, except, of course, there was no Lesage sign.
And the ankle reaction was negative.
Mm-hmm.
Did you notice his eyes?
Eyes? No, why?
Well, they're old, Jimmy. Old and bored and tired.
Well, he gave his age as 38. Certainly you don't call 38 old.
Well, Jack Benny says he's 39. No, sir, I'm afraid Houston's reported age misses the truth by close to 20 years. A young man, I'm old enough to know.
Oh, yes. Dead-eye Dick, no doubt. Old or not, I think that Houston's sciatica, as painful as it may be, is all in his mind. Psychosomatic.
Great gilded glory, Jimmy. Is it psychosomatic when a man's middle-aged and worn out from those blasted kiddies he keeps talking about?
Well, I don't know about that, but either way, we've got to question him. If we can coax the truth out of him, we'll soon find out who's right.
Well, before we question Buck Houston too much, my professional advice is you rope him to the bed with your stethoscope while I ride to get the posse at Eagle Pass.
We return to the story of Dr. Kildare in just a moment. we continue with the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Well, the two old sawbones, come in, come on in.
Afternoon there, howdy, partner.
Buck, Dr. Gillespie and I would like to talk to you confidentially.
You mean, compadres, that you've cut sign on this thing that's got poor old Buck bedded down?
Buck, I'm sorry to tell you this, but we think that between us, we have.
Sorry, shuckings. This is the happiest day of my life.
Now, today may have started out that way, Buck, but what Dr. Gillespie and I are going to tell you we don't think is going to be particularly good news.
You mean I ain't going to be able to make my show? And I'm going to have to disappoint all them thousands of kiddies?
No, you're going to be able to make your show. Buck, there's nothing wrong with you that isn't in your mind.
Oh, now look here, Doc.
You know, there's an old saying out west that goes, you can't fool a horsefly. And here in the hospital, Buck, you can't fool the doctor.
Well, my stars and slippers, are you aiming to say that something's anti-goddling with me upstairs in my head?
Oh, certainly not. At least not the way you mean. Buck, the way I figure it, for some reason, you're resentful of being the popular hero that you are. And that's brought about a deep sense of guilt inside you.
Besides, you can't fool an old man. And, Houston, you're past 50, and you know it.
Well, I'm a got-eared sifficat.
You know, this isn't a pleasant thing to have to tell a patient, but we're not denying that you are suffering from a mentally induced sciatica, because no matter how it's induced, sciatica is painful, very painful.
Well, I know, but...
Now, if you'll cooperate with us and let down your hair, Buck, Dr. Kildare and I hope we can show you what's causing this sciatica and get you out of here feeling like a new man. Yeah, now that's pretty far and square, ain't it, partner?
Well, doggone. That gummit, I didn't never think...
Well, Buck, have you got the intestinal fortitude to face the truth?
Oh, what's the use? You've hit the nail right on the head.
By the great horn spoon, Jimmy. You hear that? He's lost his western accent.
Well, why shouldn't I? If I talk anything, I ought to talk straight New York.
You mean you were born here?
53 years ago, Doc. That's where I got my stage name, Houston.
But Houston's a famous Texas name, Sam Houston.
Sure, but it's also a famous Lower East Side name, the street where I was born. Except here in New York, you pronounce it Houston.
Well, you fooled me.
That's the trouble, Doctor. I fooled everybody too long.
Oh, what do you mean, fooled?
Oh, it was all right when I first hit it lucky as a movie cowboy and a few kids would stare at me, but so help me, afterwards it grew to be thousands of youngsters following me around. Overnight there came to be millions. And then they wouldn't go to sleep without Buck Houston pillows and Buck Houston blankets, and they wouldn't eat unless it was out of a Buck Houston plate or a Buck Houston cup.
Well, Doctor, that's the guilt complex, isn't it?
Maybe. But we've still got to find out what made him give in to this defensive sciatica. I think it could be weariness.
Weariness?
Yeah.
Have you ever made 20 personal appearances in one day? Have you any idea what it means to pick up 40 and 50-pound youngsters and haul them up on top of your horse so they can have their pictures taken when you're hardly able to lift your arms after 10 hours of it?
No, but we're starting to get a good idea. What else, Buck?
What else? Isn't it enough knowing that you're a worn-out man who has to have a double to do everything but mount a horse? And these kids thinking you're some sort of a...
I guess that pretty well fills in the picture, eh, Doctor? His subconscious supplied the sciatica so he couldn't be forced to appear before the public in person.
Mind's a strange thing, Buck. And you shouldn't feel too bad about giving in the way you have. Why, after a few days' rest here, now that the real facts have come out, you'll be able to ride around town carrying 5 youngsters on your back.
Oh, no, not me, Doc. Not me. Don't you see? I'm through. Now that the truth's out, and I know it's the truth, I can't go on fooling him anymore. I just can't.
Now, look, Buck, we'll give you some sedatives, 3 days of rest, a tonic to build you up.
Will you just go away now? Go away. Go on away. You found out what you wanted to know, didn't you? Go on. Leave me alone. Buck Houston's all through.
Oh, But look here,
Come on, Jimmy. Come on, Jimmy. After 30 years of holding it all in, a 2-hour cry isn't going to do Buck a bit of harm.
Dr. G, why do you refuse to face facts? Between us, we made Houston face facts, and now he wants to throw his whole life away. Quit.
Well, why shouldn't he quit? He's tired. He's old.
I know, but I'm tired. And you're aging. But are we quitting?
Oh, tarnation, Jimmy. Why should Buck go on? He can afford to retire. Best thing that could happen.
Well, Doctor, maybe retirement seems more attractive to a man of your years, your mellow years. But for me and for Buck Houston, there's still a lot left in life. And whether you will help or not, I'm going to try to make him realize it. For his own sake and the kiddies.
Kildare, I'm telling you for the last time, I am not putting those cowboy clothes on again.
But, Buck, you don't want this sciatica to come back, do you? We have a very strong feeling that if we can take an X-ray of you wearing those cowboy clothes and those high-heeled boots, it may show that the boots or something else cause a pressure on a nerve, which means the sciatica can come back again anytime as long as you live.
No.
Oh, come on, Buck. Slip into that cowboy regalia and walk down to the X-ray lab with me.
But you told me the thing was all in my mind.
I know we did, but now we think we may have made a mistake. And if we did, we want to correct it.
Well, you already took X-rays, dozens of
But not with your clothes on, don't you see? And we think that's where we made our mistake. Well, Buck?
Okay, if you say so. After all, you're the doctor.
That's the spirit. I'll get out while you're getting dressed, and then I'll take you down for your last trip to X-ray.
Is this the way I went to X-ray before? Seems to me it was on the other side of the building.
No, we have another X-ray room in this wing.
Oh, I see. Oh, here comes Dr. Gillespie.
Yes, I see, Buck. All right, now let's go through this door.
Wait a minute. Buck, where are you going all togged out in that outfit?
Oh, in the X-ray room here.
X-ray? What, the X-ray room's way in the
It's right through this door. Come on, Buck. See you later, Dr. Gillespie.
Right, nation. I don't know what you're up to, Jimmy, but I'm coming along.
Hey, Doc, this isn't X-ray. This place is full of youngsters.
X-ray, well, maybe it is, Jimmy. I can see clean through you now.
Children, will you quiet down, please? Because Dr. Gillespie and I have a surprise for you. Now, see who we brought to visit?
Well, I'll be blamed. I know him.
You see, Dr. Gillespie, there isn't a child in America who doesn't know him by sight.
Well, howdy there, partner.
Howdy.
Howdy.
Mr. Houston, will you come over here so I can touch you?
Well, now, you look here, Sugarfoot. I ain't Mr. Houston to nobody. I'm just plain Buck.
You wait just a second, Beth. You see, Buck came up here especially to see Donnie. Come on, Buck. Doctor?
Now what?
Donnie? Donnie, we brought someone here who wants to meet you.
You can't fool me. Nobody wants to meet me.
What? Why, what is that? Why, I come all the way from my ranch here to New York just to meet the littlest big man I ever heard about. What's his name, Doc?
Donnie O'Brien.
All the way to New York to meet Donnie O'Brien.
Jiminy Christmas. It's really Buck. Buck Houston.
Well, howdy, partner. Put her there.
Golly. Gosh.
Come on up here, son. Old Buck wants to get a good look at you. Easy does now. There we are.
Well, what do you think, Buck? Hasn't Donnie got the makings of a real He-Man cowpuncher?
Why, I ain't never seen a better one. And by darn, if his folks will let me, I'd like to sign him up to a lifetime contract right now. Wrangling horses and punching cattle on my ranch.
Gee willikers, Buck. Do you mean it?
Tell him he's got to get well first.
What's the matter, Buck? I bet you don't mean it.
When you say that to Buck Houston, Donnie, you better smile.
Old cornball.
But I was just thinking now, Donnie. You got to get well first. You reckon you can do that for your old partner? Good old Buck?
Oh, gosh, Buck. Sure I can get well. I can get so well they'll let me out of here next week.
Well, I don't know about next week, Donnie, but I think if we take Buck back to Dr. Gillespie's office now, we can have him put his name to that contract, and we'll guarantee delivery of a perfectly healthy Donnie O'Brien to the Double Bar X Ranch by the end of next month.
In just a moment, we will return to the story of Dr. Kildare. And now, once again, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Well, Buck, I can't tell you how much everyone at Blair Hospital appreciates this check for the addition to the children's ward.
Oh, forget it, Doctor.
Well.
You earned it the way I earned it in the first place, by acting.
You call him an actor?
Well, I sure do, and a convincing one at that. The way he talked me into thinking I was going to X-ray.
Well, when a man's got his mind made up where a thing's a fact, sometimes takes a little white lie to show him the real truth.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that youngster, Donnie, is going to get well now?
Oh, no question about it. Buck, not only did you give that youngster the desire to live, but you gave him something much more important. You gave him hope. You don't have to be young to have hope. But if you've got hope, you've got a mighty good chance of staying young.
Yeah, and I'll say yes to that.
Well, goodbye, Buck. And, don't forget those seats you promised us for your show.
Oh, why, compadres, the last man that accused Buck Houston of forgetting a friend's buried now. Up on Boot Hill.
Well, by tarnation, you've forgotten something. And I'm not signing your discharge from this hospital till I get it.
Till you get it? Well, what is it, Doc?
You're not leaving here till I get a picture, personally autographed and reading. To the old sawbones, Doc Gillespie, and all the kiddies. Signed, your faithful compadre, Buck Houston.
You have just heard the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. This program was written by Paul Franklin and directed by Joe Bigelow. Original music was composed and conducted by Walter Schumann. Supporting cast included Ted Osborne, Georgia Ellis, Barton Yarborough, Johnny McGovern, and Mary McGovern. Dick Joy speaking. The story of Dr. Kildare.
Whatsoever house I enter, there will I go for the benefit of the sick. And whatsoever things I see or hear concerning the life of men, I will keep silence thereon, counting such things to be held as sacred trust. I will exercise my art solely for the cure of my...
The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Metro Goldwyn Mayer brought you those famous motion pictures. Now, this exciting, heartwarming series is heard on radio. In just a moment, the story of Dr. Kildare. But first, your announcer. Now, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Dr. Gillespie's office, Miss Parker speaking.
Speaking? Sleeping would probably be a better word for what you're doing.
Dr. Gillespie, you're back from the medical convention in Montreal.
I am not back, and neither is Kildare. And what's more, Parker, we're not coming back for a few more days.
Why, what do you mean?
I am calling you from upstate on the only phone in the Holiday Guest House. It's 20 miles this side of the Canadian border in a little town called... called, what's the name of this place, Jimmy?
Wentworth.
Wentworth.
Wentworth, I've never heard of it.
Well, that's good. Apparently no one else has either. They haven't even bothered to put it on the map.
Nah, don't tell me you two are going to sneak in a vacation.
Nope. We are going to be open and above board about it, Parker. You can tell Carew that we've given up medicine for trout fishing.
Oh, well, then I can get hold of you there in case anything comes up.
The phone here is under the name of,
Converse.
Converse, yeah. Converse. He's the owner. But see that nothing does come up, Parker.
Well, if you say so, Dr. Gillespie, but I still won't believe that you and Dr. Kildare have had a vacation until I see you walk in here with suntans and a beard.
Well, we're working on that part of it right now, Parker. See you next week.
Oh, say hello to Dr. Kildare for me.
Right. Well, that takes care of that.
Mm-hmm.
And now for some of those speckled beauties.
Right.
Incidentally, Jimmy, did you ever hear about the time up in Michigan I caught a 14-pound muskie?
Many times, Dr. G. And by the way, why is it that every time you tell that story, you change the size of the fish for each listener?
well, I tell you, that's because I never tell a man more than I think he'll believe. I tell you what. You go and get our things up in the room, and I'll stroll down to the village and buy us some fishing tackle. I'm an expert on that sort of thing.
Okay, Isaac Walton.
I'll be right back.
Good.
Could I see you a minute?
Mr. Converse, what's on your mind?
Well, the nearest doctor around here is 20 miles away. And there's a young lady upstairs who needs looking after. And I heard you two mention you were doctors, and I thought...
we were just... I guess the fish can wait. I'd be glad to look at the young lady. What seems to be the trouble?
Well, I don't know. She's just been here since yesterday, passing through like you. And just now she called and said she felt all feverish and asked for a doctor. She's on the second floor front.
I'll get my bag and go right up. Hello there.
Are you the doctor?
Yes, I'm Dr. Kildare.
Oh, I'm glad you came.
May I have your hand, please, while I take your pulse? Mm-hmm. What's your name?
Evelyn Briggs. Cough hurts. I've been so hot, I feel weak and dizzy when I try to get up.
Here, put this thermometer in your mouth.
I was going to leave here this morning, but last night...
Don't try to talk, please. Just nod your head yes or no when I ask you a question.
All right.
You've been perspiring a great deal, Miss Briggs?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll take the thermometer now.
What's wrong with me? What do you think it is?
Can't tell just yet. Open your mouth, please. Wide. Now say ah.
Ah.
Once more.
Ah.
Uh-huh.
What is it, Doctor? Something terrible?
Oh, no. Your throat's somewhat inflamed. Just try to rest until I get back.
What is it, Doc? What is it? Is she all right?
Has Dr. Gillespie returned?
I haven't seen him. It's nothing serious, is it, Doc?
Very serious, Mr. Converse. Come on downstairs. I want to talk to you.
Well, what is it? What's the matter with her?
She has diphtheria.
Diphtheria?
Yes. She needs a lot of attention.
Oh. Well, the nearest hospital's in Collingwood, the county seat. That's 40 miles, but I guess she'll have to be taken there.
Oh, I don't think so, Mr. Converse. You see, we can't move her. She'll have to remain right here.
Well, you're only going to be here for a day or two. Who's going to look after her?
Dr. Gillespie and I will stay as long as necessary. Meanwhile, Mr. Converse, I'm afraid you'll have to quarantine the holiday guest house.
Quarantine? Why, I can't. Well, I can't do that.
What?
That would mean no one could come in and no one could go out. Well, I can't do it. I can't do it.
Well, we're all set, Jimmy. You can't do what, Mr. Converse? What can you do, Jimmy?
Quarantine this place, Dr. Gillespie. There's a girl upstairs with diphtheria.
Maybe you made a mistake. Maybe it's something else.
Mr. Converse, if Dr. Kildare says it's diphtheria, it is diphtheria. And you'll have to quarantine this place right now.
But I can't.
There's no question it can't. The word is must. Now, are there any other people on the premises?
Well, yes, there's one, a man named Powers.
No.
Well, what difference does that make? You can't close my place. You've got no authority.
We are registered physicians in this state.
How do I know that?
Look, this is no time to argue, Converse. I've explained to you what has to be done and why. We can't let this spread. You'd better consider it quarantined as of now.
I will not.
It looks like we'll have to get an order from the local police. Come on, Dr. G.
Oh, are you?
You the constable?
That's right, Ed Allison, one-man police department, Wentworth. What can I do for you, gentlemen?
I'm Dr. James Kildare. This is Dr. Leonard Gillespie. We're on vacation from Blair Hospital in New York City, staying at the Holiday Guest House.
Well, that's fine. Charlie Converse taking good care of you?
That's beside the point, Constable. There's a girl named Evelyn Briggs staying at the Holiday House. She has diphtheria.
Diphtheria? Oh, say, now, that's too bad.
It's very serious. Highly contagious. The place has to be quarantined.
Oh, I'd think so. I had diphtheria when I was a kid, and I remember. It's pretty bad.
Can you issue an order closing the place till the danger is over?
Oh, you don't need an order. Just tell Charlie Converse.
Mr. Converse wasn't very cooperative. That's why we came to you.
Hmm? Well, maybe we all better go over and have a talk with him.
Well, hello, Ed.
Hello, Charlie. These two doctors say you've got a diphtheria case here.
Diphtheria? Is this some kind of a joke, Ed?
This is no joke, Converse. This is deadly serious.
Well, Charlie?
Well, I don't want to question anybody's word, but there's no diphtheria case here, Ed.
Converse, what are you talking about? You know I examined a girl named Evelyn Briggs in a room upstairs just a little while ago. She's seriously ill.
I don't know what they're talking about, Ed. There's nobody named Evelyn Briggs stopping here, and there hasn't been.
He's lying.
Of course he's lying.
How do you know? You weren't even here.
Well,
Converse, I don't know what this is all about, but I do know you're committing a criminal act.
Charlie, you better talk up. Tell me what you know about all this.
I'm telling you, Ed. Nothing. Look, how long have you known me?
35 years.
And how long have you known these two doctors, if they are doctors?
10 minutes.
Well, that should be your answer.
I guess so, Charlie, but let's take a look at that room.
Well, there you are, Ed.
Jimmy, are you sure this is the room?
Positive. She's gone now.
Name was Evelyn Briggs, huh?
That's right.
Evelyn Briggs. Ed, look at the mattress, Ed. It's dusty. The air stuffy in here. Do you see any traces of anyone having lived here recently, Ed?
No, it don't look like it.
Look, Constable, I don't know why this man's doing this, but you can't let him get away with it.
He's hidden that girl somewhere.
Search any room in the house, Ed, and you won't find any girl. And if these two keep up this nonsense, I'm going to ask you to lock them up.
Why, you murderer, you.
Oh, just take it easy. You two men came in and told me a story that just don't ring true.
She was here, in this room, I tell you.
Now, how could Charlie Converse hide a girl? And what reason would he have?
I wish I knew. But I can tell you this, that he didn't want this place quarantined.
Ed, I'm beginning to feel this is all a nightmare. Why, these men never spoke a word to me before, and suddenly they accuse me of a crime.
Well, gentlemen, afraid there's nothing I can do for you.
You mean you're not going to look into this any further?
What's there to look at? Where's the evidence? Where's the girl, Dr. Kildare?
I don't know. Guess I'm beginning to feel like this whole thing's a nightmare, too.
Jimmy, you said there was a girl. Now, that's good enough for me.
Thanks, Dr. G.
Well, I'll tell you what. If you find anything that looks like evidence, come over and see me. Then you'll get some action. I can't close up a man's place of business with nothing to go on.
I suppose not.
So long, Charlie. Gentlemen.
Dr. Kildare, Dr. Gillespie, I'd prefer it if you'd pack your things and leave here at once.
Mr. Converse, we're not going to leave until we've found that girl and have this place quarantined before an epidemic starts.
Well, that goes for me, too.
Well, we'll see about that.
We return to the story of Dr. Kildare in just a moment. Now we continue with the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Jimmy, here I am. Did you get an answer from the county medical authority?
Yes, here's the wire. Read it yourself.
I've contacted Constable Allison Wentworth, who reports he cannot issue quarantine order without patient. This office powerless under conditions described, but will stand by pending further suspicious circumstances. Please advise. Lady. In all my years as a doctor and a human being, I never felt so helpless. Absolutely helpless.
Dr. Gillespie, our only hope in getting that place quarantined and inoculating this area against an epidemic is to find the girl.
Poor thing could be dead now.
Yes. Well, let's go back to Converse's place and start looking from there.
All right, Jimmy. Converse must have some important reason to endanger this whole community.
Yes, but what could it be? What is it?
You're the two doctors from New York City?
Oh, yes. Who are you?
Well, you might say I'm a sort of friend of the management. Come on, get in.
Friend of what management?
Charlie Converse's holiday house. Hey, you guys sure make a lot of noise over nothing.
Over nothing?
Come on, get in.
I'm not going to get in anybody's car under force.
Easy, Dr. G. He has a gun.
Yeah, that's right. Play it smart, huh? Now, that's better. Okay, Converse, let's go.
It's too bad you gentlemen didn't take my advice.
Look, Jimmy, our suitcases.
That's right. You've been officially checked out.
Where are you taking us?
Free ride to the station. Wouldn't want you to miss the only train today.
Yeah, and I'm helping him. Like I said, I'm a friend of the management.
Chuck, stop waving that gun around.
Button up, Converse. If you hadn't played it so dumb. Oh, this is fun.
You were just going to say something about Evelyn Briggs, weren't you?
Never heard of anybody by that name. Did you, Converse?
Never, Chuck. Never.
You know, I don't understand how they let guys like you become doctors. You're so dumb. Okay, Charlie, slow it down.
Right.
Cruise up to the head of the train there. It's pulling out in about 2 minutes. All right. Out, you two.
Stop your pushing.
Come on. Hurry it up.
Watch that gun, Chuck.
Shut up. Come on, let's go.
This'll do you no good. We know there's a sick girl back there, and we're going to treat her one way or the other.
Oh, is that what they call ethics?
What do you know about ethics?
Well, I know they get in people's way sometimes. All right, this is your car. Get up there. Go on.
You can't get away with this.
Come on, Dr. G.
Have a good trip, suckers.
Chuck, you didn't have to wave that gun around so much. It wasn't very smart.
Now, don't tell me what's smart. If you wasn't so dumb, the whole thing wouldn't have happened.
What do you mean?
Well, if you just dummied up and let them doctors close up your place, what could you lose? I could have waited till it got dark and slipped out the back way. Who'd have noticed? But no, you had to go make a federal case out of it. Hey, you dumb cluck.
Well, maybe I did get a little excited. But, Chuck, I was just trying to protect you. And what about me?
All right, I'll bite. What about you?
Well, suppose they come back here.
So what? I'm crossing the border into Canada tonight at midnight on schedule. I'm not going to be around.
But I've still got to live here.
So you deny everything. You're clean anyway. You're still holding $5,000 of mine for hiding me, ain't you? Got to take some chances for that much dough.
But what about Evelyn Briggs?
I don't know. Might take her to Canada with me. She might like to meet some of my friends there. Well, let's get back to the place. I got to pack. And stop worrying, will you? Those two are gone for good.
Jimmy, we just can't ride out of that town leaving that poor, helpless girl there somewhere needing us.
We aren't going to, Dr. Gillespie.
Every minute we stay away from her, the more serious her physical condition becomes. Not to mention the possibility of diphtheria spreading all through the village.
Dr. G, that's true, but we need help. We aren't going to get it in Wentworth. However, we may be able to in Collingwood, and that's the next stop on this line.
Time, Jimmy.
I know. What was that man's name at the county seat?
Leahy.
All right. Now, you stay on the train and go to him. Tell him that we have the patient and we want quarantine orders. And then come back to Wentworth as quickly as you can.
Well, what are you going to do?
I'm going back and find Evelyn Briggs right now. Now, hold on.
You pulled the emergency cord.
Only about a mile back to town.
Be careful, Jimmy. Chuck has a gun.
Kildare.
Yes, Converse, I'm back. Nobody's going to run me out again.
Now, Dr. Kildare.
And listen carefully. I'm not interested in why you hid that girl and went to all the pains to get rid of us. What I am interested in is the health of that girl and the other people in this community.
What girl? Doctor, are you sure you're feeling okay?
Oh, look, Converse, do you have a family?
Sure. I've got a wife and 2 children. What about it?
Do you realize they're very likely to be dead, along with many others in this area?
That's a lie. It's not true.
It is true. Diphtheria can spread quickly and be very deadly. Your children's life may be at stake. Yours, too, for that matter. But be sensible, Converse, and tell me what you did with that girl.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Jimmy, is that you?
Right here.
And Converse. Well, they're on the way, Jimmy.
Good.
Who's on the way?
Some state police and health authorities. We don't have to bother with this weasel anymore.
Right, the law can take care of him.
Law? I'm a respectable member of this community.
Getting scared, Converse? They'll search every house, every nook and cranny of this area. But they'll find her.
How soon will they be here?
A matter of minutes.
Well, Converse, do you talk to us or to them?
He made me do it. I didn't want to. His name is Chuck Rivers. He's wanted by the FBI.
He's been paying you to hide here, hasn't he?
Well, what's the difference? He's leaving.
Oh, we don't care about him, Converse, but just you remember your wife and your children.
And the people you've lived with in this town for 35 years. They're the ones. Now, come on, Converse. Where's the girl?
Upstairs in the attic. You have to get up there on a ladder. That's why you didn't find her.
Come on, Jimmy.
I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it.
Don't be frightened. It's me, Dr. Kildare, Mrs. Dr. Gillespie.
No. We'll take care of you. Do you have sedative in the bag, Jimmy?
Got morphine. I'll prepare it.
What's the matter with me?
You have diphtheria, my dear. But you're going to be all right now. It isn't like it was years ago. There, now.
Ready, Dr. G.
Good.
Huh?
Well, if the 2 sawbones didn't turn up again.
He's the man who carried me up here.
We know that, Miss Briggs.
Yeah, I just talked to Converse. He's all excited about health authorities and cops with warrants.
He has a right to be. Not only for harboring you, but for helping you hide this girl.
Yeah, I've been a real bad boy.
There.
Well, I'll let Converse explain things to him. I got places to go and things to do.
You won't get very far, Chuck.
Well, who's going to stop me, you?
Oh, no. There's something much smaller than I. Something about 1/millionth of an inch long, wouldn't you say, Dr. Gillespie?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Yes, to be sure, Jimmy.
Well, what are you giving me? What are you talking about?
A germ. Miss Briggs said you brought her up here yourself. You had to carry her. Diphtheria is highly contagious.
Go on. It's a kid's disease.
That's where you're wrong, Chuck. You contaminated yourself.
And a man your age is very susceptible.
Knock it off, you're both nuts.
Yeah, have you ever seen anyone your size and age with diphtheria? Huh? Oh, pretty horrible. Sometimes they choke to death. Let me see your throat, son.
Get away from me.
Let him go, Dr. Gillespie. He won't go far. He can't go far.
Stop kidding me. I don't like that kind of kid.
I'm not kidding.
I haven't got no diphtheria. I'm as healthy as a lion, so just lay off that corny routine. Well, I seen that in a play once.
You seen the play? Huh?
Yeah. And the doctor in it was a dumb square just like you two. Guy tried to make some poor lambster think that he was blowing his top. This was just to give the cops time to get there.
Huh?
Well, you're not going to do that to me, and that is that.
All right, Chuck. You're taking a long gamble.
Yeah. So what if I have got it? They got serums. Haven't you heard of them?
Of course. I'm just about to administer one to Miss Briggs here.
Oh, yes. That's very fine stuff.
Yeah. Hold it. I think you're stringing me, Doc. But just in case you're not, I just changed the prescription. You're going to give it to me instead. All of it.
Now, look, this is all there is, and she's in desperate trouble.
All right, Doc, you can give her some, just to make sure you aren't pulling anything. Then you can give me some.
Why, Chuck, didn't I hear you say something about a corny routine?
Shut up, you.
Better do what he says, Jimmy.
Yeah, and hurry it up.
All right. Now, Evelyn, don't be frightened. This'll sting a little.
All right, Dr. Gilder.
Yeah, how was that?
Hardly felt it.
That's enough for her. Now me. From the same hypo.
All right. Give me your arm.
Now remember, I still got this gun.
I know. Hold still.
Hurry it up. Ow!
You'll live, Chuck.
Unfortunately.
So long. I'm getting out of here. Stay right where you are.
You're letting him get away?
No. He won't get far. Not after what he's done. Jimmy didn't even make it to the bottom of the ladder.
Oh, yes, he did, Dr. G. Yes, he did. And now let's take care of our patient, the little girl who wasn't there.
In just a moment, we will return to the story of Dr. Kildare. And now, once again, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Well, we should be home soon, Jimmy. But Parker's going to be disappointed in us. No suntans, no beards, and we're supposed to be on vacation.
Inoculating a town of 300 people against diphtheria isn't my idea of a vacation.
I never thought I'd have to go back to the hospital for a rest. Frankly, you know how I feel about it all?
No.
Tired. And I hope nobody mentions the word vacation to me for a long time.
Oh? Does that mean you're through with fishing?
Well, not exactly, Jimmy. Did I ever tell you about the time up in Michigan I caught a 16-pound muskie?
No, Dr. G. Tell us about it.
Well,
You have just heard the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. This program was written by John Michael Hayes and E. Jack Newman and directed by Joe Bigelow. Original music was composed and conducted by Walter Schumann. Virginia Gregg was heard as Nurse Parker. Others in the cast included Peggy Weber, Wally Mayer, Sheldon Leonard, and Barton Yarborough. Dick Joy speaking. the story of Dr. Kildare.
Whatsoever house I enter, there will I go for the benefit of the sick. Whatsoever things I see or hear concerning the life of men, I will keep silence thereon, counting such things to be held as sacred trust. I will exercise my art solely for the cure of my...
The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer brought you those famous motion pictures. Now this exciting, heartwarming series is heard on radio. In just a moment, the story of Dr. Kildare. But first, your announcer. Now, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Now, open your mouth wide. Wider, Dr. Gillespie. A little bit wider.
Confounded Jimmy, what do you think I am, an alligator?
No, I just think you're a human being who needs a regular checkup just like any other human being.
Checkup? Why, I never felt better in my life.
I told you he'd act just like a baby, Dr. Kildare.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, that's so.
How do you expect me to act with him poking me and you standing there like a vulture?
Well, if your health is as good as it seems to be, there's no harm in having it verified. Draw the blind, will you, Parker,
Oh,
please?
sure.
Well, now what are you going to do?
Just have a look at your eyes. Turn out the overhead lights, Parker. And just you keep looking straight ahead of you.
I know where to look. I was doing this before you were born.
You were doing it before Abraham Lincoln was born.
Well, you ought to know, Parker. You were there.
Oh, why?
Please, Dr. Gillespie, just be still for a moment. Now, roll your eyes to the left. Stay that way.
Well, Jimmy, what is it?
Just eye strain, probably, but... All right, Parker. Lights on. Open the blinds again.
Oh, now, don't be mysterious, Jimmy. You found something? Well, tell me about it.
Have you been straining your eyes? Doing any special work away from the hospital?
Well, yes, just a little.
Well, now, don't you be mysterious.
All right, Jimmy, all right. I have been preparing a paper.
On what?
Well, a new method of establishing infallible controls in the use of antibiotics. If I'm right, it'll eliminate all guesswork with any reasonable number of test cases.
But you've been working on that on and off for years.
I know. But for the past few weeks, I've been working on them every night.
Oh? Why the sudden rush to finish?
Jimmy, I have been invited to read my findings at the International Scientists' Assembly at the Waldron Hotel next week.
Oh!
Why, Dr. Gillespie, that's wonderful. Just wonderful. Recognition by the International.
Yes. Why did you keep it to yourself?
I kept it to myself so as I wouldn't have you fluttering around me like a headhunter at a cannibal picnic.
Well.
International. I knew it. I always knew they'd recognize your work sooner or later. This puts you in line for the Henderson Award, the highest honor in science.
Now, hold your horses, Jimmy. Hold your horses. I am not the only one who will be reporting to the Assembly. They pick 3 men every year.
I know.
One of the others may make a contribution much more important than mine.
My money rides on you.
Oh.
Yes, and mine, too. They'd have to be crazy to pick anybody else.
Well, thank you, Parker. Thank you. Jimmy? Well, are you finished poking into me? What about my eyes?
Oh, just simple iritis.
Then why were you looking at me like Calamity Jane when you finished examining them?
Because I didn't know the work strain you've been under. It simplifies the diagnosis.
Well, what would your diagnosis have been if I hadn't told you about the paper?
Oh, I'm afraid it might be glaucoma.
Glaucoma?
Well, there's nothing to get excited about. You know the symptoms are similar to iritis.
The symptoms may be similar, but the diseases aren't. Glaucoma is a mighty serious thing.
Well, all your eyes need is a little rest.
What else are you prescribing, Jimmy?
Nothing.
No Midriatic? Not even atropine?
Not necessary. It's a mild case.
Jimmy, mydriatic is usually prescribed for iritis, but it would be very harmful in the case of glaucoma. Is that why you want prescribing?
Oh, I knew it.
You know what?
I knew you'd say that. You're a regular hypochondriac.
Oh, is that so?
That is so, yes.
Don't I have a right to know what's wrong with me?
Well, you just forget all about glaucoma, Dr. G. Just concentrate on your dictation to Diana. We're pulling for you to bring home that Henderson Award. Come in.
Are you alone, Dr. Kildare?
Yes, Parker? What's on your mind? Oh, Parker, is something wrong?
Well, Dr. Kildare, it's that horrible suit.
Huh?
No, not your suit. His, Dr. Gillespie's.
Oh, well, what about it?
Well, of course, you being a man, you'd never notice it. But he's been wearing that same suit for the past 10 years, day in and day out.
Well, I admit he isn't exactly a fashion plate, but that's not a serious ailment.
Well, he'll never win the Henderson Award in that suit, mark my words.
Oh.
Now, you've got to make him buy a new one, and that's all there is to it.
I'm afraid there's much more to it. Getting Dr. Gillespie to go shopping is something like getting him to walk barefoot over hot coals. He'll fight every inch of the way. Besides, the award will depend on his paper, not the crease in his pants.
Well, just the same, he looks like an unmade bed. And you know what they say, clothes make the man.
Yeah. Well, if we're going to get him into a new suit, he'll have to think it's his own idea.
Oh, how are you going to do that?
Maybe I have a plan.
What is it?
Psychological approach, with the help of my new patient in room 412.
That French girl, that Susan DeChamps?
Why not, Parker?
She's a female atom bomb. That's why not.
Well, remember, Parker, if we're going to get Dr. Gillespie into new duds, we only have 5 days. Drastic measures are prescribed, and psychologically, Suzanne Deschamps is the prescription.
Prescription? Well, you better put poison on the bottle.
No, Parker. 50 million Frenchmen can't be wrong. You just ask Dr. Gillespie to join me in room 412. S'il vous plaît?
All right. But more work and less civil play would be a lot safer.
So, that's our problem, Susan. Will you help?
But of course, Dr. Kildare.
Good.
Such a charming manner to pass away the time.
There he is. Come in.
Parker said you wanted to see me, Jimmy. Is it... Well, is this your little patient?
Suzanne Deschamps, Dr. Gillespie.
Oh, such a great pleasure, Dr. Gillespie.
Oh, pleasure is all mine. Yes, indeed. What's wrong with this little lady, Jimmy?
Oh, just a simple sprain of the knee. Nothing really.
Does it hurt here?
Do you think a sprain could have serious complications?
Oh, a sprain might have mighty serious complications.
Oh, doctor.
Don't worry now, young lady. We'll take care of that.
You know, I'm really pressed with other patients, Dr. Gillespie. I thought I'd turn Susan's case over to somebody else on the staff. Now, would you suggest anyone?
Well, somebody competent, of course.
Yes, that's what
If you're really busy, you
I
know that. Excuse my asking it. I might taking it over for you.
Oh, I'm so glad you said that, because there's a serious problem here that really needs clearing up.
Oh, Suzanne is grateful to be left in the care of
Well,
such a distinguished man.
all right, Jimmy, you run along. Run
Yes,
along, boy. Yeah. Miss Susan will be perfectly safe in my hands.
I'm sure everything will work out just fine. Goodbye.
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 Jimmy. Goodbye.
Dr. Kildare.
Well, Parker, what are you doing on this
Oh,
floor?
have you left him alone there with her?
Yes, and the plan is working like a charm. She'll make him conscious of that old suit in no time.
Well, how's my little patient this morning?
Oh, I am fine, Dr. Gillespie.
I better have a look at you, just to make sure.
Oh, no. Let me look at you. Stand there, just as you are. Oh, such a man. Such a physique. Oh, it is too bad.
What's too bad?
Oh, that you do not have greater care for yourself. To look so fine in some ways and so poorly in others.
Poorly? Who looks poorly? I've never been better shape in my life.
But the shape is so hard to see, as you are. Come, look in the mirror, Dr. Gillespie.
Doggone it, I know what I look like.
And you are not concerned? You do not care?
Should I be concerned? Wait a minute. Has Kildare said anything to you about me?
Oh, well, he is so devoted to you, he could not come right out and say that...
You mean, is that bad?
But of course. You have just let everything go. And now look at the condition you're in. The bagginess, the fading color from too much use. Can you not see?
See? So that's it. And Kildare wouldn't come right out and tell me. I knew he was pussyfooting around. I knew it.
But he said you would be very difficult if he told you.
Difficult? Yeah, I'm a doctor myself. Why didn't he tell me I was suffering from glaucoma?
Glaucoma? That's the American word for looking as you do?
Well, what did you think it was? Iritis?
I'm afraid Suzanne is confused.
Well, I'm not. Not anymore.
We return to the story of Dr. Kildare in just a moment. Continue with the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Hello, Parker.
Oh, good morning, Dr. Kildare.
Dr. Gillespie left a message, wanted to see me. Isn't he here?
Yes, he's in the examination room.
With the patient?
Yes.
Who?
Himself.
Himself?
Himself, sticking his tongue out, examining his eyes in the mirror, trying to convince himself he's got glaucoma.
Glaucoma again? I'd better straighten him out before he... Oh, good morning, Dr. Gillespie.
Good morning, Jimmy.
Well, you're looking bright and chipper this morning.
Yes, isn't he? He brightens up my whole day.
Why don't you go and march yourself out of here?
Well, I guess a girl has to be French to get treated decently around here.
Girl.
Girl?
You haven't been a girl since Betsy Ross took up sewing.
Oh!
Old witch. Say, Jimmy, why didn't you tell me I have glaucoma?
Well, because you haven't.
Don't tell me. I know what's been going on around here. Even Susan commented about the bagginess around my eyes and the fading color.
So that's it.
Well, what's funny about that, Jimmy?
I'll bet she wasn't talking about your eyes. She was talking about your suit.
My suit?
Of course. Bagginess of the trousers, the fading color from constant wear.
Constant wear? How much is it worn? I only bought it, it was,
10 years ago?
Doggone it, Jimmy, it's a good suit. There's another 10 years wearing it. Feel this weave.
Oh, sure, it's a fine suit. Why, who'd ever notice this mark here by the lapel?
Oh, it only got scorched a little once when that Bunsen burner in the lab flared up unexpectedly.
I know. And this hole here near the jacket pocket, why, you can barely see it.
Oh, just a little. Some acid I spilled there a few months ago. It can be rewoven someday.
Of course it can. Susan ought to know that.
Susan? What's she got to do with it?
You know how women are. She's probably been trying to get you to buy a new suit.
What would I do with it? Wear it over this one?
Now, don't be angry with her. Susan's spoiled, that's all. She's used to the continental gentleman.
Continental gentleman, huh?
After all, I suppose it should be considered flattering.
Well, what's flattering about having a good suit criticized?
A woman doesn't generally make comments about a gentleman's dress unless she's interested.
Well...
Of course, I know you wouldn't let that influence you.
Of course I wouldn't.
Good. Neither would I. After all, my own suit is a little shine to it from wear, but who cares?
Well, Jimmy, that's not the proper attitude.
Well, why?
Appearance is a very important thing.
Oh, true, but this suit is perfectly
No,
good,
Jimmy,
and
don't argue with me. You need a new suit. I guess I should set the example for you at that. I'll go shopping with you and buy a new one myself.
Well, if you really think we should, but
Jimmy, I know what's best for you. Always have. Come on.
Here we are, gentlemen. This is a new line, very fine quality. I'm certain we'll find the proper sizes on this rack.
Would you like 'em, Dr. Gillespie? How about this blue with the pinstripe? Too loud?
Too loud? It looks like the kind of thing you'd wear to a seance. Say, haven't you got anything with a little more zip to it?
Well, we have some new grays, pearl grays.
No, I'm afraid they'd be a little bit too...
A little too what? Look, let's see them.
Over here, sir. Here they are, with the powder blues and the canary yellows.
They aren't very, conservative, Dr. G.
Jimmy, don't be an old man before your time. What are those suits over there? Pass that partition.
That, sir, is the college shop.
Now, with each suit, you get a free ukulele, Junior.
Well, there's no harm in looking.
Oh, hello, Parker. Where's Dr. Gillespie?
Where would he be, Doctor?
Well, don't fret, Parker. Susan leaves the hospital today, and victory is ours. See this box?
Yes, what's in it?
Dr. Gillespie's new duds, the raiment he will don for the meeting of the International Assembly when he wins the Henderson Award tomorrow night.
Oh.
I picked them up this morning when the alterations were completed. Look.
He bought those?
He did, Parker, of his own free will.
Then you take it from me, Dr. Kildare, that Susan DeChamps isn't leaving this hospital one day too soon.
Parker, fortunately for our plan, Dr. Gillespie has never asked Susan how she injured her knee. When and if he ever finds out, we'd better go and hide.
Well, there you are, all dressed up and ready to leave us, huh?
My knee. It looks as good as new, no?
Yeah, sure. It looks fine.
And I owe it all to you, Doctor. Merci beaucoup.
Well, you're welcome. Yes, sir, you're welcome. I'll have to keep an eye on you, you know, after you leave here. See that you have no more accidents.
Oh, this time I will be careful of the train.
Oh, so that's how it happened. You were hit by a train.
Hit by a train? Oh, no. I trip over the train.
How could you trip over a train?
Oh, not the train that makes shoo-shoo. I mean the train that pulls after me. The long train on my wedding gown.
Wedding gown?
Oui. I catch my heel while we are rehearsing for the wedding. Andre and me. So we postpone until tomorrow. You will come to the wedding? No?
No.
Oh.
I have another engagement. I'm going to a prize fight.
A prize fight? Who is fighting?
Kildare and me.
Parker?
Now, take it easy, Dr. G.
Take it easy. Why, I ought to... Of all the low...
Well, looks like you found out about the train, which means that you missed the boat, Romeo.
Romeo. What are you talking about? I don't even know what you mean.
Oh, you know what I mean, all right. But you just won't admit it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come in here screaming and yelling.
I'm not screaming and yelling. I just want to know why my office is littered up with all this junk.
Junk? What junk? All we have here are the new clothes you ordered.
I ordered? Jimmy Kildare, you high-pressured me into buying every single thing there. You and this female Lucretia Borgia with her snooping and plotting.
I was not snooping and plotting. I just told Dr. Kildare that he had to get you into a new suit for the assembly tomorrow night if you ever expected to win the Henderson Award.
Well,
That's all.
I might have known it was your idea. Parker, now I got news for you. I won't wear the doggone thing.
Oh, yes, you will.
It really looks good on you, Dr. Gillespie.
I won't wear it, I tell you.
Now, you listen to me. This is one time you're not going to tell anybody. If you go before that assembly wearing that potato sack you got on...
Potato sack?
Potato sack. If you do, I'll get right up while you're reading and tell everybody that you're a hypochondriac. And that...
now, you wouldn't dare.
Oh, wouldn't I? Well, you just try me and see.
Jimmy, do you think she would do a thing like that?
Oh, Parker's a very determined woman at times.
She's an old witch. That's what she is.
I don't know. There's no way you can stop her.
Well, I don't care what she does. I'm not going to wear that suit.
Okay. Just the same. You better try it on.
You too, Brutus.
Come on, Caesar. It won't hurt a bit. Dr. Gillespie?
Dr. Gillespie?
Jimmy.
Oh.
Parker, was I?
Oh, you were fine. It was a wonderful paper.
And you looked good, too.
I feel like a stuffed monkey. Hey, the award committee's coming back to the platform.
You'll be selected, I'm sure.
Nah, Jimmy. No, I won't. There's the winner, that little man over there.
Dr. Blanker from the Copenhagen Institute of Denmark.
A great scientist, Jimmy. You heard his paper.
Yeah.
His classification of viruses is invaluable to mankind.
Quiet, please.
The award announcement.
It is my privilege to announce the winner of the Henderson Award for this year. Dr. Gunnar Blanker of Copenhagen.
Oh.
Good. The only choice they could have made.
I'm sorry, Dr. Gillespie.
Sorry? Stop being sorry and beat your hands together. There's a great man going up on that platform, Jimmy. Excuse me, I've got to congratulate him.
Oh, he didn't win. After all his work. Oh, what can he do now?
Start over again, Parker. Start on something new that may win the award next year, or the year after, or the year after that. Dr. Gillespie may lose, but he'll never quit.
In just a moment, we will return to the story of Dr. Kildare. Once again, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Morning, morning, Dr. Gillespie.
Huh? Good morning, Jimmy. Good morning. Come in.
Quite a stack of notes you have there. Starting on a new project already?
Oh, that's something I've been meaning to get at for some time now.
I suppose you noticed he's wearing that old potato sack again.
Don't call this suit a potato sack.
Don't call that potato sack a suit.
You should be wearing your new suit, Dr. G.
A new suit. Feels more like a straitjacket.
On you, it looks good. Here's the morning paper. Picture of the assembly and Dr. Blanker, and here's one of you right on the front page.
Well...
Picture me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, say, you look real nice.
Real nice.
Yeah.
What's it say, Jimmy?
Well, it says, Dr. Blanker, winner of the Henderson... Oh, no, where's the part about you? Oh, here. Dr. Leonard Gillespie, who received an ovation for his paper on antibiotics, was given a special citation by the committee after the meeting ended. Oh, no.
Well, he was what?
Go on, Jimmy. Go on.
He was designated as the best-dressed doctor at the assembly.
Best dress?
I gotta go to the wards right away.
Parker, you come back here.
You'll need a jet plane to catch you today.
Best dress.
If only the committee could get another look at you now.
What? Oh, yeah. Best dress. In my potato sack.
You have just heard the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. This program was written by Joel Murcott and directed by Joe Bigelow. Original music was composed and conducted by Walter Schumann. Supporting cast included Virginia Gregg, Ann Diamond, and Junius Matthews. Dick Joy speaking.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
Whatsoever house I enter, there will I go for the benefit of the sick. And whatsoever things I see or hear concerning the life of men, I will keep silence thereon, counting such things to be held as sacred trusts. I will exercise my art solely for the cure of...
The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer brought you those famous motion pictures. Now this exciting, heartwarming series is heard on radio. In just a moment, the story of Dr. Kildare. But first, your announcer. Now, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Blair General Hospital, one of the great citadels of American medicine. A clump of gray-white buildings planted deep in the heart of New York, the nerve center of medical progress, where great minds and skilled hands wage man's everlasting battle against death and disease. Blair General Hospital, where life begins, where life ends, where life goes on.
Blair General Hospital, maternity ward? One moment, I'll connect you. Go ahead, please.
Oh, come on, Sally, how about it, will you, huh?
Joe Wayman, if I've told you once...
Yeah, I know, but maybe you could change your mind. Why, I'll buy you a hamburger if you'll go.
A hamburger? Why, lots of men would be... Good evening. Can I help you? Help me? I don't know. Well, did you want to see somebody, miss? Somebody? I don't know.
Hey, she looks like she needs a doctor.
Look, honey, I'll call one of the doctors. Now, if you just give me your name. My name? Yes. I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, Kildare? How is she?
I've given her a sedative, Dr. Gillespie. Think she'll sleep through until morning now. Here are the clothes she was wearing. That's a $1,000 coat. No identification.
Learn anything from your examination?
Not much. She has a small bruise on her forehead and abrasions on both knees. Apparently suffered a slight fall 5 or 6 hours ago.
Serious enough to cause a brain injury?
No. Our first idea still goes. It's psychogenic amnesia. Repressive. I'm sure of that.
Ran against some situation she couldn't solve. She couldn't bear to think about. So her mind took over for her and blanked out her memory. Amnesia. Well, what do you want, big ears?
I hate to interrupt, Dr. Gillespie.
Well, then why are you doing it?
Well, because Dr. Carew just called. He's on his way down here. That's why.
Carew, huh? Now, what brings our beloved superintendent out of his fleece-lined penthouse?
He may have a report from the police.
Oh, how is that girl, Dr. Kildare?
No better in the morning, Parker. Asleep right now.
Oh, poor child. Must be awful to get amnesia and have your mind go completely blank.
Parker, if that's a definition of amnesia, you've had it for years. Now get out of here.
Well, you don't have to shout at me.
I know I don't have to, but I enjoy it. Now, scat.
Oh, you.
Well, Miss Parker, I'll never, please.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Dr. Carew. I didn't see you coming.
All right, Parker, it's all right. You didn't hurt anything but his gardenia. Come in, Carew.
Personnel in this hospital simply must learn to... Well, however, I didn't come here for that.
No? Remarkable.
Gentlemen, the Missing Persons Bureau is sending someone over. I assume you'll have the patient ready for photographing, questioning.
Why, that's impossible, Dr. Carew. I've given her a sedative. She's in no shape to be questioned tonight.
Well, now, Dr. Kildare, I have to consider the best interests of the hospital in matters like this, and
I'm considering the best interests of my patient.
I think you'd better let me decide what may be...
Carew, do you know anything about a dress designer named, it's John Ton?
John Ton? Why, only that he's terrifically expensive. My wife, you understand, occasionally goes...
Well, this girl's clothes come from there. You know, it might be unfortunate if you fail to give proper care and protection to the favorite daughter of some prominent, wealthy, influential family.
Well, now, Dr. Gillespie, I didn't realize...
Some family that might decide to get even for such treatment.
I mean, our first concern is the patient, of course. And tomorrow would probably be soon enough.
Some family that might have influence to the Board of Regents.
Or whenever you and Dr. Kildare think she's ready. Gentlemen, if you'll excuse me, I think I'd better go and make a phone call right away.
I tell you, I don't know. I can't remember. I want to try. I want to remember, but I can't.
There, now. It's all right. Dr. Gillespie and I understand that you're trying, and we're trying to help.
I really do want to remember. And sometimes I almost can. And then I start to get terribly frightened. And I can't remember anything.
Well, now, I think you've remembered quite a lot of things already. We're pretty sure that you've lived in New York most of your life. You know the city. You know something about literature, music. You speak a little French. Your parents are probably quite well to do.
No, I have no parents. I'm quite sure of that.
Why are you sure?
How can I tell you when I don't remember?
No, of course you can't. Well, suppose we try something else. Now, you close your eyes for a moment and try to imagine the scene I'm describing.
All right.
Now, you're standing just outside the main entrance of the hospital. You have your memory back, and everything is wonderful, and you want to go home.
Yes.
So you step over to the curb and get into a taxi.
And the driver closed the door.
And he says, "Where to, miss?" And you answer.
And I say, I don't know.
Oh, yes, you do. Yes, you do. But you don't answer because you've changed your mind. You don't want to go home. Instead, you want to go to see someone you care a great deal for.
Yes. Uncle George.
So, you have the driver take you to...
I don't know. I just said that I don't know any Uncle George.
Oh, sure you do. What did he call you when you were a little girl? What was it he used to call you?
Why, it was... I don't have any name. I don't know. I can't remember. Oh, I want to remember, but I can't. Oh, please, can't you help me? Oh, please.
So, as I told Dr. Carew here, I didn't learn of my daughter's disappearance until I got home from Baltimore a few hours ago. Been down there for 3 days on business, you know.
Yes, of course. Gentlemen, Mr. Bradley is head of Bradley and Company Limited. Branches in all the principal cities.
Yeah. And when you got home, then, the housekeeper told you your daughter was gone.
Yes. She said Alice slipped and fell on the stairway yesterday, but got up at once and seemed all right. An hour afterwards, she left the house and hasn't been back. I thought until I called there that she might have gone upstate to her Uncle George.
Uncle George, huh?
Mr. Bradley, has there been anything strange or unusual that you've noticed in her actions lately?
Well, as a matter of fact, there has, Dr. Kildare. I suppose I should have called in a doctor, but I didn't expect anything like this.
I understand her mother's not living, Mr. Bradley.
I lost my wife in an unfortunate accident many years ago.
Well, it's possible, of course, that the girl here isn't your daughter, but everything does.
Oh, from the photograph the police showed me, I'm positive she is. Couldn't I see her now to make sure?
Well, I think so. Parker said she'd have her ready in 5 minutes. Let's go see.
It's only a few doors down the corridor. If you'll step this way, Mr. Bradley. Thank you.
Well, I think you should understand a few of the possibilities here, Mr. Bradley. She may not recognize you. Probably won't, in fact.
Yes, I realize that, Dr. Kildare.
Possible to predict what her reaction may be.
I think I understand.
Well, here we are, gentlemen. Better call the nurse, I imagine.
Parker, is it all right to come in now?
Yes, Dr. Gillespie. I was just coming to tell you.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Bradley. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Hello, Alice. How are you, honey?
Who are you?
Why, I'm your father, darling. Don't you know me?
No! No, you're not! Go away! Go away!
Alice.
You're not my father. You're not. You're a murderer. And you're going to kill me, too.
Please, Alice.
Let him go away. Don't let him come near me.
You better go outside, Mr. Bradley. Parker.
Right here, Dr. Kildare.
Do you have any spirits of ammonia?
Yes, Doctor, right here on the tray.
Give her 1 ampule and half a glass of water. I'll be right back.
All right, Dr. Kildare.
Seems to me the only sensible thing to do under the circumstances. Oh, how is she, Dr. Kildare?
She'll be all right now, Mr. Bradley.
Kildare, Mr. Bradley has been stating his intentions of taking his daughter home tonight.
Oh, but that's impossible. She's in no condition to leave here.
Kildare, now, let's not be hasty.
I happen to be her father, Dr. Kildare, and in my opinion, she'll be a lot better off in her own home than she will be here in an institution.
Well, I happen to be her doctor, Mr. Bradley. And in my opinion, she can't be moved.
Now, Dr. Kildare, I backed you up in the matter of the police, but this is different. Mr. Bradley happens to be very he's the girl's father, and I must insist.
Carew, I've been thinking about retiring.
But you can't. This hospital, the value of your name to it, I won't even think of it.
I may buy a farm up in Connecticut somewhere and raise pineapples.
Dr. Gillespie, I won't even hear another word. Oh, dear. Mr. Bradley, I'm inclined to believe that consideration for the welfare of your daughter does necessitate her remaining with us for the present.
Oh, that's that. Rank only records 4 other cases of repressive amnesia and Severn 3, that are similar at least. Severn used hypnosis with 1. The others were treated by locating areas of disturbance.
I think we've spotted at least 2 of those areas.
Yes. It seems that her emotional conflict stems from the fact that she's Alice Bradley and that she has a father, or that this particular man is her father.
She mentioned an Uncle George this morning, about the only name she wasn't scared of.
Bradley mentioned the same name.
Also, she used the word murderer when her father came into the room.
Can't be sure what she meant by it, though. She didn't even consciously recognize Bradley at the time.
But mine did. Interesting, though. Human minds are fascinating things, Jimmy. They're like strange, unexplored countries, each one different from every other. And you never know what you'll run into. Now, who in the ton? Gillespie speaking. Oh, Molly Bird. What? Yeah, we'll be right up there, Molly. Well, Jimmy, we can stop trying to find out what's on the patient's mind and start worrying about finding the patient. What? Yes. The girl has disappeared. Gone. Her room is empty.
We return to the story of Dr. Kildare in just a moment. Now we continue with the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
I just can't help it. I blame myself for the whole thing, Dr. Gillespie. I shouldn't have gone out and left her alone. She was sleeping so peacefully, or at least she seemed to be. And after all, no one told me to stay right with her. So
Parker!
Yes, Dr. Gillespie.
You've been quacking for 10 minutes like an old mother duck.
Well.
So either shut up or lay an egg.
Oh, horrible man.
Kildare, any luck?
Not much, Dr. Gillespie. Wayman's out in front. Cab driver. She apparently left the building, all right. Molly Bird rummaged through a wardrobe and put on a spare nurse's uniform.
Clever about it, too. Managed to get out of her room and leave the building without being seen.
And she's put us in quite a spot. After we insisted. Kept here.
Yeah, Carew will have a short circuit and blow a pearl button for this. I'd like to see the... Come in. You, Wayman.
Me. That's right, Dr. Gillespie.
Find out anything, Joe?
Sure, boss. Benny took her in his cab. She gave him an IOU because she didn't have no money, and he figured it was okay because he thought she was a nurse here. He just got back.
Back from where? Where'd he take her?
Doc, you ain't going to believe this, but so help me. Benny says he'll leave her out at the main entrance of Woodlawn Cemetery.
Slow down, Joe. Looks like something white over there through the bushes.
Something white is the last thing I want to see in this place.
Not if it's in a nurse's uniform. Flash the light over that way.
Okay, boss. Hey, it's a dame, all right.
Yeah. Stop the ambulance. It's bound to be her. I was getting scared we'd missed her.
It's okay?
Yeah. Get a blanket out of the back and bring her with you. It's cold.
All right. I'll be right with you.
Miss Bradley.
Oh,
Dr. Kildare. You remember.
oh. You brought a man and said he was... I don't have any father. I don't.
Of course not. It was all a mistake. And everything's all right now.
Here's the blanket, boss.
Thanks, Joe. Here, honey. Let's put this around you. Can't have you catching cold. There.
I was cold, I guess.
How did you happen to come here, Alice? Cemetery, this time of night.
I don't know. I think I wanted to see someone.
Oh? Who?
It seemed like it was a beautiful lady who died a long time ago.
Do you know what her name was?
I can't remember.
Where did she die? Was it in New York?
No. I don't know. It was a long time ago. It was in Switzerland.
Switzerland?
It was on a lake. In a boat. And that's what they said. But it wasn't. I know it wasn't.
Then what did happen?
Happened? He did it. He murdered her.
How do you know?
Because she told me he didn't.
Oh, gee, boss, I don't know.
If he isn't alive, how could she tell you?
It was a diary. I found her diary. And she said, Albert is taking me to Europe next week. I know he plans to kill me while we're there.
Alice, do you know who Albert is?
No, I don't remember.
Is it the name of your...
No, I can't remember. I don't know.
All right, now. We're going to take you back now, back where you'll be safe. Come on, get up now.
Oh, please take me back.
Now, you start walking toward the ambulance, and I'll be with you in a moment.
All right.
Boss, you want us to give her a hand?
Yeah. Oh, wait a second. I want to take a look at this headstone. Got a match, Joe?
A match? Oh, sure. I'm a step one. Oh, yeah. There you are.
Martha Bradley, beloved wife of Albert J. Bradley, born October 5th, 1909, died on June 20th, 1936.
Who is she, Doc?
The girl's mother. Come on, Joe. Let's get her back to the hospital.
Well, Jimmy, the story seems to fall together pretty well now.
Yes, her mind saved her from the situation by blanking out her identity, by repressing the realization that she was Alice Bradley, the father who had killed her mother.
So we're sure of that much. But where do we go from there, Jimmy?
I don't know. Of course, she's had a terrific emotional shock. It may be tough to bring her out of it. And suppose we do. We can't send her right back home into the same situation.
Well, I'm afraid I don't see how we can keep from doing it.
But if he is the killer...
Jimmy, a doctor can only help a patient just so far. There always comes a point where the case passes out of his hands. Nothing more he can do about it than be... All right, Parker, you're sorry to interrupt, but...
Well,
but what?
Well, Mr. Bradley's here to see you.
Bradley?
Well, don't just stand there. Send him in.
All right, Mr. Bradley. You may go in now.
Thank you. Good evening, gentlemen. Have you had any success yet in helping my daughter?
Kildare, suppose you inform our visitor of the nature of our present conclusion.
Mr. Bradley, a couple of weeks ago, your daughter came across an old diary that belonged to your wife. Do you know anything about it?
Why, yes, there was one.
In the diary, your wife claimed that you were taking her to Europe for the purpose of murdering her.
What?
Now, Alice believed that you did.
That I killed Martha? Gentlemen, is this the reason for the mental state Alice is in?
Yes.
Oh, the poor child. I should have told her, but... Well, the memories were painful and... Well, here's what happened. Martha made that same accusation in letters to several of our friends. She was nervous, unstrung. It was her doctor, in fact, who advised the trip to Europe. Once we were there, she seemed more herself. And then one day in Switzerland, she was out on the lake in a canoe. It capsized, and she couldn't swim.
And you, Mr. Bradley, you could swim?
Why, yes, of course. Gentlemen, my wife took the boat out alone. I'd gone climbing with a party of 20 from the hotel. Some of them live right here in New York now. As a matter of fact, Martha's brother George was with us.
Well, Mr. Bradley, I apologize for what I was almost thinking.
It's all right. I can understand why you thought so.
Good. As much as I hate to interfere with the exchange of mutual confidences, may I remind you that we still have a patient who isn't cured.
I think I may know a way to help her now. Dr. Gillespie, do you mind if I have a try at it?
Mind? You do it anyway. Sure, Jimmy, go ahead.
I want you to keep thinking that, honey, all the time. That you trust me, that I'm going to help you, and that everything's going to be all right.
Yes, Dr. Kildare.
And keep remembering Uncle George, too, because I'm going to read you a letter from him now. Remember all the time that Uncle George wrote these words.
Yes.
Now it says, Dear Albert, I am terribly upset to hear what's happened to Alice. How could she possibly believe such a thing of you, her own father?
No.
Now, remember, it's Uncle George who wrote this. It goes on. As both of us know that Martha didn't mean what she wrote in that diary. Both of us know that she was alone in the boat, that you were with me, that you couldn't possibly have killed her. If we could only tell Alice this.
Oh, strange. I feel so strange.
If Alice could only remember, so I could tell her that she had nothing to worry about, that everything is all right, that you, her father, are innocent, and that you love her very.
Oh! Oh! Oh, yes! Yes! My father. Where's my father?
Mr. Bradley, you may come in now.
In just a moment, we will return to the story of Dr. Kildare. And now, once again, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Gillespie speaking. Oh, fine. Yes. Yeah, Kildare's here, too. Send her in. That was Molly. Says Alice Bradley has been discharged and wants to say goodbye before she leaves.
Oh, good. She's quite a gal now that she's got her memory back.
Beautiful young girl returns to arms of wealthy, doting father. Traditional happy ending.
Yes, I guess it is at that.
Anybody home?
Oh, come in, Miss Bradley.
Hello, you two.
Well, young lady, you look as though you had a pretty fair chance of living.
Oh, I feel fine, Dr. Gillespie. I wanted to thank both of you for what you did for me.
Thank Kildare if you want to.
You know, Dr. Kildare, I was thinking of something funny on the way up here.
Oh, what was it?
Well, when I came here to the hospital, I didn't have any memory at all. Now I'm a woman with a past.
Uh-huh.
Dr. Kildare, you're responsible for the whole thing.
Oh, well, Jimmy.
Well,
Goodbye, Dr. Kildare.
You have just heard the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Dr. Kildare is presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Malaya, starring Spencer Tracy, James Stewart, Valentina Cortesa, Sidney Greenstreet, and John Hodiak. This program was written by Les Crutchfield and directed by William P. Russo. Original music composed and conducted by Walter Schumann. Supporting cast included Lorene Tuttle, Virginia Gregg, Ted Osborne, Bill Conrad, Ed Max, and Marie Blake. Dick Joy speaking.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
Whatsoever house I enter, there will I go for the benefit of the sick. And whatsoever things I see or hear concerning the life of men, I will keep silence thereon, counting such things to be held as sacred trust. I will exercise my art solely for the cure of my...
The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer brought you those famous motion pictures. Now, this exciting, heartwarming series is heard on radio. In just a moment, the story of Dr. Kildare. But first, your announcer. Now, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Dr. Kildare, please, wait a moment.
Dr. Carew?
Oh, I'm so glad I spotted you, Dr. Kildare. Spotted someone.
Just leaving for my day off, but there's something in your manner that suggests I'm going to be very much on.
Oh, but this is extremely urgent. Doctor, one of our interns hasn't appeared for ambulance duty this morning.
I'll get on it, Doctor.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. The driver's waiting for you.
Hello, Tom.
Dr. Kildare, what are you doing this part of the hospital?
Well, Dr. Carew tells me you've got an ambulance without a doctor.
Don't tell me you're standing in for Bailey.
Standing in for somebody. Guess his name is Bailey. Let's get moving. Huh?
Right, Doc. Hop in. You all set?
Let her rip.
Well, hold on.
Everything under control, Dr. Kildare?
Oh, I think so. Another accident case. Turn him over to surgery.
Well, that's a relief.
Yeah. What happened to this Bailey fellow?
I don't know, but I can tell you that Dr. Bailey will never miss another assignment around this hospital. With all the troubles I have to endure as head of Blair General, I have never had to put up with an intern not appearing for his assigned duties. Yes, I certainly appreciate your cooperation in this matter, Dr. Kildare. It was most kind of you to help out.
I appreciate it, too, Dr. Kildare.
Well, Bailey, it's nice to see you favoring us with your presence even at this late hour.
I'm sorry, Dr. Carew. I got here as fast as I could.
I suppose you want to take over now, Bailey.
He most certainly will not take over.
I can understand your anger, sir. However, I can't explain why I wasn't here on time.
Yes, Dr. Carew, things sometimes happen, and...
They certainly do. You've been drinking, Bailey. I can smell it on your breath.
Oh, please, Dr. Carew, you're jumping to conclusions. If you'd only listen to me for
Bailey,
a moment,
according to reports I have received, this is the third occasion you've been late for duty. I think the time for excuses is long past. You are jeopardizing not only your own career, but the efficiency of this hospital.
Sir, I've always tried to remember the efficiency of the hospital in everything I do, but unusual circumstances...
Young man, you are preparing to become a doctor. Well, let me inform you that nothing should stand in the way of your medical obligations. If you fail at this job, you will fail at the bigger job of practicing later on.
You think I'm a failure now?
We will discuss that at a special board meeting to be held in my office at 2:30 this afternoon. I'll expect you there, if you can make it on time without an excuse.
So...
Well, have you ever witnessed impertinence like that, Dr. Kildare?
I've never seen a face so angry.
Well, before I'm finished with that young man, he will have something to be angry about.
Standing right beside you, Caruso. All you had to do was look.
Oh, is that so?
That's so.
Did you happen to find those charts that have been missing for the last 3 days?
I did. There you are.
Ah, you've been sitting on them for 2 weeks like a mother hen. What are you hatching, a dictionary?
You were the one who misplaced them, not me.
I never lost anything in my life.
Oh, no. Whatever happened to your good humor?
Yeah.
Parker?
Oh, hello, Jimmy. Hello. Come in.
You'll regret it, Dr. Kildare. He's as crusty as an old piece of fudge today. I'm going. I've had enough for one day.
Say, Jimmy, what are you doing around here?
Oh, just getting off work. It was my day off, but Dr. Carew commandeered me to stand in on an ambulance assignment. The intern didn't show up until late.
Oh, Bailey, huh?
Well, yes. Did you hear about it?
I had to sit in on a special board meeting this afternoon.
How'd it come out?
Oh, we had to suspend Bailey from our staff.
Suspension?
Yeah.
Why, what did Bailey have to say for himself?
Nothing.
Nothing? What, this morning when I met him, he said he could explain everything.
Well, intern Bailey didn't appear at that board meeting.
No.
Very fact that he didn't appear displays an irresponsibility that can't be overlooked.
Well, that's unbelievable. I know he was terribly angry this morning, but so was Dr. Carew. Yet Bailey has his whole career at stake.
That's right, that's true. But negligence is absolutely intolerable, Jimmy, as you know, in medicine. It costs lives. On the face of things, I have to agree with the board's decision. Paul Bailey was negligent.
And is this decision final?
Yeah, it is. Jimmy, what do you got on your mind?
Well, Bailey's had to spend a lot of hard years just to be an intern. He didn't look like the kind of man who would deliberately avoid his medical obligations. I'd like to hear his side of the story.
It's open.
Hello, Bailey.
Oh, hello, Kildare.
Packing, huh?
That's right. Going as far as my $13 will take me. Far enough to get the smell of that hospital out of my nostrils.
Why weren't you at the board meeting this afternoon?
And sit around in one of those stiff-backed chairs while Carew and Gillespie and the rest of them read the riot act to me? Not on your life. I figured that was one thing I didn't have to take before they suspended me. They did suspend me, didn't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
Bailey, you know, every doctor has to go through an internship. You live in rooms as miserable as this. You get little sleep, practically no pay, and a lot of abuse. Grinds your nerves down sometimes, and you say and do things that you regret. We've all done it. I've done it. I'm not here to ask you why you were late or about the liquor on your breath. But you said you had an explanation, and I believe you. Now, why don't you swallow your pride and go to Carew and straighten this thing out?
Don't you remember I tried to talk to him? But you didn't see him trying to listen to me, did you?
Well, he was angry. Yeah, you were angry.
I won't go whining back to him for another chance. Sooner or later, I'd make some other mistake that he could jump me for. It'd be the same thing all over again.
Now, where will you go? You'll need a recommendation for another hospital.
Don't you get it, Kildare? I'm through with medicine. Finished. Kaput. Finita est.
You can't mean that.
Now, look. It isn't just Carew and what happened today. It's what's happened before and what'll keep right on happening if I don't stop kidding myself that I'm going to be a doctor.
What's happened before?
I don't want to talk, Kildare. Why don't you get out of here? Let me finish my packing.
But
look, I've got a temper that comes out sometimes. Beat it, will you? Just beat it.
Jimmy? Oh, Jimmy?
In here, Dr. Gillespie.
Oh. You know, Dr. Kildare, the optic nerve demands a reasonable amount of assistance to perform its correct functions. My advice is electric lights.
Thanks. I didn't notice it was getting so dark.
Maybe I should have left them off. All right, what is it? What's been on your mind for the past 3 days?
Oh, maybe it's just a personality displacement.
That's a nice, vague answer.
Yeah. All right, I've been thinking about Paul Bailey.
Hmm.
There's a question I can't seem to erase from my mind.
And that is?
How would I feel if I were in his position?
That's a very unlikely hypothesis. But I have an answer for you. You'd probably come down to Earth, go to the powers that be, and tell them a story that would exonerate you. If you had a story, of course.
I suppose so.
Well, then?
Oh, it's just that I've been inquiring around about Bailey. He has a fairly good record as a student.
Huh?
No one in the hospital seems to know anything else about him. Never mixed. He's a lonely sort.
Uh-huh.
The drivers who worked on the ambulance with him said that Bailey was all business. Nothing else. Come in.
Excuse me.
Now, what is it this time, Parker?
Well, you know that intern, Paul Bailey? The one that got the sack?
Yeah, well, what about him?
He's back.
Paul Bailey's back on the staff here?
No. He's back as a patient. They found him in a cheap hotel on Gimper Street. Collapsed.
Collapsed? What happened?
Well, all I know is when they brought him in, they said he was a very sick boy. A very sick boy.
return to the story of Dr. Kildare in just a moment. Now we continue with the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Well, Dr. Gillespie, I've just completed a rather thorough examination of Paul Bailey.
Roughly what are the results, Jimmy?
Neurasthenia. Pretty complete nervous breakdown, too.
That's bad news. But it could be worse, I guess.
Bad enough. It's at the point of excessive psychological as well as physical fatigue. He has ulcer symptoms.
I see. What do you think brought all this on, Jimmy? Any ideas?
Wasn't very cooperative, but obviously the decision of the hospital board to suspend him didn't help any.
No, Jimmy, that was the result, not the cause.
Well, tell me what you're thinking, and maybe I'll agree with you.
I'm thinking that this boy, who was almost through his internship, decided that he had this job of becoming a doctor licked. And so he relaxed, and his relaxation took the form of alcohol.
Yes, but he wasn't actually intoxicated.
No, notwithstanding. He didn't explain it.
No.
Jimmy, I am not unnecessarily cruel, you know. Becoming a doctor is hard work. If you pamper a man when he's learning, he'll be no good when he practices.
But suppose we could find out what's behind all this. Possible alcoholism and emotional disturbance, and cure it. Would you be willing to give him another chance?
Certainly, Jim. Yes, certainly. And so would the board of this hospital. But judging from Bailey's attitude, that's just a pink cloud dream.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Dr. Gillespie, but there's a Mrs. Burke here who said she'd like to speak to both of you. It's about Paul Bailey.
About Bailey? Ask her to come in, Parker. Duh.
You may come in, Mrs. Burke.
Thank you kindly.
How do you do, Mrs. Burke? I'm Dr. Gillespie, and this is Dr. Kildare. Sit down, please. Well, now, what can we do for you, Mrs. Burke?
Well, I run the rooming house where Paul Bailey used to live. Been handling the overflow of interns from Blair General for years now.
Oh, I've seen your place.
It's always clean. Well, Paul left real suddenly, and he forgot some of his books and things. I wondered where I could forward them.
Well, we'll send a man over to pick 'em up.
Then I've done my duty, and that's all I come to do.
Just a minute, Mrs. Burke. Is that all you came here to say?
No, it is not. I want to tell somebody what a disgrace it is for a hospital to drive a man to the inhuman point of physical collapse the way you did him.
We did what?
The two of you calling yourselves doctors. You should be ashamed for being a part of the system that allowed that boy to think he was a failure when he had more courage than any 10 other interns in my house. Not that I don't love them all, and not because he's Irish either.
Well, Mrs. Burke, you found out about his collapse very fast.
I was the first to know about it. Sure, didn't I find him?
Find him where?
3 days ago, I come to his room. He'd been up all night studying as usual. He was collapsed, and I knew he had to be on duty. So I forced some brandy down his throat.
You poured brandy down his throat?
And what's wrong with that? It's revived many a good man before him.
You hear that, Dr. G?
Yeah, I heard it, Jimmy.
And it worked. He got up sputtering and coughing and dashing down the stairs and out the door with his coattails flying, headed for the hospital.
Oh, that's how it happened. I thought it was something like that.
Mrs. Burke, did Paul ever have any visitors? Or receive any letters?
Visitors? No. The only mail he had come from a girl in Plainville. Her name, as I remember, was Catherine Miller.
Catherine Miller?
Mrs. Burke, we want to thank you. You've been a big help. Now, I'm going to give you some news. We found Paul Bailey in a hotel room downtown, quite ill. He's a patient here now, and we're going to do everything we can for him.
Oh, could I see him? Could I see the poor boy?
I think you could. Just tell Parker outside of the door that we said you could go.
Oh, I hope everything turns out all right for him.
Well, Jimmy. Now, let me be the first to say I guess I was wrong about the drinking.
Well, it isn't a question of right or wrong in this situation, Dr. G, but we know he wasn't guilty of drinking. We know he was just guilty of trying too hard.
Now we have to find out why.
Yeah. Oh, well, let's see. Her name's Catherine...
Catherine Miller, Plainville, New York.
I came on the first flight, Dr. Gillespie and Dr. Kildare. Will he be all right?
Physically, he'll recover. But there are some other complications. Can you take it, Miss Miller?
Yes, of course.
Paul's quit medicine.
Oh, no. I'd hoped he'd go through with it.
You sound as though you didn't expect him to.
I'm the only one who ever did. Everyone said he'd be a failure. They said he came from a long line of failures. His whole family.
Failure. Everybody's mentioning the word failure. Bailey didn't fail here. He used a compromising situation to make his exit from medicine. But it was only an excuse. We want to know what it's all about. Can you tell us anything?
I think so. Paul killed my brother.
Ah, I see.
It all happened long ago. Even seems unreal now. It was an accident. They went out hunting together. Paul tripped, his gun went off, and shot Billy. And Billy died because they were too far from help. Paul didn't know what to do.
Now I'm beginning to understand. So he decided to learn what to do. He studied medicine, right?
Of course. He wanted to pay the world back for the life he took. But I haven't told you the other important thing yet. The one you're really trying to find out.
What's that?
When he announced in Plainville that he was going to study medicine, everybody laughed at him. They said that he'd be just as big a failure as his father was. You see, Paul's father was a town joke. He was always starting big projects he could never finish. They said Paul was the same kind of person.
Beginning to see everything clearly now. Dr. Gillespie?
What is it, Jimmy?
Do you still have those x-rays and charts on that coccidiomycosis case?
Mr. Franklin?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, of course, sure. But what do you want those for? We already have a definite opinion on that case.
Well, let me explain, Dr. G. This is important. Paul Bailey is being discharged as a patient today, you know.
Oh, I see.
I just don't believe he's through with medicine, not in his heart. I have an idea that today's our last chance to salvage him. We have to find some way to get him.
Never mind, Jimmy. You don't have to explain anymore. I think I know what you're up to. I'll be your straight man.
Dr. Gillespie, you're wonderful. All right, I'll be in your office in about a half an hour.
And I'll be there with the proper equipment and the proper dialogue. Gee, I hope it works.
If it doesn't, we've lost him for good.
Oh, hello, Dr. Kildare.
Hello, Bailey. I heard you were being discharged.
Yeah, this is the day, all right.
Just thought I'd come in, say goodbye. How do you feel?
Fine. Never felt better.
Really?
You know, it's going to be great getting up at 10 or 11 in the morning instead of 5. Getting the smell of ether and iodine out of my clothes. For quite a while, I'm just going to lie around and forget everything I ever knew about medicine.
That's a good idea. Look, suppose I help you carry those suitcases down to your car.
Oh, no, thanks. I can handle them.
Oh, I'd like to, if you wouldn't mind.
All right. Suit yourself.
I'll take this, Pigment. Ready?
All right. Yeah. Ready as I'll ever be.
You know, every time I walk down this corridor, it makes me think of the years it took to build a great medical center like this with all its equipment and knowledge.
The walls need paint.
More I think of it, though, medicine isn't just equipment. More than anything else, it's people. The men and women who experimented and learned and passed their knowledge along to others.
So we turn left here.
A man who can absorb and imaginatively use the great body of medical information is a rare man. Hard to find.
We turn right.
Oh, I almost forgot.
Hmm?
This is Dr. Gillespie's lab. I was supposed to drop in. It'll only take a second. We were just going to make a small decision. You can just wait here by the door. I'll be out in 1 minute.
Yeah, but look,
It'll only take a second. Now, please, just wait.
Oh, Jimmy, I thought you forgot all about our appointment.
I almost did. I'm sorry. I was just walking Bailey here to his car.
Oh, I see. Well, come in, Jimmy. It's just you. Let's get this over with and make our decision. I'll snap on this X-ray lamp.
Oh, so those are Mrs. Franklin's X-rays, huh?
This was taken 3 months ago. And this one 2 weeks ago. The last one was taken this morning.
Well, if I remember her lab reports, the sed rate and blood count were both abnormal. There's nothing really positive on her cultures. Those X-rays look like pulmonary tuberculosis to me.
That's what I said, Jimmy. So I guess we'd better not waste any time and have a pneumothorax operation this afternoon.
It's too bad. I guess that's the only thing to do. Operating room D is open at 4. How about then?
Sounds fine. Thanks for concurring, Jimmy.
Right.
If I can give an opinion, you can't conduct a pneumothorax operation on the basis of the lesions in those X-rays.
Young man, who do you think you're talking to?
Dr. Gillespie, I seem to remember Bailey did some thorax work at U.S. Naval San Diego during the war.
Oh, this is a little irregular.
Now, look, I'd say that patient was about 38, female, and from Lower California, and I'd test her for coccidiomycosis. It's peculiar to that area. We had a few cases. The onset looks very similar to ones I've seen. I'd take some more planiographic and do a lot of thinking before I operated.
Really, Bailey?
Why, yes, sir. I'm almost positive. What are you looking at me like that for?
No use trying to kid yourself, Paul. You really want to be a doctor, and you know it. It's in your heart.
Shouldn't have opened my mouth.
Bailey, you couldn't have stuck with medicine as long as you did, through all the late hours, the weeks of study, the self-sacrifice, unless you really wanted to be a doctor more than anything else in the world.
It's too late now. I'm washed up.
Oh, I don't think you are. We know a lot about you, Paul, that we didn't know 2 weeks ago. We know you've just been working too hard, trying too hard.
We think you'll make a fine doctor.
You men aren't kidding me, are you?
We certainly aren't. Well, what do you say? Shall I help you take your bags to your car or back to your room?
Well, Dr. Kildare, it's a pretty long trip to the car. The room is a lot closer.
In just a moment, we will return to the story of Dr. Kildare. And now, once again, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Hello, Parker.
Good afternoon, Dr. Kildare.
Dr. G.
Oh, who knows? He's been gone all day. He went out with the ambulance this morning.
Ambulance? I don't understand.
When he heard you'd been riding an ambulance, he had to do it, too.
Oh, I see.
I don't believe it.
Oh, good afternoon, everybody.
Hello, Dr. G. I hear you've been riding the ambulance.
He certainly has, Dr. Kildare. The ambulance driver said he'd never had anyone like Leonard Gillespie aboard.
Do you feel all right, Dr. Gillespie?
Oh, of course I feel all right. Why shouldn't I? I was just after a little exercise.
Well, I thought...
You thought I couldn't do it, you old witch. Well, you were wrong. If every day of my life were that easy, I'd be 20 years younger right now. Well, I guess I better get to my desk and get to work.
All right, Dr. G. See you around dinner time.
Jimmy? Why not, indeed?
I'll walk along with you, Dr. Kildare.
Dr. Carew, you know, I'm really surprised at Dr. Gillespie.
So am I. Of course, I didn't tell everything the ambulance driver said about Leonard.
No?
No. If the truth be known, he dropped him off at the zoo this morning.
Zoo?
Yes, and picked him up just before he came in tonight.
You have just heard the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. This program was written by E. Jack Newman and John Michael Hayes and directed by Joe Bigelow. Original music was composed and conducted by Walter Schumann. Virginia Gregg was heard as Nurse Parker and Ted Osborne as Dr. Carew. Others in the cast included Gloria Gordon, Larry Dobkin, and Ann Diamond. Dick Joy speaking. The story of Dr. Kildare.
Whatsoever house I enter, there will I go for the benefit of the sick. Whatsoever things I see or hear concerning the life of men, I will keep silence thereon, counting such things to be held as sacred trust. I will exercise my art solely for the...
The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Metro Goldwyn Mayer brought you those famous motion pictures. Now this exciting, heartwarming series is heard on radio. In just a moment, the story of Dr. Kildare. But first, your announcer. Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Hello, novelist.
Hello, physician. Come on in.
Thought you might be too busy to see a tired old doctor this morning. How's the book, Amy?
Still going to the Emerson Publishing House, chapter by chapter.
Oh, I'll be looking forward to reading it and saying I knew her when.
If it's published. Well, I'm not dreaming any wild dreams about myself as a writer, but at least somebody's reading my stuff, and that means an awful lot.
Oh, I'm sure it does, Amy. And I'm all for you. But now that I know the state of the novel, how about the novelist?
Me? Oh, I'm fine. Outside of a pair of broken legs, nothing really. It's just these pulleys and weights that stretch me out like Monday's washing that bother me so much.
Well, that traction apparatus has kept your legs straight and normal through it all.
I know. Trying to use a typewriter with all this paraphernalia, I feel like a boom on a loading dock.
I've got some good news for you, then. No more traction from now on. We're going to have you taken down later on this morning.
Oh, Dr. Kildare, you really mean that?
I do. I'm putting you in physiotherapy right away. Pretty soon wheelchair, then crutches.
And after that?
Graduation day. Your own 2 feet, Amy.
And I live happy and successful ever after?
Ever after. Because you're the best patient I ever had.
No, it's because you're the best doctor I ever had.
Oh.
Or maybe old Ironjaw's the best doctor.
Ironjaw Gillespie,
Yeah,
huh?
I think he's the best.
Oh, what about Paul Campbell? He's sort of a doctor, a specialist in matters of your heart, isn't he?
You'll never be a writer, physician.
And Paul won't be a doctor. But he's certainly done his part in helping you recover, Amy.
I might never have known Paul. Really, if we hadn't been in that accident together. He might have just driven me home and forgotten me. After all, I was just a girl waiting around in the outer office. I didn't have anyone anywhere before I came here. Now look at me.
Gillespie, I heard you. You don't have to yell at me. I was born with ears.
If the truth were known, you appeared on a stump one day and were hatched out by the sun.
Why, never in all my life.
You certainly never. Where's Dr. Kildare?
Across the hall, waiting for you in the x-ray room as planned.
As planned.
As planned. You said you'd meet him there at 2:30.
Well, then why didn't you say so?
I just did say so. And I have one more thing to say. I was definitely born at St. Mary's Hospital, Hackensack, New Jersey, November 14th, 1902.
1902.
1902.
You mean 1802? Probably aboard Columbus's flagship.
Dr. Gillespie?
Jimmy, I'm sorry I kept you waiting. What are these?
X-rays on Amy Dickens.
Oh, yeah. Well, mending process seems to be advancing nicely.
I'd like to have her in a wheelchair by the end of the week, if possible.
Aren't you rushing things a bit, Jimmy?
I don't think so. She's in a fine state of mind, eager to get on her feet again. Probably to get married.
Yeah, I suppose so. Paul Campbell, of course.
Of course. Who else comes to see her every day?
Jimmy, I've been meaning to speak with you about that.
Oh?
I know Amy Dickens is your patient, and...
Hello. Anybody here?
Oh, Paul.
Hi, Paul.
Come in, boy. Come in. We were just talking about you.
How are you, Dr. Gillespie?
Hey.
Dr. Kildare?
Fine, Paul.
How's Amy?
Dr. Gillespie and I have just been going over her x-rays. She's making wonderful progress. We've taken her off traction. Really coming along fine.
That's good news. Anything that makes her well. As you know, I'm the guy who was driving the car. I put her in the hospital. If it hadn't been for me, she wouldn't be lying upstairs now. I want to do everything I can.
And you are, Paul. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid Amy would be much further away from recovery than she is at this point. She was in pretty bad shape. Oh, I understand you've placed her novel.
Not exactly. I've given it to my boss, Mr. Emerson. I hope he likes it, although Amy doesn't expect him to buy it and publish it right away.
Oh, that's good. A severe disappointment in her life right now could be disastrous.
Just getting Mr. Emerson to read it seems to be good enough for Amy. Yeah. It's about all she thinks about, so I'd say her recovery was pretty much in your hands.
I'm beginning to realize that, Doctor. Could I see her?
Oh, it's a little early in the day for visiting, but I suppose it's all right.
Thanks, Doctor.
Jimmy, I don't like it. I don't like it a little bit.
What do you mean?
Has it occurred to you that the medical safety of Amy Dickens rests entirely in that young man's hands?
He's been a big help to her. I have all the faith in the world in Paul and in Amy's spirit.
Oh, so have I. But not in the complications that are the byproducts of love. Or maybe I'm just getting old and fussy.
Oh, remember, she was alone and friendless before she knew him. Now she has him and a career to look forward to. I wish all my patients had the same accruements.
But his role as a lover and an advisor doesn't make him a doctor.
No.
And no matter what her progress, Amy Dickens still requires competent medical treatment.
Maybe I should clamp down on her. Whip and saddle type of care.
No, don't smile, Jimmy. I don't want to interfere. She's your patient, and you're in the best position to prescribe for her. Yeah, well, shall we get on with these other things?
Well, I think the ride's over for today, Amy. Here we are. I'm back in your room, safe and sound.
How do you feel?
Just a little dizzy.
Well, you can't expect anything different your first time in a wheelchair. After all, you've been flat on your back for a long time.
I certainly don't want to be this weak when I'm downtown talking to Mr. Emerson. After all, what would he think?
Hey, whoa, slow down there.
What?
Oh, what do you mean when you're downtown talking to Mr. Emerson?
Oh, well, you do have a special ambulance for wheelchair patients, and I thought I could sort of go out for a drive one of these days and
and sort of drop in and talk to your publisher?
That's exactly it.
I see.
So what is all this?
Oh, Dr. Gillespie, I had a letter from Floyd Emerson today, and he says he likes what he's seen of my novel, and he wants to discuss it with me as soon as I'm out of the hospital. But that won't be for months. Dr. Kildare, please.
Well, once you get over the dizziness, I don't see why not. The outing might do you some good.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. This means everything to me.
All right, but right now, young lady, rest.
All right. Rest.
Dr. Gillespie, Dr. Kildare. Oh, I'm glad I found you both together.
All right, Paul.
Amy just told me you're letting her go downtown in a special ambulance next
Yeah,
week.
that's right. She's going to call on you and Mr. Emerson. You knew he wrote her about her book.
Doctor, don't let her do it.
Oh, it's medically feasible. She'll be all right.
You see, even Dr. Gillespie admits that.
I know, but...
Okay. What is it, Paul? There's something wrong. Well?
Even if she goes down to Mr. Emerson's office, she can't see him.
What?
I work in his office, and I can't even see him.
Paul, what are you trying to say?
Well, Mr. Emerson didn't write Amy that letter.
Hmm?
I wrote it, and I signed his name. Mr. Emerson's never seen any of her work.
You mean you've been lying to that girl all these months?
I wanted to do everything, anything I could to help her get on her feet.
Now, do you realize what you've done? Instead of encouraging her all this time, you've been misleading her.
About the book, yes, but not about myself. I love her very much. I thought I'd be able to get the book in Emerson's hands before Amy got out of the hospital. But I can't even get to him now. Oh, I'm a heel of the first water.
Dr. Kildare.
Yes, Parker.
Your nurse just phoned. She wants you right upstairs. It's urgent about Amy Dickens.
Thanks, Parker. I'll go right up. Hello, novelist. Well, no work today? Chapter 7. Coming right along, eh?
I suppose so.
You know, my nurse told me something I can hardly believe. She said you refused to stay in your wheelchair today, but you asked to be brought right back to bed.
I was in it long enough to make a phone call from Miss Verner's office.
Oh, I see.
I called up to make an appointment with my publisher, Mr. Emerson.
Amy, please.
The secretary said he'd never heard of me or of my novel.
Don't you think that's funny? You mustn't take it. Paul's been lying to me all the time. You and Dr. Gillespie have been helping me lie. That's not true. Paul only did what he thought best for him. Does not. Must realize. I realize everything.
I can't believe him anymore. Any of you. How do I know you're not lying to me about my legs? Maybe I'll never walk again.
You will walk again, Amy. You'll walk and you'll write.
It hurt me. I feel funny and weak and empty. The same way I feel inside.
Amy, stop this.
You've all lied to me. Lies.
Amy, please.
I'll never walk or write or do anything I want to do. Get out of here. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
We return to the story of Dr. Kildare in just a moment. Now we continue with the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Oh, excuse me, Dr. Gillespie. I didn't know you were busy.
Come in, Jimmy. Come in. Turn on the lights, please. I was just trying to get a sharper focus on this X-ray light. But I've seen all I need to see.
Amy Dickens, eh?
Yeah.
Well, what do you think, Doctor?
She's getting worse. Notice the increase in muscle atrophy in a single week?
Yes, I notice. She won't cooperate. She's just talked herself into not recovering.
If only that boy hadn't lied to him.
He tried to do what he thought was best. It backfired, that's all. He feels absolutely miserable over what he's done. He begged for a chance to straighten things out.
Truth is the only alternative here. He's got to realize exactly what he's done. And Amy Dickens must be made to realize all of the facts. You can't pamper a patient with rosy pictures of... Come in!
Good morning, Dr. Gillespie.
Huh?
Dr. Kildare.
Hi, Paul.
I came over as soon as I could get off. I want to go up and see Amy.
Oh, well, she doesn't want to see you, Paul.
Oh. Well, I guess I can't blame her.
She's a very unhappy girl. Doesn't want to see anybody or do anything. She just lies in bed looking at the ceiling. She won't even try to get up and use her wheelchair.
I was just trying to encourage her. I want you to know that. I didn't think it made any difference how I did it, as long as I did it. I'm not a psychologist or a medicine man. I'm just an average guy who did the best he could.
We know that, Paul. I don't think we've been reading the riot act to you. We just wanted you to have a clear picture of how things stood. And then we can proceed with the repairs.
I'll do anything. Anything at all. Believe me. I love Amy, and I want her to get well.
I called you over, Paul, because everything seems to revolve around the publisher, Floyd Emerson. Now, if you could just get Emerson genuinely interested in Amy and prove it to her, it might fix things up.
I'm afraid Amy's more disappointed in me than Mr. Emerson.
Oh, that's not quite true, Paul, but that could be remedied, too. Now, my suggestion is that you make your promise good and somehow get Emerson really interested in Amy's work.
I'll try.
Where's my stethoscope?
Why, Dr. Gillespie, you're getting so old you can't see. It's hanging around your neck.
Huh? Oh, yes, so it is. That's right. Light's kind of bad in here.
Light? Huh. If you ask me, you're about ready for retirement.
Retirement? Why, you old crone, I'll be practicing medicine years after you entered the old lady's home. They'll have you.
No, they probably won't if they heard I've been working for you.
Is that so?
What are you doing with a stethoscope, anyway?
My watch has been running slow, and I'm listening to see if it has a murmur or something.
Well, I'll be hanged.
I hope so. I'll get it, Parker. I'll get it. You can go. Dr. Gillespie speaking.
Doctor, this is Paul Campbell.
Oh, well, Paul. How'd you make out?
Terrible. I couldn't get an appointment with Mr. Emerson, so I tried to force my way into his office. And guess what?
What?
I was fired.
No.
Yes, Mr. Emerson and his secretary got real mad. I was thrown out and paid off so fast I didn't even get Amy's manuscript back. It's still with Mr. Emerson's secretary. And the building police have orders not to let me in again.
This sounds unusually grim.
I've messed things up again, Doctor.
Well, for the time being, just sit tight and wait until you hear from Dr. Kildare or myself.
Gee, but I'm out of a job, and I've lost Amy.
Oh, I know, son, I know. But maybe it can be straightened out yet. I'll call you later. Goodbye. Jimmy. Oh, Jimmy, I'm glad you came in. I just talked to Paul Campbell.
Oh, what'd he say?
Oh, it wasn't good. Just for trying to get in to see the great Mr. Emerson, he was fired.
Fired? Must be a strange man. Yeah. Well, I won't take this sitting down.
What are you going to do now?
Going downtown and see Emerson myself.
What are you going to try and prove?
Just trying to prove that people are human and have feelings and care about their fellow men.
I never doubted it for a minute, Jimmy. I want to go with you.
My secretary said you told her it was an important matter. You perhaps have a medical book you're interested in publishing. Well, this company publishes only fiction titles.
No, Mr. Emerson. We didn't come here with a medical book for you to publish.
No?
No. To put it quickly, we came to talk about a patient of ours named Amy Dickens.
Oh, that. I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do. This is not a college for would-be writers. And the effrontery of that girl to use the name Dickens.
Oh, this is an unusual medical case, and we thought that if we explained
Look,
it to you...
I have already fired one man because of it. and I intend to take up no more of my time worrying about it. Good day, gentlemen.
Mr. Emerson, just one word, please. Our schedule is as busy as yours, and we have a young girl who's eager and rich in promise, and we took the time to come down and talk to you about her. Didn't seem to be an unnecessary strain on anybody's time, but perhaps my sense of values is distorted or something. Perhaps if I were more like you, I'd be more successful, whatever that is. But I'd trade a bestseller any day for the warm love of a human being I respect. Shall we go, Dr. Gillespie?
Not before I say this. Emerson, if you ever get ill, don't show up at Blair General Hospital, or I'm likely to cut all the meanness out of you, and your life wouldn't be worth living. Come on, Jimmy. I can't wait to get out of here. Well, what, Parker?
You and Dr. Kildare just going to sit around staring at the floor, or are you going to do some work today?
Oh, get out of here.
Yeah. Oh, Dr. Carew called. He said he had a complaint from a Mr. Emerson that you threatened to commit mayhem on him.
I did. And I would.
He just said it in the excitement of the moment, Parker. You know.
I wonder.
Well, Doctor, I guess we'd better do it.
That's the only thing left to do. Nothing's worked so far. Just go up to her and tell her what she's in for and what she can do for herself without anyone's help. Let her take it from there.
I suppose so. Hope it does.
Dr. Gillespie, there's a man outside. I tried to tell him you were out.
Yeah, but he's right here. Hello, Doctor.
Well, if it isn't the publishing tycoon. Don't tell me you're sick and need an operation, Mr. Emerson. It just so happens I have some time.
I deserved it, Dr. Gillespie. It took a while to sink in. Dr. Kildare, I thought I'd return the consideration and come to see you in your office.
Well, I'm a little flabbergasted, but sit down, Mr. Emerson. Sit down.
Thank you. I want you to know that I'm sorry for my performance during your little visit yesterday. It was wrong of me.
You seem to have quite a change of mind all of a sudden.
Well, it would seem so. I spent all last night reading this manuscript by Amy Dickens.
Oh, what did you think of it?
Gentlemen, this manuscript has enough wild situations and characters for 7 novels. And I think all of them would be exceedingly bad.
I was hoping for something else.
So was I.
However, there are some good points. This girl has a lively imagination. She needs discipline and an understanding of story construction. She might be a writer someday.
Well, I'm sorry it couldn't have turned out better.
Nonsense. I think it turned out just fine. After all, one young man and 2 doctors have made strenuous efforts to encourage her. I can, too. Now, if the hospital rules permit, I'd like to speak with this girl and tell her in person just what I think of her, her writing, and her future.
Hello, novelist.
Oh, Dr. Kildare, you startled me. Hello, physician.
Starting a new chapter?
No, just doing some writing exercises. How do you like this? I've been in my wheelchair 5 hours today.
5 hours? I think that's swell, Amy.
Yeah, I've never felt better in my life. Imagine Mr. Emerson taking Paul back into the office and then offering me a job as a reader when I get out of here.
He's really a generous man.
Oh, well, it won't be a big job, but it will give me a chance to learn.
I'm sure you'll do very well when you start back on your novel.
Oh, no, I'm going to throw that away.
What?
Wasn't very good, really. But I got a great plot for a new one.
Oh, tell me about that.
Well, it's all about a girl, see?
Yeah?
In a hospital who wants to be a writer.
Uh-huh.
And there's a boy who wants to help her, but the boy's so darn much in love with her that he lies to her.
In just a moment, we will return to the story of Dr. Kildare. And now, once again, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Here you are, Dr. Gillespie, your stomach pills.
Stomach pills? I don't want any stomach pills. Take them away.
I am going to stand right here until you swallow them.
Well, whose hair-brained idea was this? Stomach pills.
Yours? You prescribed them for yourself this morning. Said your stomach was bothering you.
Oh, well, since then I found out that my belt buckle was twisted and digging into me.
Oh, I'm not going to fall for a story like that now. Come on, come on.
Oh, all right. Water. Ooh, what awful tasting.
Oh, stop being a baby. I've watched you give out thousands of these.
Hey, what's going on in here?
Oh, she's been trying to poison me with some green pills.
Dr. Kildare, this man is impossible. Do you know what I found him doing today?
I couldn't imagine.
Reading a book called The Last of the Great Hussies. You should see the cover. Right, Shuck, a sailor.
Now, Parker, it's a historical novel. History.
Yeah, the history of what, I'd like to know.
Well, I've been reading the same book myself, Parker. It's not half bad.
You? Well, I've heard everything. This is no place for a woman with any breeding.
Poor Parker.
Oh, I just came from Amy Dickens' room.
Ah, what a grand girl she is.
Oh, I know. So much courage, good humor, and charm.
Jimmy, are you by any chance falling for this young lady?
No, Dr. G.
Ah, don't Dr. G me. Put an intelligent, pretty girl and a handsome man together for some months, and things develop.
No, it's nothing like that. Besides, she and Paul are going to be married.
Well, just to make sure, I've arranged a little program for you tonight. Here you are. Dinner reservations, 2 tickets to the theater, and a corsage.
But who am I going with?
I have arranged for her to get the night off. Her name is Diana Werner. Yeah, she's a nurse around here, in case you haven't noticed lately.
Okay, Doctor, you win. But what are you going to do tonight?
I am going to sit up and finish reading The Last of the Great Hussies.
You have just heard the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. This program was written by John Michael Hayes and E. Jack Newman and directed by Joe Bigelow. Original music was composed and conducted by Walter Schumann. Supporting cast included Virginia Gregg, William Bakewell, Peggy Weber, and Earl Ross. Dick Joy speaking. The story of Dr. Kildare.
Whatsoever house I enter, there will I go for the benefit of the sick. And whatsoever things I see or hear concerning the life of men, I will keep silence thereon, counting such things to be held as sacred trust. I will exercise my art solely for the cure of my...
The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer brought you those famous motion pictures. Now this exciting, heartwarming series is heard on radio. In just a moment, the story of Dr. Kildare. But first, your announcer. The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Well, Dr. Gillespie, as you can see from these x-rays, Yukon Joe Moran is ready to be discharged.
Yukon Joe Moran. Yeah.
Now, don't tell me you're letting just one patient get you down.
Jimmy, that man's as phony as the fruit on a woman's hat.
The Yukon, Joe. I don't think he's ever been further north than the Bronx.
Well, he'll be off our hands and out of our hair in another hour, so cheer up.
Well, I wasn't even thinking of him until you mentioned him.
No? Well, then what is on your mind?
It's Parker.
Oh, well, that's why you've been so grumpy. Pining away with love for the fair Parker.
Ah, no, nothing of the sort. That's ridiculous. You know it. It's just the way she's been acting lately. Mark my words, Jimmy, she's up to something.
I haven't noticed anything.
Oh, I have. She's been leaving the hospital at odd hours and making mysterious phone
Which
calls.
wouldn't by any chance be making you jealous.
Oh, jealous. By the great horn spoon, Jimmy. My interest in Parker is purely professional.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be just as concerned about any nurse on the staff.
Of course, Dr. G, of course. I understand perfectly. Hey, I could ask Diana to look into it, living in the nurse's quarters with Parker. She might know what's going on. But since your interest is purely professional, I'm sure you wouldn't stoop to such tactics.
I couldn't think of such a thing.
Certainly not.
I could ask Diana myself if I wanted to go snooping.
I know.
Of course, if you can't restrain your curiosity, I can't control what you do.
Thank you, Dr. G. And if I get any information, you won't mind if I discuss it with you, will you?
If you feel there's anything I should know, for the good of the hospital, of course. But...
Oh, what do you say? Shall we go to lunch?
Never mind lunch. Let's go up and toss Yukon Joe out on his igloo.
Yes, sir, I found nuggets as big as hen's eggs every time I sunk my... Well, hello, Doc. Come on in. I was just telling Dr. Carew and Miss Parker about my diggings up at Moosehead Rock.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Yes, it was most interesting. I'd better be making my rounds, though. You will excuse me.
Oh, yes.
I just happened to stop in, Dr. Gillespie. Mr. Moran was showing us his scrapbook, and
so you forgot to get him his clothes so he can get out of here. Now go on and get him.
Well, Doc, how am I doing?
Oh, ankle's practically healed, Joe. Use a cane, favorite for a few days, you'll be all right.
Well, I'm grateful to you. And when I get back to Moosehead Rock, I'm going to send you a poke so full of gold you won't hardly be able to lift it.
No, we'll skip the gold, Joe. Just make sure to see the cashier on your way out, won't you?
Why, I don't think you fellas trust me. Do I look like the type who'd try to beat a hospital bill? Why, I'm loaded.
Then see the cashier. He'll help you unload. Come on, Jimmy.
Goodbye, Yukon Joe.
Goodbye. And don't forget, if you're ever in the Yukon, look me up.
We will. Yeah, and if you ever break your ankle again, break it in Philadelphia, will you? Jimmy? Did you notice how interested Parker was in that phony in his scrapbook?
Yeah?
Yukon Joe and his team of Huskies. Probably had the pictures taken at Coney Island.
Just the same, Parker was interested, as you say. Maybe she's thinking of doing a little gold digging of her own.
On him? Well, then she'd better borrow a dentist drill. All his gold's in his teeth. Who cares what Parker does? Well, are you going to see Diana or aren't you?
Oh, I'm going, Dr. G. I'm going.
It's funny that you should ask about Parker just now, Jimmy.
Why funny, Diana?
Because there are a few things I've been wanting to tell you, or Dr. Gillespie.
Oh?
You know that little house on Long Island? The one Parker inherited when her aunt died?
Oh, sure. Parker's pride and joy. That's where she plans to live when she retires.
Not anymore, Jimmy. She's selling it.
Selling it? Why, she'd never do that. Diana, are you sure?
Yes, Jimmy.
And Dr. Gillespie's right. There is something wrong.
Well, as long as I've told you this much, I might as well tell you the rest. Parker withdrew her entire savings from the bank this morning.
No.
Jimmy, she must be in some kind of trouble.
Oh, yes. Sounds like serious trouble selling her home, using up her life savings. But why, dear?
I don't know. But she hasn't seemed unhappy. As a matter of fact, she's been singing.
Singing? Parker?
The same song
Oh, I
over
gotta
and
hear
over
that.
again. Something about a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow.
Pot of gold. Uh-huh.
You look as though that might mean something, Jimmy.
I diagnose that as the number one symptom of Parker's ailment.
You mean she's ill?
One of the oldest diseases known to man, or woman. Gold fever.
Uh-huh. So that's it.
I'm afraid so, Dr. Gillespie.
Well, we'll soon find out. Parker! Parker!
Rainbow. Did you call me, Dr. Gillespie?
Sit down, Parker. Go ahead, sit down.
Well, why are you staring at me?
Because I like you, Parker. And because I like you, I'm going to do you a big favor.
What kind of a favor?
Parker, how would you like to be the Diamond Queen of America?
Diamond Queen of America?
Yes, Parker. Yep. Why not? You see, I have a diamond mine. It's over in Brooklyn, right under the BMT subway. I thought you might like to invest some money in it.
But what are you talking about, Dr. Gillespie?
Oh, what's wrong with buying a diamond mine, Parker? You've already bought a gold mine, haven't you? Or did he sell you the Brooklyn Bridge instead?
I don't know what you mean.
We mean Yukon Joe Moran. How much did he hook you for?
He did not hook me. I got a bill of sale.
Parker, you mean you actually gave him money?
I did not give it to him. I bought 1/3 interest in his mine at Moosehead Rock.
Parker, why didn't you ask somebody about this before you did it?
I did ask.
Who did you ask? Some genius like Carew?
Yes, Dr. Carew.
Oh, no.
Well, I did. Mr. Moran sold Dr. Carew a piece of the mine, too.
You mean Carew went into this deal?
Yes, and you could have gotten in on it, too. If Dr. Gillespie wasn't always growling at poor Mr. Moran.
Poor Mr. Moran.
Poor Mr. Moran.
Poor Mr. Moran left here richer than he arrived, thanks to you and Carew and your combined nimble brain power. Parker, do you realize what you've done?
Well, I've just insured my future, that's all.
Insured it. You've beaten it to death with that Moosehead Rock.
But he said there's gold there.
Only gold? No uranium? No platinum?
Have you got a bill of sale, Parker?
I have it right here. Don't you think there is any gold at Moosehead Rock?
Gold? I don't even think there's a moose there.
Oh.
There mightn't even be a rock.
Oh. And he took all my money. Oh.
What do you need money for, after all, Parker? You're a 1/3 owner of a gold mine.
Oh.
Is that legal, Jimmy?
I'm afraid so, Dr. Gillespie, unless we can prove there's no gold there or doesn't have a claim on the land or something.
Well, we better move fast and check on it. You find out about the claim. I'll look into the rest.
Right.
What about me? What am I going to do?
Just wait until we get back. And stay away from the patients. One of them's liable to steal your uniform.
Oh, Dr. Gillespie, this is terrible. Just terrible. And he had such an honest face.
An honest face. Everybody who sells a gold mine has an honest face.
Miss Parker, you talked me into this.
I talked you into it.
Yes?
I asked you if it sounded all right. That's all I did.
Ask an idiotic question of an idiot, and you'll get an idiotic answer.
Dr. Gillespie, how dare you speak to me like that? I've lost $1,000. I'm not a well man.
Dr. Gillespie.
Oh, I'm glad you're back, Jimmy.
Dr. Kildare, have you...
Quiet, you pigeons. What'd you find out, Jimmy?
Well, Yukon Joe really owns the land, all right. He staked a claim years ago.
Well.
So, Dr. Gillespie, perhaps you'll have a little more respect for my judgment in the future.
But we still don't know if there's any gold there, Dr. Carew.
We'll know as soon as we get an answer to my wire from the Alaskan Territorial.
Dr. Gillespie, this telegram just came in
Oh,
for you.
give it here. Give it to me. That's just what I've been waiting for.
Well, what does it say? Is there any gold at Moosehead Rock?
Enough to make that bill of sale legal.
So, you see...
We're rich. Oh,
I said enough to make the bill of sale legal. Your gold mine ore assays about 60 cents a ton.
Only 60 cents a ton?
Yeah. And the only reason it isn't profitable is because it costs $14 a ton to dig it out.
Oh.
Steady, Parker.
Oh, I'll help you, Jimmy.
We'll just put her on the couch. She's fainted.
We return to the story of Dr. Kildare in just a moment. Now we continue with the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Well, Yukon Joe certainly picked one of the better hotels, Dr. Gillespie.
What's the number?
My clerk said it was 1407. Right here.
Come in, garçon. Just put the champagne in the... Oh, Dr. Kildare and old Dr. Gillespie.
Old Dr. Gillespie.
I was expecting the waiter with room service.
We heard you. You always drink champagne for breakfast?
Why, sure, Doc. Don't everybody? Ain't that a good one? Don't everybody? Hey, I thought you guys were doctors. You both look like a couple of embalmers.
We've come to sell you a gold mine, Yukon Joe.
Oh, I'm sorry, Doc. I ain't in the market.
You better be in the market. Don't you realize you've swindled a poor woman out of the money she'll need to live on for the late years of her life?
Now, just a minute, Doc. That's swindle. That's a pretty hard word.
No, we know you're within the law, Joe, by a very slim margin, but we're appealing to your sense of decency.
Well, then let me appeal to yours, too, Doc. I spent 10 years up in the north, freezing to death, eating dried fish, talking to nobody but myself and an occasional wandering Eskimo.
What are you driving at?
Doc, did you ever hear the old saying, gold is where you find it?
Yeah.
So I finally found it at your hospital when Doc Carew and that nurse bought my mine. Besides, they can get even. Let them sell it now. Everybody wants to buy a gold mine.
I take it, then, that you don't intend to return that money.
Doc, me and that money is going to Florida. I figure it'll take me about 10 years before I feel warm again.
Well, there's nothing more we can do, Jimmy. Yet you better stop at the bank before we go back to the hospital.
Wait a minute. Are you going to make up for Parker's losses?
Well, she's got to have something set aside, Jimmy. She can't go on nursing until she's 90.
So you're going to take your own savings and tell her that you got her money back, huh?
Well, I can't tell her it's my money, can I? She'd only got the wrong idea.
Would it be the wrong idea, Dr. G?
No. You just watch where you're driving, Jimmy. Hey, you're going the wrong way. You're headed downtown.
That's right. I've got a little idea. Something that may make Yukon Joe change his mind.
You'll never sell him that mine again.
I wasn't thinking of selling it to him. If my plan works, we won't have to sell. He'll be chasing us wanting to buy. Here we are.
Jimmy, this is the office of the Star Herald.
Wasn't the editor of the Star Herald a patient of ours a few months back? And didn't Parker take care of him? And didn't he write an editorial calling her another Florence Nightingale?
Jimmy, do you think...
We can ask, Dr. G. We can ask.
You just want one single copy of it, Dr. Kildare?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, it's not quite ethical.
What he did to Nurse Parker wasn't quite ethical either.
All right. I'll print one special issue.
Oh, thanks. That's wonderful. Make it a red headline, will you? Big gold strike at Moosehead Rock.
And then under that, say that the man who found the gold was too late. The claim is already registered to Yukon Joe Moran.
Yukon Joe Moran.
Yeah.
I got it. Now, what'll I do with the copy when I get it printed?
Well, just have a small boy slip it under the door of room 1407 at the Royal Plaza Hotel. After that, it's up to Yukon Joe.
All right. Just leave a message that he's wanted at the hospital immediately. Goodbye.
Is that Carew's home you were calling?
Yeah, he's not there either. Have you found any sign of him?
No. Well, we better find him and get that bill of sale before Joe gets here.
Parker! Parker!
Yes, Dr. Gillespie.
I told you to find Dr. Carew. Now, where is he?
I murdered him and put his body in the laundry hamper.
Well, get him and bring him up here before... Parker, are you trying to be funny?
I've been looking all over for him. What else can I do?
I won't answer that, Parker. I'm tempted to, but I won't answer.
Parker, you better check around some more. We'll get your money back, but we'd like to get Dr. Carew's back, too.
All right, Dr. Kildare.
Diana's checking through the wards in the extension. He may be over there someplace. Better get that.
Dr. Gillespie speaking. Oh, good. Thank you.
Located, Carew?
No, it's Yukon Joe. He's on his way up.
Uh-oh. Well, we'll have to stall him. If he ever gets away from here and sees a regular edition of the Star Herald, Carew can kiss his money goodbye.
Well, it's a seller's market, Jimmy. We can hold out until...
It must be him.
Come in.
Well, my two favorite docs. If this ain't a nice surprise finding you here.
Yes, isn't it? We usually spend most of our time at the zoo.
I guess you're kind of surprised to see me, though, eh? Ain't you?
Oh, yeah. Yes. Very surprised.
You don't happen to have a late edition of the Star Herald around, do you?
No, but the newsboy should be around with one in a few minutes. Why?
Oh, nothing. Nothing, Doc.
Your ankle bothering you again, Joe?
No, Doc, it's my conscience.
Oh, no, that's too bad, Jimmy. Really too bad. His conscience.
Yeah. You see, I got to thinking about what I did, selling that mine. Doc, I come to do the right thing. I want to buy it back.
Uh-huh. Well, it might not be so easy, Joe. You see, Nurse Parker's already sold her interest.
To who? What crook is trying to pull a fast one?
I bought Parker's share.
You bought... Well, Doc, you can't do that.
Remember what you said, Joe. Gold is where you find it.
Well, that gave me a hunch, Joe. I figured that a man with a face as honest as yours wouldn't sell anything that wasn't worthwhile.
Oh, but, Doc, you got me all wrong. Honest, I can't be trusted.
You mean that mine isn't worth anything?
Doc, it ain't worth a dime. Now, please let me buy it back.
I don't know. You're acting as though it might be very valuable. What do you think, Dr. Gillespie?
I think we should wait until we can confer with Dr. Carew. After all, he owns some of the stock, too.
Now, look, Doc, I'm warning you. You better sell now before I change my mind.
Have you got the money with you, Yukon Joe?
Doc, my poke is loaded and I'm ready to buy. I'll give you, 50 cents on the dollar.
50 cents on the dollar?
Now, don't get excited, Dr. Gillespie. We should consider Joe's offer. Oh, a newsboy's coming across the grounds now. Perhaps after we've read the headlines, had some
all
coffee,
right. You talk me into it. Full price right now.
I was figuring on a little profit.
Oh, now, Doc, will you talk to him? He's murdering the deal.
I think we'd better do business right now, Dr. Gillespie.
Yeah. Here's your dough.
And here's your bill of sale.
And there's the door, Yukon Joe.
Yes. I'll be mushing on.
If you'd given me a little time, Jimmy, I'd have had his eye teeth.
You old Missouri horse trader.
Parker! Parker!
Did you call me? Where's my money? Did you get it back?
Yes. Will you keep quiet for a minute?
Will I keep quiet? Now, let me tell you something. If it wasn't for you letting all kinds of patients get admitted to this hospital...
Are you blaming? No, both of you. There's no harm done.
Except a nitwit Carew, where the devil can he
Wherever
be?
he is, it's too late now. There's Yukon Joe down on the lawn with the newsboy buying up every copy of the Star Herald.
Wait till he compares him with the copy he's got.
Yeah, just wait.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Carew. Where have you been?
Dr. Carew, we've been searching for you high and low since early this morning.
Well, I'm afraid I had some very important business.
And I'm afraid you've missed some very important business. We had Yukon Joe Moran here this morning. We could have gotten your money back.
Oh, could you indeed?
Yes.
Well, it so happens that I saw Mr. Moran myself at his hotel, and I think I handled the entire affair rather nicely.
Oh, you mean you got your money back, too?
I did not. I made an additional investment with Mr. Moran.
You what?
Miss Parker, the interference of these men has cost you a small fortune.
Carew, what have you done?
I bought Miss Parker's share of the gold mine you so foolishly resold to Mr. Moran.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
You mean that gold mine is really worth something?
Worth something. It's the biggest gold strike in the history of the Yukon.
What?
Oh, and you made me sell it.
Just a minute, Parker. Dr. Carew, what makes you think there's any gold up there?
This, Dr. Kildare. The Star Herald. Look at that headline. Big gold strike at Moosehead Rock.
Oh, for the love of Pete.
Now, Dr. Gillespie, you see what you've done? Now, see?
Shut up!
Dr. Carew, where'd you get that paper?
Where did I... Well, what earthly difference could that make?
Now, Dr. Carew, I want to know...
Well, now let me see. I went to Mr. Moran's hotel this morning. He left the door to his room wide open, and this was in there.
And so, when he came back, you let him sell you Parker's share of the mine, too.
I had quite a time persuading him, but I did. Now, what do you think of that?
Parker, I think you'd better prepare a room for Dr. Carew.
Prepare a room? But I'm not ill.
You're going to be, Carew. You're going to be.
Sit down, Dr. Carew. We've got something to tell you about the facts of life.
In just a moment, we will return to the story of Dr. Kildare. And now, once again, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
I just finished my work, Dr. Gillespie. Need me for anything else before I go?
Well, if it isn't Gold Nugget Parker, the Queen of the Klondike.
You don't have to be so mean to me, do you?
Oh, I'm sorry, Parker. You can go.
Good night. Good night, Dr. Kildare.
Good night, Parker. You know, money isn't everything, Dr. G. She could do with some cheering up. Maybe a movie or something.
You and Diana going to a movie?
We sort of planned on it.
Well, then, why don't you ask me to come along? And Diana could ask Parker. In that way, we could all go together
And Parker wouldn't get the wrong idea.
Ah, splat.
All right, Dr. G. As of this moment, you're Parker's blind date. Shall we make the girls pay for their own admission?
Oh, well, that's not a very gentlemanly thing to do, Jimmy.
Well, we don't want them getting the wrong idea, do we?
Oh, Jimmy Kildare, you get out of here.
You have just heard the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. This program was written by Joel Murcott and directed by Joe Bigelow. Original music was composed and conducted by Walter Schumann. Supporting cast included Virginia Gregg, Ted Osborne, Georgia Ellis, and Peter Leeds. Dick Joy speaking. The story of Dr. Kildare.
Whatsoever house I enter, there will I go for the benefit of the sick. And whatsoever things I see or hear concerning the life of men, I will keep silence thereon, counting such things to be held as sacred trust. I will exercise my art solely for the cure of my...
The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer brought you those famous motion pictures. Now this exciting, heartwarming series is heard on radio. In just a moment, the story of Dr. Kildare. But first, your announcer. Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Parker said you wanted to see me, Dr. Gillespie. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were alone.
It's all right, Jim. Come in. Mr. Sarvo, this is Dr. Kildare.
Dr. Kildare?
How do you do, sir?
Jimmy, Mr. Sarvo has presented me with a problem, and I wanted you here as a witness.
Oh?
Mr. Sarvo wants me to examine a man and treat him, but he wants me to do it without knowing the identity of the patient.
Nobody can know his identity. That is imperative.
It's also highly unusual, Mr. Sargo.
I assure you it is necessary.
It's also necessary that I protect Blair Hospital.
I don't understand.
Oh, that should be rather simple to understand, Mr. Sargo. For all Dr. Gillespie knows, you may be asking him to treat a criminal or something, a man wanted by the law.
No, I give you my word. The man you will treat is not a criminal. Quite the contrary.
Well, then why can't you tell me who he is?
Dr. Gillespie, I can't even give you a reason. All I can say is that I hope someday I may be able to explain it to you.
Oh, there's one thing we're entitled to know. You didn't choose Blair Hospital and Dr. Gillespie out of thin air for this case.
The choice was made after extensive inquiry. Dr. Gillespie is reputed to be the finest internist available.
How do you know your patient needs an internist?
Because of the symptoms. Severe abdominal pain, general malaise, insomnia. Doctor, it is my understanding that you cannot refuse to treat a patient simply because you do not know his identity.
Oh, just a moment, Mr. Sarvo. Dr. Gillespie hasn't refused treatment.
Then there's nothing further to discuss, is there? I will reserve 2 rooms here at the hospital for tomorrow morning. I'll occupy one of them so that I may be close at hand. And your patient will be admitted to the other under the name of John Smith.
John Smith. All right. Bring him in the morning and we'll have a look at him.
Thank you, gentlemen. I wish I could tell you what a tremendous trust is being placed in your hands.
Oh, just a moment, Mr. Sarvo. Dr. Gillespie, according to the symptoms, we probably should run a GI series. Patient might as well be prepared for it anyway when he comes in, huh?
Yes, of course, Jimmy, that's right. See that your John Smith takes no food or liquid of any kind after midnight tonight. Have him here and ready for examination at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Any request you make will be granted, Doctor.
Yeah. Any request will be granted, Doctor, except telling us who the patient really is.
Someday, frustration of your curiosity will give you an ulcer.
Oh, is that so? When did I ever go around sticking my nose into other people's business?
What was that noise?
I'll bet I know. Since when have you taken over the janitor's job? You were listening at the keyhole. That's what you were doing.
Oh, I was not.
No, you were so. You're just busting to find out who John Smith is.
Why,
Go on. Go back to your work and stop meddling.
Well, you don't have to go hollering just because I'm interested in my job, you know.
Women. Did you ever see anybody so nosy in all your life, Jimmy?
Well, that's a delicate question.
Oh, if a man wants to call himself John Smith, it's nobody's business but his own.
Oh, I quite agree.
Who the devil can he be picking such a silly name like that?
Oh, we may find out in the morning while we're finding out what's wrong with him. Now, don't be nervous, Mr. Smith. Fluoroscope can't harm you.
Oh, it just makes it possible for us to see how you're functioning organically.
I quite understand. I won't be a difficult patient.
Oh, I'm sure you won't. Heart looks all right. Move the viewing plate down, Jimmy.
Okay. Get a look at the, Look at this, Dr. Gillespie.
I see it. In the pyloric region.
Have you had difficulty retaining food lately, Mr. Smith?
Yes. Sometimes I suffer from extreme nausea.
Better get a better look at that, Jimmy. Parker, where's the barium mixture?
Right here, Dr. Gillespie.
Give it to Dr. Kildare.
Thank you. Oh, Mr. Smith, I want you to take this glass in your left hand. Got it?
Yes.
Now, this is barium. It's a metallic liquid. Harmless, but it shows up well in the fluoroscope and X-ray. We can trace its course through your digestive tract. I want you to start by taking just one large swallow.
All right, Doctor.
That's good, good. Now just hold the glass. I want you to drink the rest of it in a minute.
Use a little hand pressure, Jimmy.
All right.
Force it around the pyloric region.
Let me know if this causes you any discomfort, Mr. Smith. See it clearly now?
Yeah, very clearly.
All right, Mr. Smith, drink the rest of the mixture. Take it all down quickly as possible, please. Now, I'll tilt the backboard into table position. I want you to climb up on it and lie down on your stomach. That's it. Now, lie on your right side of your face. Arms above your head, please.
I'll move the viewplate, Jimmy.
Thanks.
Hey, there it is. That's the spot.
Yes. All right, Parker, turn off the fluoroscope, put on the lights.
You just stay in that same position for a few minutes, Mr. Smith.
All right.
Want me to call the X-ray technician?
Yeah. Tell him to take 4-quarter views and let's know when they're ready.
After the X-rays are finished, you can go back to your room, Mr. Smith. We'll talk to you later.
Thank you, Doctor.
Well, what do you think, Jimmy?
We'll know better when we see the X-rays, of course, but there's a definite growth in the pylorus.
A dangerous growth?
Not necessarily, not unless it's malignant.
Well, if it isn't now, it will be if it's left there much longer.
I'd recommend exploratory surgery unless the plates indicate a benevolent tumor.
I am afraid that what we saw wasn't benevolent.
Here are the X-rays, Dr. Gillespie.
Oh, good. Let's have a look at them.
I'm afraid they don't require very much looking.
Yeah.
You agree?
All the appearances of carcinoma.
That's what I thought. Well, it'll have to be removed.
And in a couple of weeks at the most. If the growth spreads, the pylorus will be completely obstructed. After that, we'd be too late.
Well, we don't have any worry on that score. It isn't too late now, from all indications. It's still operable, and I'd say the prognosis favorable.
Oh, definitely. Unless complications develop.
None manifest.
Oh, serious complications seldom are. They pop up when they're least expected. That's what makes them serious.
Guess we'd better have a talk with Smith and get his consent for surgery.
Mr. Savo has asked that we discuss our findings with him first, Jimmy. He's been in my outer office for an hour.
You know, that's an odd relationship between Sarvo and Smith. What do you suppose is behind it?
Well, Dr. Kildare,
Who's busting with curiosity now?
Oh, come now, Dr. G. Your long nose is still showing.
It is not. Parker! Parker!
Yes, Dr. Gillespie.
Is Mr. Sarvo still there?
Yes, yes.
Send him in, please.
Doctor, we'll see you now, Mr. Sarvo.
Thank you. Well, gentlemen, he's all right, isn't he? There's nothing seriously wrong.
Are you asking us or telling us?
Well, I'm sorry, Doctor. I'm upset. Now, please tell me what you found.
Your friend's a very sick man, Mr. Sarvo. I'll be blunt with you. We've located what seems to be a cancerous growth.
Then he's going to die.
Nobody said that.
Well, fortunately, you brought him here in time. The growth is operable.
No, Doctor. You're wrong.
The
growth is not operable. Not with him.
Are you a doctor, Mr. Salvo?
No, but I know something that you have yet to learn. Then you'll understand. I'll begin by telling you who John Smith really is.
Well?
The man you know as John Smith is Philip III, King of Corsonia.
That's impossible. Philip of Corsonia abdicated his throne and made the country a democracy 15 years ago. He's been living in England.
He has been here incognito for several months.
Why couldn't you tell us this before?
Because he has enemies. In 4 months, there'll be a plebiscite in Corsonia, an election that will determine whether the country remains democratic or falls before a rising dictatorship. Philip is the one man who can rally the democratic forces, bring the split factions together.
Well, then the operation's even more imperative. If we don't operate, he'll be dead in 2 months.
I know, Doctor. But there's nothing you can do to save him.
But we've told you that the whole...
Just a minute, Jimmy, just a minute. I'm afraid we're dealing with more than cancer. We're dealing with the curse of royal blood. Is Philip a descendant of the Bourbons, Savo?
Yes.
Yeah.
You mean he's a hemophiliac, a bleeder?
Yes, Doctor.
What can we do, Dr. Gillespie? If we don't operate on him, he'll die of cancer in 2 months. If we do operate, his blood won't coagulate. He'll bleed to death on the table.
Jimmy, that man is doomed.
We return to the story of Dr. Kildare in just a moment. Now we continue with the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Dr. Gillespie.
Well, Sunshine Carew, what's on your mind?
Of course, my position as head of this hospital seems to mean nothing to some people I could name. But may I remind you, I do have certain rights.
Did you come in here to read me the Constitution?
I am speaking of my rights in this hospital.
Oh.
Why haven't I been informed that Blair Hospital is honored by the presence of His Royal Majesty, Philip III of Corsonia?
What? Carew. How in tarnation did you find that out? That man's here incognito. You understand?
I understand that you have tried to deprive Blair Hospital of the greatest publicity story in its history.
Publicity. If one word of this leaks out, I'll cut out your giblets.
But really, you expect me to ignore...
How did you find out?
I have my sources of information, Dr. Gillespie.
Oh, so that's it, is it? Parker?
Did you call me your magic... Dr. Gillespie?
You nitwit. So that's why you've been practicing that funny bowing stuff.
Well, for your information, it's not funny bowing stuff. It's what they do at court, and it's called a curtsy. A curtsy.
With those pretzel legs of yours.
Pretzel legs. Let me tell you.
You'll tell me nothing. I'll tell you, both of you.
A man is going to die, and the country he loves may die with him. Is that what you two blabbermouths want to turn into a publicity circus? Get out of here!
Dr. Kildare, come in.
Well, how are you today, Mr.
No. I gave up being a king 15 years ago. Call me Philip, please. And regard me as a friend.
Oh, thank you.
Salvo tells me that I have 2 months, Doctor.
Oh, of course, we can never be certain about
No,
those.
no. It's all right. I had hoped it might be longer. Not for myself, but for my people. If only I could live until the plebiscite. To see them secure with an honorable government, I would do anything.
Would you gamble on losing the 2 months you do have to live? Would you take that chance?
Why do you ask, Dr. Kildare?
Because even with the odds 1,000 to 1 against us, I'm going to ask you to risk that operation.
But with hemophilia...
Just a moment, Salvo. Go ahead, Dr. Kildare.
Well, when a hemophiliac lives to maturity, as you have, there's sometimes an improvement in the condition of his blood. Not much, but some. With a strict pre-surgical regime, we might make some slight additional improvement. Maybe enough to give us just the ghost of a chance.
How can you ask him to take this risk?
You're forgetting something, Salvo. I am going to die in any case. Dr. Kildare is asking me to risk what time I have left against the faint hope of recovery, and with it, life for our people.
I'm sorry, Philip. I withdraw my objection.
All right, Doctor. I'll gamble with you. But do you realize you are gambling, too?
I realize that very keenly.
Well, then why are you doing this, Doctor?
I have my reasons.
Very well. When will you operate?
In about 2 weeks, when we've prepared you as best we can. I'll start by having the nurse bring you a capsule. It's an ovarian extract. You're to have one every 3 hours around the clock from now until surgery. The other preparations, well, you'll be acquainted with them as we go along. You send for me, Dr. Gillespie?
You know darn well I did. Sit down, Jimmy. Sit down. What are you up to?
Why, I don't know what you mean.
Do you think I'm deaf, dumb, and blind? What's behind those extracts you've been prescribing for Philip?
Well, Dr. Gillespie, I've started him on a pre-surgery regime.
A pre-surgery? Jimmy Kildare, have you gone mad?
You've got to try it.
Have you thought of what failure means?
The life of one man who will die anyhow.
Oh, I know that, but the world won't know about it, or about the odds against you. They'll only know that a king died under your scalpel, and your future as a doctor will die with him.
I can't let that matter. Not in the face of what it means to his country, or what it may mean to the rest of the world.
What does it mean to us?
If Philip lives, it guarantees a democracy in Corsonia, a friendly nation in the strategic heart of Europe. Something to help balance our world against everything that might try to destroy it. And does my reputation mean more than that?
Well, you're right, Jimmy. We've no choice. Let's have it. What have you planned?
Oh, well, now, Dr. Gillespie, I can't ask you to share this.
Oh,
risk.
confound it, Jimmy Kildare. Don't you try pulling that on me. I brought you into this case, and we'll see it through together.
Now, if we can get a look at this blood smear under the microscope.
He did a lot of bleeding for a simple finger puncture, Jimmy.
I know.
How does that slide look?
The platelet count's all right. Let's see. Above 250,000, but there's still a qualitative defect.
That's the trouble. It won't clot.
Type AB. We'll call a donor.
All set for direct transfusion, Dr. Kildare.
Thanks, Parker. Now, you may bleed quite a bit, sir.
I understand.
clench and unclench your fist after I enter the vein. Here we go.
Hey, watch the point of entry, Jimmy.
It's all right. He'll get more than he loses.
Yeah, not as much as you'll need.
Platelets look a little better, Dr. G.
Clotting time didn't. It still took too long.
Well, we'll have to give him another direct transfusion in surgery.
Parker, prepare an injection of fresh serum, 30 cc's.
Intramuscular.
Yes, Parker, but I'll administer it.
I better repeat the same injection 24 hours before surgery.
I will. But that'll be it, Dr. Gillespie. There's nothing else we can do.
Yes, there is, Jimmy. Yes, there is. Give it up.
I can't. I've given my word, win or lose. Parker, see that the operating room is ready Wednesday morning at 7 o'clock. Scalpel, Parker.
Yes, Doctor.
How are those hemo clamps, Dr. Gillespie?
All right. Jimmy, but hurry.
No time for pathology. We've got to get out fast.
Open the transfusion valve a little more, Parker. He isn't getting it fast enough.
Carcinoma isn't too bad. I'll be finished in a minute.
Oh, the cancer isn't our worry.
Dr. Kildare.
What is it, Dr. Mason?
I'm not getting a pulse, Doctor.
I can't stop. Quickly, Parker. Chloramine hypo.
Here.
I'll take it.
Right into the heart muscle, Dr. Gillespie.
There it is, Jimmy.
Well, I've got all of the growth ready for suturing. Any response, Dr. Mason?
No, I do. Wait a minute. Yes. Faint, but there's a pulse.
Step up the oxygen, please.
Watch those hemo clamps, Jimmy.
I am, but we've got to close him up fast. Can't take much more blood from the donor.
Pulse is holding evenly, Doctor, but still faint.
We'll make it.
We'll get him out alive, and we've got to keep him that way. That's a tough one, Jimmy.
Yeah. Get those ice packs ready, Parker. Temperature change around the incision may help clotting.
How about cannon applications?
Try it. We'll try anything now. We've got nothing to lose.
Hello, Jimmy.
Oh, Dr. G.
How is he?
Oh, I'm afraid. I'm afraid we've lost. See for yourself.
But, Jimmy, there's no excessive blood loss here. Clotting seems to be all right.
All right, but too late.
Jimmy, come over here.
Is he gone?
Gone, nothing. Well, what was his last temperature reading?
Very low, almost down to 96.
Well, it's better than that now. You can tell by feeling him. Get those ice packs off him right away.
He does seem to be warmer.
Of course he's warmer. He's not in coma. He's in shock from loss of blood. But he's holding now. Let his temperature come up.
The clotting's strong enough to hold.
If he's watched every minute to keep him from moving. Once he comes out of shock, one more transfusion would get him over the hump.
Yes, unless we've failed where we can't see our failure. Inside, there may be internal loss.
Well, if there is, he won't regain consciousness.
If there is, it'll be my fault.
Don't ever say that, Jimmy. Getting him this far is a miracle. You had to work faster than any surgeon I've ever seen, and against fantastic odds.
He's stirring. He's coming around.
Talk to him. Penetrate his consciousness.
I'll try. Philip. Philip, do you hear me, Philip?
Dr. Kildare.
He's coming through, Jimmy.
Yes.
Finished?
Yes, Philip, we're finished. It's all over. You'll be all right now.
Had faith in you.
You couldn't have had faith in a better man. Jimmy, I'm going to call the donor.
Oh, I'll do it, Dr.
No. You stay here with your patient. I'm the assistant on this case, and I'm proud of it.
In just a moment, we will return to the story of Dr. Kildare. once again the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Good morning, Dr. G.
Well, Jimmy, why so bright and cheerful?
Why, haven't you seen the morning papers? Hey, look. Results of the Corsonia plebiscite. Look at that headline.
Former monarch leads Democratic faction to overwhelming victory. People rally to ex-king. Jimmy, that is wonderful.
I know, and look at this. The man we knew as Sarvo was elected president of the Republic.
Ah, president. I like that word, Jimmy. I like it. Gives me a safe feeling.
Dr. Kildare. Oh, Dr. Kildare.
Yes,
Parker, must you come in here like you were shot out of a cannon?
Well, I wanted to give this to Dr. Kildare. It's a cablegram. It just came all the way from Europe.
From Europe?
Here. What is it? What does it say?
Well, give him a chance to open it. Do you think he has X-ray eyes? Good. Well, Jimmy, what does it say?
It's from Philip. It says, President Sarvo and I thank you for a victory that would not have been possible without your help and the help of Dr. Gillespie. And persuading Sarvo to appoint me ambassador to the United States and look forward to seeing you again. Sarvo and I pledge that you and your country will always have friends in ours. With humble gratitude, Philip.
You have just heard the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. This program was written by Joel Murcott and directed by Joe Bigelow. Original music was composed and conducted by Walter Schumann. Virginia Gregg was heard as Nurse Parker and Ted Osborne as Dr. Carew. Others in the cast included Larry Dobkin and Ben Wright. Dick Joy speaking. The story of Dr. Kildare.
Whatsoever house I enter, there will I go for the benefit of the sick. And whatsoever things I see or hear concerning the life of men, I will keep silence thereon, counting such things to be held as sacred trust. I will exercise my art solely for the cure of my people.
The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer brought you those famous motion pictures. Now, this exciting, heartwarming series is heard on radio. In just a moment, the story of Dr. Kildare. But first, your announcer. The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Take a look at the road map in the glove compartment, will you, Dr. G? I think we turn off at a side road soon.
Side road? Mm-hmm. You mean there's actually a side road off this wagon trail?
I'll admit these desert roads aren't exactly superhighways, but this country doesn't call for four-lane traffic. Come on, get the lamp out, will you?
How can I even read the confounded thing with the wind tearing it out of my hand?
All right, I'll stop.
Fine vacation I let you talk me into, Jimmy Kildare. Touring the Arizona desert in a convertible. Next thing you know, you'll have me riding a hot rod. Not that this thing isn't hot enough.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. G, but we'll be out of the heat in another hour or so. We're within 40 miles of the place.
If you were a sailor instead of a doctor, you'd be the type that hires a rowboat on leave. I thought this was a vacation.
It is, but I do want to see the new sanitarium, and so do you. You know you do.
Let's see. Here's the last town we passed through. We must be about here on the map.
And here's the turnoff we want. About 6 miles farther, I'd say.
Well, let's go. I'm cooked half through. I should be well done by the time we get there. Jimmy, what's the matter with you?
I don't know. I just feel a little dizzy, nauseated.
Jimmy, you're sick.
Oh, no. It's just the heat, that's all.
It is not. Same thing happened to you yesterday when we were coming through the mountains. It wasn't hot up there.
I'm all right. It is passing away now.
You better let me drive the rest of the way.
Oh, no.
Go on, slide over. I'll come around. You better get some rest when we reach the sanitarium. I'm going to give you a good going over and find out what's wrong with you.
All right, I tell you. I'll feel fine by the time we get there.
Don't seem to be anybody here, Jimmy.
No? Well, it's Sunday, and that explains why the workmen aren't around, but Dr. Simmons should be here. This is his baby.
Place is almost complete.
Yeah.
Looks like it'll be ready for use in another few weeks. Just a matter of general finishing and installing of equipment.
Dr. Simmons must be around.
Yeah.
Hello? Hello? Anybody here?
Well, Kildare, Dr. Gillespie.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a surprise.
Hi, Dr. Simmons.
Hello, Simmons.
Well, what brings you here?
Well, theoretically, we're on a vacation. But Kildare's been snooping into your letters to me.
Oh.
So he brought me here for a cook's tour of the place.
Well, he never had a better idea. Now, you're looking fine, Leonard. Just keep going, don't you? Like the old man of the sea.
Old man of the sea. You could use a sea around this desert.
You wouldn't say that if you'd ever seen one of our flash floods. How are you, Jimmy?
Oh, just fine, Dr. Simmons.
Famous last words. Just look at him and you can see how fine he is.
He's right, Jimmy. You don't look well.
Now, don't you start to. I've been working hard, that's all. The trip has been exhausting. Now, were we going to talk about the state of my health, or are you going to show us what we drove 2,000 miles to see?
Don't worry. You're going to see every inch of it.
Good.
Over and over again. This is one dream that I want to share. Come on.
When will you be ready for patients?
Oh, about 15th of next month. That's when the staff will come in. Complete equipment is stored in those rooms to the left. Just a matter of setting up shop when the glasswork and the windows are finished.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let me show you this. Through here. Well, what do you think?
Simmons, I'd say that this is the best solarium I've ever seen.
And that goes double for me. It's marvelous, Dr. Simmons.
Yeah, the sun is life to a tubercular patient. You wait until this is finished. The glass we're installing has been designed to admit the greatest possible degree of ultraviolet.
You'll save a lot of lives here, John.
Now, how long can you stay?
Oh, 2 or 3 days, if there's a place for us.
Well, a couple of the rooms are completed. I wanted to move in as soon as possible. I won't guarantee the meals, though. I can do some pretty grim things to food cooked over a Bunsen burner.
Hey, sounds like an interesting diet. You got customers.
Good.
Dr. Simmons, would you mind showing me to my room now? I think I'd like to take a little nap until this afternoon.
Confound it, Jimmy, you are sick.
No, I'm just tired, Dr.
Just being tired doesn't make a man turn white and break into sudden perspiration. After your nap, you're getting a checkup.
Dr. G, when you entered the medical profession, the world lost a great pearl diver.
What are you talking about?
If I remember my slang correctly, pearl diver means dishwasher. And you are doing very well.
Well, I'd do better if you two would keep quiet and speed up the drying. I've got a patient I'm itching to get at.
Oh, no, you haven't. I've had a little rest, and I feel fine.
Hey, it does look a lot better at that, Leonard. You got a little color.
Color? Half your patients you'll treat will have good color, too. That doesn't prove anything.
The way I feel proves enough for me. I'm all right.
I'm inclined to agree with him. Any man who can survive my recipe for chili and beans must be in good condition.
There you are, Dr. G, overruled. But I promise you that if I ever do need help, you'll get my business.
Well, that sounds fair enough, Leonard. At least Kildare is...
Dr. Simmons, come quick. You've got to come quick right away, please,
Yeah.
before it's too late.
Oh, Pedro, what's the matter?
My little Rosie, she's dying. Senores, excuse me, please. I must take the doctor.
No. Calm down, Pedro. These gentlemen are doctors, too.
Oh, then you come too, please, senores. Rosie's so sick she can't hold up her head. She's just laying there behind the house, the poor little thing.
Well, he sounds serious, Dr. Simmons.
Oh, he's very serious, doctor. Please, my wife stays with her while I come for help.
You say she's lying outside the house? Couldn't you carry her inside?
How can we carry her, senor? My wife and I, we can lift little Rosie.
You can't lift her. Before you get the wrong idea, I'd better explain something. Little Rosie isn't a child. She's Pedro's burro.
Burro? See. Dr. Rosie can't help that she's a burro, just like she can help that she's sick. Oh, please, senores, you got to help me. We need her. She carry everything on her back for us. If anything happened to Rosie, then my poor wife, she got to carry everything.
Well, it sounds like we really must help her for your wife's sake, if not for Rosie's. I'll go with him and have a look at the animal.
Are you serious, Jimmy?
Well, why not? The animal is important to him.
Might make medical history at that. One stubborn donkey treating another.
The subtlety of that last remark is not lost, Dr. G. Where's your place, Pedro?
Yeah, only 6 miles, senor. If we run, we'd be there in an hour.
Oh, that sounds like great exercise, but you mind if we take my car instead?
I don't trust cars. But for Rosie, I go with you.
Yeah, you don't know how brave that is, Kildare. By the time you drive over the road to his shack, if you can call it a road, you might wish you'd tried running. Well, maybe so. Anyway, I'll borrow that field kit, Dr. Simmons. I may need it if the burro's really sick. Not only that, but it'll protect you from Dr. Gillespie. He's got a surgical glint in his eye. Well, I'll give your regards to Rosie.
What's the matter with her, doctor? Why she don't get up?
How old is this animal?
Oh, she's only 20. She's young.
Young? 20-year-old burro equals the age of a man of 80 or more. She's just tired of working.
She was tired of working when she was 2 years old. She's even more tired than Pedro.
Well, shot of vitamin B might help, but this old girl's ready for pasture. I'll give her...
Oh, doctor, what's wrong? Why your face gets so white?
No.
Here, doctor, please let me help you.
Thank you, Pedro. Can you get me into your house?
Easy. Quick, Maria. You take his all around.
See.
Oh. You got great pain, doctor. Here, please, you sit down.
My stomach, I guess that chili or something didn't go very well with the bumpy ride we had coming out here.
Do you want some water, doctor?
Please, I'll be able to drive back as soon as his pain goes away. He'll go in a few minutes. Oh.
The pain is not better, doctor?
No, I'm afraid not. It's becoming more localized. Can either of you drive an automobile?
No, senor. No, we never learn.
Doctor, maybe if you tell Pedro how to drive it, he can take you back.
I'm afraid we're too late for that. I couldn't possibly stand the trip over that road.
What do you want us to do, senor?
Well, one of you will have to go on foot. Dr. Simmons has a car at the sanitarium, doesn't he?
Si, of course.
My stomach muscles are getting rigid. Oh.
Doctor, why you press your stomach when it brings you such pain?
Making sure of what's wrong with me. Pedro, get Dr. Gillespie from the sanitarium and bring him here as fast as you can.
Hurry, Pedro.
See, I go at once.
Oh, Pedro. You'd better bring that medical kit in from the car before you go.
Si.
Tell Dr. Gillespie that I'll have to have surgery in 2 hours at the most. I've got acute appendicitis.
We return to the story of Dr. Kildare in just a moment. now we continue with the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Dr. Simmons, Dr. Gillespie.
Pedro, you're exhausted.
I got to bring you.
What's the matter? Why didn't you bring Dr. Kildare?
The great pain in his stomach. He said for you to come right away to make the operation.
Appendicitis?
Si, senor.
I knew I should have examined him, the young fool. He had all the symptoms.
He couldn't even drive back, senor. I come on foot.
Come on, I have my car. We can get to him in 20 minutes.
We'll need equipment.
The kit he took is complete. Everything we need will be there. Now, as soon as we get...
Oh, senor.
What's the matter? What are you stopping for?
We have to stop, Leonard. Can't you hear that?
You mean you want to wait for a rainstorm to pass when Kildare's appendix is liable to burst any minute?
This isn't just a rainstorm. It's a flash flood. We can't possibly get through to him.
Well, I'm going to get through to him.
It's no use, Leonard. Open the door and look out there. Every hollow and gully will be a raging river in less than 2 minutes.
Rain is rain.
Grab him, Pedro.
No, doctor, please, no.
Let me go.
Leonard, stop. Look out there. Look. It's like a waterfall out there. There's absolutely nothing we can do about it.
How long will it last, John?
Storm?
Yeah.
Probably less than 5 minutes. But after that, 8 or 10 hours before we can even start.
Well, he might be all right for that long.
No, senor. He said 2 hours at the most, and I leave him more than an hour ago.
Doctor, why you don't take another one of the little pills to help the pain?
No, if I deaden it too much, go to sleep, I'd be finished. There'd be no chance.
Doctor, the storm, I don't know how to say
I
it.
know, Maria. It's a flash flood. I've heard of them. How long before they'll be able to get through?
It will be night soon. Not before morning.
Marie, how do you light the house at night?
We have a lamp, but there's no fuel.
No fuel?
But I can make a light for you. I have the holy candles.
Good. Maria, I've heard that Mexican women have great courage. Is that true?
It is our pride, senor. Why do you ask?
You know I may die before help arrives.
Oh, no, senor doctor.
There's only one way to prevent that. Whether or not I do will depend on you being very calm.
I will do as you said.
I can't live unless my appendix is removed, Maria. I'll have to remove it. Myself.
Oh.
But I can't do this without your help.
But how can you do this? To be operated on, one must be in a deep sleep.
No. I can use a local anesthetic. It'll help some. The pain will be very great. And you must not be frightened. Especially, you must not faint.
I won't faint. You can depend on me.
I've never depended on anyone more. Help me with these gloves, Maria. And be careful, don't touch anything that hasn't been sterilized in the hot water.
I almost forget.
Now, spread the instruments on the clean towel there beside me.
The pain you have seems to be better. Maybe you don't have to go on with it.
No. It's the local anesthetic beginning to take hold. You remember the names of the instruments now?
See. Scalpel and the forceps.
Yes, and those when I call for sutures.
See. I won't forget. What do you do now with that needle?
I give myself an injection of penicillin to prevent infection. Now, I want you to look at this hypo needle. The one you saw me prepare before. When I start operating, after I make the incision, Maria, I'll be in great pain. Much worse than what I've had before. You understand that?
See, doctor.
Now, my greatest danger will be fainting. And there's a better than even chance that I will faint.
But if that happens, Senor Doctor, what can I do?
That's what the needle is for, Maria. It's coramine, a heart stimulant. If I pass out, you must inject me with this needle.
Doctor,
Doctor, I have never done anything like this before. I don't know how to
I
do
know,
it.
but don't be afraid of it. Just jab it into my arm. Sink it in good. Push the plunger until it's empty.
Oh, but I'm afraid I might hurt you.
If I pass out and you don't do it, I will never regain consciousness. This is the one thing I must leave completely up to you, Maria.
I will do my best.
Good. I'll lie back. Tilt the mirror so I can see what I'm doing.
All right.
You can't see yet. Tilt it further.
Like this?
No, further.
Here?
There, that's it.
Doctor, how long will it take?
I don't know. I may finish in 15 minutes. I don't know. I may never finish. All right, Maria. Scalpel, please.
Gillespie.
Oh, Simmons. How about it? Did you get the call through?
Yes, the lines weren't damaged, luckily. I contacted the Mercy Hospital in Phoenix.
What do they think of my idea?
Well, the storm's over, and a helicopter's taking off from the Phoenix airport right now.
Ah.
They'll pick us up here in about half an hour and fly us out to Pedro's shack.
They don't going to fly me no place. I wait right here till I can walk.
Half an hour. I hope Jimmy's all right until we get there. After we operate, we can get him into the hospital at Phoenix for post-surgical care.
Post-surgical care isn't our problem. Once the appendix is out, he'll be all right.
If it's caught before it ruptures. If it isn't and peritonitis sets in, he'll need plenty of care.
Well, I just hope he's trying to rest out there. He must know that we can't get through to him. I only hope he doesn't get panicky.
Panicky? You don't know Jimmy Kildare like I do. Whatever we find there, it won't be panic. Say, Doc, though, can a helicopter make a night landing?
They've got spotlights. They can land any place.
Yeah.
Keep wiping my forehead, please, Maria.
All right, Doctor.
You all right?
I think so.
Forceps, please.
All right. I dropped it.
Never mind. Another one. Hurry. I'm almost ready to get the appendix. Wipe my eyes. I can barely see. I still can't see. Is the mirror misted over?
No. No, the mirror is all right. Doctor, what's the matter?
Slap me, Maria.
No, I'm afraid.
Slap me. Slap my face. All right. Scalpel, quick.
There.
I got it out, Maria. Not finished yet, though. I must...
Senor Doctor. Senor Doctor.
Needle, Maria. Coramine, hypo.
Lights just picked up a shack down there, sir. See it?
Yes, that's the place, pilot. You can land all right.
Cinch. Our altitude's only 200 feet, and it's all flat down there. Here we go. Just be a little jolt when we hit.
All right, we're down. Let us out.
Just lift that latch, Doc. I'll cut the motor.
Oh, there's Pedro's wife. Just open the shack door.
Senores, you come like angels.
How's Dr. Kildare? Where is he?
Inside.
Yeah. Jimmy. Jimmy, boy.
Dr. G.
Are you all right, Kildare?
Fine.
Fine, but only word he knows. Well, just hold tight till we're ready, Jimmy. We'll have that appendix out in a minute.
Too late, Dr. G. It's already out.
What?
And that piece of gauze by the table.
But you couldn't. It's impossible.
Oh, I'm not the first. Doctors have done it before.
Yeah, in an operating room under ideal conditions will help, but not alone in a place like this.
I had no choice, Dr. Gillespie. And I had Maria's help.
Well, you should have waited.
It was an idiotic thing to try.
I don't know if it was or not, Dr. Gillespie. Come take a look at this appendix.
The great horn spoon.
It's a good thing you did take it out, Jimmy. Another minute could have been too long.
Yeah. But he wouldn't let me check him over this morning. Oh, no. He winds up out here doing it himself. By the way, Dr. Kildare, how's the other donkey you came out to see?
Oh, he's old, ready for pasture. Just like you, Dr. G.
No, is that so?
I'm going to buy Pedro and Maria a new burro. Maria made him mighty brave and efficient nurse when the chips were down. My arm's still sore where she gave me a chloramine injection.
Doctor, you say stick you hard. So when you faint, I close my eyes and I stick.
I'd like to close my eyes and stick 'em, too.
Oh, I'll bet you would. It'd make you happy.
Happy? Jimmy, it'd make me feel like a kid again. A kid playing pin the tail on a donkey.
In just a moment, we will return to the story of Dr. Kildare. And now, once again, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Hello, Jimmy.
Hello, Dr. G. Card ride out yet?
Yep. We can leave in the morning.
Good.
Think you can stand the trip?
Oh, I'm fine. Fit as a fiddle. I'm ready to get back to work at Blair. The only thing bothering me is how much of a bill to send myself.
Yeah. By the way, reports of your little operation kicked up quite a sensation, Jimmy.
Huh?
Oh, sure. Here's a wire from a news syndicate. They want you to write your own story.
But that isn't enough to make you as cheerful as you seem to be.
Yeah.
Oh, whenever you chuckle like that, Dr. G, I know there's something pretty nasty coming up. Now, come on, what is it?
Oh, nothing.
Yes, there is.
I was just talking to Simmons on the phone,
Mm-hmm.
and he said that Pedro and Maria
Yes?
were delighted with the new donkey you sent. Yes, they were just delighted.
Mm.
You know what they're going to name him, Jimmy?
No.
They're calling him Dr. Kildare. Now, isn't that sweet?
Oh, very sweet. But it's likely to create a family feud between Maria and Pedro.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I heard you suggesting that name to Pedro, so I had a chat with Maria, and she's calling the burro Gillespie.
You think you're smart, don't you?
You have just heard the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. This program was written by Joel Murcott and directed by Joe Bigelow. Original music was composed and conducted by Walter Schumann. Supporting cast included Lillian Baeff, Anthony Barrett, and Wilms Herbert. Dick Joy speaking. The story of Dr. Kildare.
Whatsoever house I enter, there will I go for the benefit of the sick. And whatsoever things I see or hear concerning the life of men, I will keep silence thereon, counting such things to be held as sacred trust. I will exercise my art so...
The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer brought you those famous motion pictures. Now this exciting, heartwarming series is heard on radio. In just a moment, the story of Dr. Kildare. But first, your announcer. Now, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Dr. Gillespie's office.
Oh, this is Dr. Kildare, Parker. Is he in yet?
Is he in yet? Well, I should say he is. Well, we've already had 3 fights. He called me an ancient flop-eared witch, and I've called him a rambunctious old hog collar. I've been fired 3 times and hired back twice.
Oh, that means you're still fired, then.
Oh, well, I'm technically unemployed, but he'll hire me back. Well, without me, he couldn't find his way around the office. Dr. Kildare, when I think of all I've done for that man and how ungrateful he is, I can just... Oh, yeah, Dr. Gillespie, you sneaked up on me.
I did indeed, and I got an earful, too. Ungrateful, am I?
Oh, I was only joking. Of course,
Well, you're still fired, and I am not joking. Give me that phone. Hello, Jimmy.
Good morning, Dr. Gillespie. I wonder if you'd come up to floor 7, room 706.
Something special going on up there?
Cooper's been acting up, you know. I guess I'll have to take his bandages off today.
Cooper? Oh, all right, Jimmy. I'll be right up.
Thank you. Diana Verner's in there now, setting up a tray.
Refresh my memory, Jimmy, will you please? How long has Cooper been in here?
2 weeks.
Oh.
We've changed his bandages before, of course, but he's always been under anesthesia. When we take them off today, they'll stay off.
Preparing him for the surgery to come, huh?
Yeah.
Good. Are you administering morphine?
A half grain. He's strong and in fair physical condition, considering all he's been through. Burns on his face pretty well healed. Good granulation tissue.
Well, what are your observations on his mental attitude?
It's not easy to say, definitely. He's been quiet, hasn't said much, but then they rarely do in these cases, you know.
I suppose his family are here.
No, they're not. He only has a wife, and when I telephoned, the maid said she'd gone to Boston for the weekend and wouldn't be back until this afternoon.
Mm-hmm. Well, shall we have a look at him?
Yeah.
Everything's ready, Dr. Kildare.
Good.
His head is shot.
Thanks, Diana.
Morning, Dr. Gillespie.
Diana. Well, how do you feel today, Mr. Cooper?
Like an animal trap.
Well, in a way, you're lucky, Mr. Cooper.
Really?
Yeah, comparatively. You should have seen what people with severe burns had to go through as little as 10 years ago.
Scissors, Diana.
Yes, Doctor.
Bandages change every day.
Now, just hold still.
Great deal of surface infection and draining and pain.
Can you sit up now?
Sure. We've come a long way since then. What with sulfonamides and penicillin. You kind of got in on the lucky days of science.
Sorry. I'll soak it loose.
Here's the solution, Doctor.
Say, I got it easy, huh?
Well, no one with extensive burns has it easy. Yet it's better than it used to be by 1,000%.
Thanks for your kind lecture, Doctor, but it didn't take. You guys are all the same. This'll only hurt a little, and then it tears the top of your head off.
I'd appreciate it if you were a little more quiet, Mr. Cooper.
If I was standing where you are, you were lying in this bed, I could tell you how easy it was and even believe it.
You'll have to stop moving your head, or I can't be responsible for hurting you.
Just get it over with, that's all.
I'm down to the last layer of gauze. I'll give it a thorough soaking. Nurse.
Yes, Doctor.
Oh, just hold still for a minute, and it'll be all over.
Go ahead.
There. You can rest now.
I commend you, Mr. Cooper. You did better than most men.
Oh, never mind the pep talk.
Just turn your head, please.
Very fine job. Very fine. Mr. Cooper, despite your antagonism, which is excusable from a man who's gone through your difficult medical experience, you should be grateful you've had a doctor of Kildare's competence.
Give me a mirror or something so I can get a look at myself.
Or perhaps we should wait until this afternoon when your wife can be here.
My wife? That's a laugh. I want to look at myself now.
Oh, Mr. Cooper, I advise against it at the moment.
What's the matter? Am I so gruesome I'd scare myself?
Of course not. It's just that burns, well, they do alter the skin surface somewhat, and I'd rather you tried to adjust yourself to it slowly.
Something you're not telling me.
Oh, don't put your hands to your face, please.
It's my face, isn't it? Or is it? Are you going to get me a mirror?
I'll tell you what, I'll bring one up this afternoon when we've contacted your wife. And
Get me a mirror now. Oh, sir, help me. I'll climb out of this bed and find one myself.
All right. Diana, can you locate one?
I think so, Doctor.
Mr. Cooper, did you think your face would be completely unscarred? After all, you can't crash land a burning airplane and then lie in the woods for a good many hours without medical attention and expect to come out of it looking like a matinee idol.
Someone was just telling me all about the great things modern science did, wasn't he? I want to see for myself.
But this is just the beginning. There's a lot of work yet to be done on you.
Let me be the judge of that.
Here's the mirror, Doctor.
Thanks.
Let me see it.
All right, Mr. Cooper, but I have just one more thing to say. Now, remember, all we've done so far is to heal the wound. We haven't started any repair work at all. Reconstructive surgery can do a great deal for you.
Let me see it.
Here.
Get out! Go on, get out, all of you!
Now, Mr. Cooper, please.
Did you hear me? Go on, get out! Get out! Get out!
Good morning, Jimmy.
Dr. Gillespie.
Do you know that in the past 2 days I've counted more than 6 new worry lines in your face? If you're not careful, you'll end up by looking like me.
Can't help it. I am worried.
David Cooper.
Yes, he won't talk with anyone, the nurses or myself. Refuses to see any visitors, won't allow the lights to be turned on in his room, and he eats practically nothing. I spent half the day yesterday with our plastic surgeon, Dr. Sinclair, going over his case. Sinclair assures me that he could restore him almost completely to normal.
Well, then go to the boy and tell him just that.
He refuses to listen to anybody.
Well, then give him a chance to think things over by himself. He'll come around.
I wish I thought so. He's in a state of acute melancholia. They say there's a psychological lever that works for each individual case. The trouble is finding it.
Do you have any ideas?
Maybe. Suppose we go out to Long Island and see his wife. She hasn't been to the hospital at all.
Have you explained the situation to her?
No, every time I've called, the maid says she's out.
Well, a wife simply isn't out to her husband when he's sick and in trouble, unless there's a darn good reason. And if Mrs. Cooper's reason is good enough to keep her away from this hospital, I don't think we should go tampering with it.
You're absolutely right, Dr. Gillespie, but I've got to treat my patient, and this may be the way to do it. Now, would you care to come?
No, sir. The days of sticking my nose in other people's lives are over.
All right, Dr. G. I'll see you later.
Confound it. Handmade my hat and coat.
What is it you want, gentlemen?
Mrs. Cooper? Oh, I'm Dr. Kildare, and this is Dr. Gillespie.
How do you do?
How do you do? Didn't my maid explain to you that I was out?
I'm afraid we had to insist. You see, Mrs. Cooper, your husband is in a serious mental state. He was shocked at the condition of his face. He refuses any help. We thought you might be able to talk to him for us.
David is quite old enough to take care of himself.
Illness makes children out of all of us, Surely you can't ignore your own husband at a time like this.
I'm sorry for him. I'm as sorry as I can be that it happened. But he did this to himself. Just like everything he's ever done. He does it. I just stand by and watch. And then when he needs me, he starts crying. This time I'm not answering.
But I think you're the only one who can do anything for him. Now, he needs someone to believe in him, to help him over the shock of what's happened. And if you love him, this is not too much for you to do.
That's just it, Doctor. I don't love him. I did once, but not anymore. I'll tell you what's bothering David more than anything else in the world. He's lost his good looks. His looks were his life. He traded on them. He made money on them, and he broke hearts with them. Mine included. Maybe this will make a man of him.
Oh, it won't make a man of him at all. No, it'll make a wreck of a man.
Well, he asked for it. You know who was in that plane with him when he crashed. Mrs. Elaine Dobson, the showgirl widow. I suppose he was selling real estate at 12,000 feet? Well, I'm the laughingstock of Long Island.
Mrs. Cooper, it's not my place to poke into your private marital life. But out of common humanity, couldn't you come down to the hospital and do something?
No, Dr. Kildare. I could not.
Do you mean to say that that is your final word?
No, there's something else. I'm leaving for Reno. My lawyers are serving David with divorce papers today.
Jimmy.
Yes?
Oh, I'm glad you got back to the hospital.
What's wrong, Diane?
It's David Cooper. He just tried to kill himself.
We return to the story of Dr. Kildare in just a moment. Now we continue with the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Jimmy?
Yes?
Oh, Dr. Gillespie. I didn't know you were still here.
Yeah. You look prettier every day, Diana.
Thank you. This is Mr. Cooper's chart. He's resting quite comfortably now.
Oh, well, just leave it on the desk. I'll look at it later.
All right. It wasn't your fault he tried to jump out of the window.
That's what I've been telling him for an hour. He doesn't believe me either.
Well, I'm going off duty now. Jimmy, if you want to talk or anything later on, I'll be home all evening.
Thanks, sweetie. I'll call you.
Well, we're lucky that attendant stopped him and that Cooper didn't hurt himself.
Not this time.
You think he'll try it again?
Maybe, unless we can reason with him.
He isn't an easy man to reason with.
Simply doesn't want to accept life. But somehow I feel that a man who says he doesn't need help needs it the most. I'm going to give him all I can, whether he'll accept it or not.
Does his wife know what's happened?
I had Diana phone her house. The maid says she's taking the 9 o'clock plane for Reno tonight. There's no way to get in touch with her before she goes.
Well, that ends that.
It would seem so, Dr. G. Oh, what was that other woman's name? The one who was in the plane when Cooper crashed.
Mean the showgirl widow?
Yes.
Elaine Dobson.
That's right.
Yes. Surely you're not thinking...
Oh, yes, I am. I'm going to get her on the phone and bring her up here to talk to Cooper if I can. Apparently, she's the woman we should have looked for in the first place.
Well, see here, Jimmy. I think you're carrying things too far. A man's private life belongs to himself.
Maybe, but from what I've heard, the names of David Cooper and this other woman who was with him were all in the papers.
Yeah.
I think that makes them rather public property. I'm not looking for scandal, Doctor. I'm looking for the key to this man's heart, so he'll want to live. Maybe it's Elaine Dobson, maybe it isn't. But I'm going to find out.
I haven't made a blind date since I was in high school, Dr. Kildare, but I'm glad I made this one. So you're David Cooper's doctor. How is he?
Not very good right now, I'm afraid.
Oh, it's too bad. I guess I was lucky. All I got out of that plane crash was sore feet walking around the mountains looking for help.
Yes, I read all about that in the newspapers. You haven't been in to see him at the hospital, have you?
No. Should I?
He might appreciate a little visit from you.
He didn't ask you to call me. What's on your mind, Doctor?
Oh, Mr. Cooper's burns are very serious. All things considered, he's recovered very well up until a couple of days ago.
But when he saw the damage done to his face, he became absolutely unapproachable. Today, he attempted suicide.
Oh, no.
We expected an emotional shock, but this threw us, frankly. If someone he knows and loves could just spend some time with him, I know he'd listen to reason.
And you read the papers, and you think I might be that someone?
Yes, I do. Well?
Got a light?
Oh, sure.
Thanks. Doctor, you got a bum steer. There's nothing between David Cooper and myself. There's only one woman for him, and that's his wife, Jean.
But I talked to her, and she said
No
that...
matter what she said or he said, I know. Look, I saw him a lot. I'm sort of in the real estate business, too. But he was always business with me. And believe me, that means he was all business with every other woman.
You don't sound like the kind of a person I was supposed to be talking with.
You mean I don't sound like the other woman? Well, I'm not the other woman, and no credit to me.
That isn't quite the way I understood it.
Oh, I'm in love with him, all right. I'd take that guy in a minute if I could get him, but I can't. Nobody can. She's got him, and she'll always have him.
Mrs. Cooper's planning on divorcing him right now.
I know, I heard about that. Even at that, she'll still have him. Know what I mean?
Yes, I think so. But she doesn't know that.
No, she's always been too busy with bridge clubs and cocktail parties to know he's been around loving her the way he does. Not that he's been a saint, but I tried, Dr. Kildare, and I'm a girl who doesn't miss very often.
No, I don't think you do, Mrs. Dobson. Well, you were awfully decent to meet me and talk the way you have. I like you, Elaine Dobson.
Thanks, Doctor. You're all right yourself. I wish I could help out. I'd give anything to be the one to go in that hospital room and talk to him. But I'm just not your girl.
Maybe you can still help, though. Would you be willing to go to Mrs. Cooper and tell her what you've told me?
Me? Go to her? That's a switch.
Would you?
Well, you stuck your neck out, and I'd be sticking my neck out, but if it'd help, yes.
Good girl. Hello? Hello?
Jimmy? Is that you?
Yes, and I think we're getting somewhere.
Elaine Dobson's the right one, huh?
No, not exactly. I'll explain later. Right now, we've got to get out to the airport and stop Mrs. Cooper from getting on that 9 o'clock plane.
Why, it's after 8 o'clock now. You can't possibly...
We could make it if you'd help out. Look, do you think you could sort of, commandeer an ambulance?
An ambulance? Are you...
It'd get us through the traffic, yes. Doctor, this is important. I think it'll save Cooper's life.
An ambulance, huh?
Yes.
Well, that's what they're for. Stay where you are, Jimmy. I'll be there in 5 minutes.
Can you get a driver?
Driver? I'll drive it myself. Four minutes to 9. Phew, I hope we can find him.
I'll wait here. You two go ahead. And good luck.
Thanks.
I'm with you, Jimmy. Where in tarnation?
Flight 37 to Chicago, Salt Lake, Reno, San Francisco. Passengers will please board at gate 5.
37, that must be her flight.
Jimmy. Isn't that her walking up the ramp there?
Where?
In the brown suit.
Oh, that's her. Come on. Oh, Miss Cooper. Mrs. Cooper. We almost missed you.
Why, Dr. Kildare. Dr. Gillespie.
So we got to talk to you.
Well, I'm sorry, but I haven't time. My plane is just about to leave.
You must listen to us.
I can't, I tell you.
Mrs. Cooper, when your husband received your divorce papers today, he tried to commit suicide.
Oh, David. Oh, no.
He seriously needs someone. Now, we're here to ask you to come back and help him.
Oh, I want to, but David doesn't need me. There's someone else.
I know. You mean Elaine Dobson, but you're wrong about that.
Oh, Dr. Kildare, you just don't know anything about it.
Oh, yes, I do, now. And Mrs. Dobson's waiting outside to talk to you, if you don't believe me.
She's here? She came here to see me?
Yes, just to tell you how much your husband does need you. Well, will you come with me? Will you come talk to her, Mrs. Cooper?
Well, Jimmy, we've been sitting in this ambulance for 2 hours now, so I'm getting stiff. How long can two women spend over a cup of coffee?
Long enough to get a lot of things straightened out, I hope.
Well, I hope so, too. I didn't agree with you on your method of handling this case, but someone's coming out of the lunchroom.
It's Mrs. Cooper.
I got my fingers crossed.
I'm sorry we took so much time. We had a great many things to discuss.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Mrs. Dobson, well, that is Elaine, took a taxi back to town.
Huh.
She said she'd call you later.
I see. And you? Do you want to wait for the next plane or go back to town?
I'd like to go back to the hospital with you, Doctor. I'd like to see my husband.
Well, Mrs. Cooper?
Doctor, David said that he'd like to talk to you for a moment.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
Oh, no. None of that now. None of that.
I've been so wrong about so many things.
Oh, well, everybody makes mistakes, you know. Misunderstanding seems to be the keynote in this day and age.
All these years, I've been thinking that David was interested in other women, that he didn't love me. It's funny, isn't it? It took another woman to tell me the truth.
And you know how much he really needs you, and how much you need him.
Yes, Doctor. Thanks to you and Dr. Kildare and Elaine Dobson.
And you told him that just now?
Yes.
Poor bad. Nothing to cry about.
Well, Mrs. Cooper, I have some good news for you, and for you too, Dr. Gillespie.
Huh.
Our patient wants Dr. Sinclair to start surgery as soon as possible.
Oh, thank heaven. Thank heaven.
You see, there's nothing to cry about now. Wouldn't that be your opinion, Doctor?
Exactly my opinion, Doctor.
Yeah.
Exactly.
In just a moment, we will return to the story of Dr. Kildare. And now, once again, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
No, Dr. Carew. Yes, Dr. Carew. I know you're the head of this hospital. Yes. Well, I'll tell him as soon as he comes in. Dr. Gillespie, you're going to have to talk with him sometime.
Well, I don't want to talk to him now. Just keep on telling him I'm out.
What's all this business about you stealing an ambulance? All right. You got yourself in trouble. You won't even tell me about it. I give up. I won't even try to help you.
You never helped me in your life.
Oh.
Screw. I'm out.
Dr. Gillespie, don't you dare hide under that desk.
Anybody home?
Oh, Dr. Kildare, he's home, yes.
Jimmy, come on in. Come in. Quickly shut the door.
He's gone insane, Dr. Kildare. Absolutely off his noodle.
Go on with you. I'm just wary of traitors who work on the inside. Jimmy, Carew's all fired up about this ambulance.
Well, I guess I'm guilty along with him.
You, Dr. Kildare.
It was in line of duty. I'll swear to it on a stack of lab reports. And in this case, it saved a man's life. Just the same as if we'd picked him up on an accident emergency call.
All right. I'll cover for you. Dr. Carew calls again. I'll slip him an alibi.
Well, now, Parker, that's nice of you. And in view of circumstances, you can forget that I fired you this morning.
You wouldn't dare fire me.
Mm-hmm.
I know too much.
Well, maybe you're right at that. Dr. Kildare, how would you like a little golf this afternoon?
Why, I'd be delighted, Dr. G.
So would I. Now that we've got that one out of our systems, let's get to work on the next case.
You have just heard the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. This program was written by E. Jack Newman and John Michael Hayes and directed by Joe Bigelow. Original music was composed and conducted by Walter Schumann. Supporting cast included Virginia Gregg, Georgia Ellis, Larry Dobkin, Yvonne Patey, and Isabel Jewell. Dick Joy speaking. The story of Dr. Kildare.
Whatsoever house I enter, there will I go for the benefit of the sick. Whatsoever things I see or hear concerning the life of men, I will keep silence thereon, counting such things to be held as sacred trust. I will exercise my art solely for the...
The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer brought you those famous motion pictures. Now this exciting, heartwarming series is heard on radio. In just a moment, the story of Dr. Kildare. But first, your announcer. The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Oh, Diana, come in.
Jimmy, I know you've been busy, but that Mrs. Morton is still waiting.
Mrs. Morton? Oh, the lady with the baby.
Yes, I told her your schedule was full, but she insisted.
Well, I guess I'd better go see her then.
All right.
Can't imagine why she wouldn't settle for one of the pediatricians. Has the baby been a patient here before?
No, I've checked the records. I was just going off duty, Jimmy, but if you need me...
Oh, no, thanks, dear. If it was anything serious, you wouldn't have waited this long.
All right, Jimmy. Goodbye.
Bye. Mrs. Morton?
Dr. Kildare, the nurse said that you were terribly busy, but I just had to see you. I'm sorry to bother you, Dr. Kildare.
Now, take it easy.
What? I'm sorry. You don't remember me, do you?
Remember you? Well, you look vaguely familiar, but
Well, I wasn't Mrs. Morton the last time you saw me.
Oh.
Do you remember Kathy Winslow?
Kathy Winslow? Well, of course I remember, but... Well, you were only a little girl, and now you've got a baby of your own.
I'm 19 now, Doctor.
Oh, that's pretty old, isn't it? You say it like it was 90. Well, how are your folks?
They're gone, Doctor. An automobile accident 3 years ago.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know, Kathy. Well, did you come to see me about the little fellow sleeping in the blanket there? It is a boy, isn't it?
Yes. He's only a month old.
Mm-hmm. He looks healthy enough. What seems to be wrong with him?
Dr. Kildare, I want you to...
Kathy, what's the matter?
Oh, I don't know.
Kathy, get hold of yourself.
Sorry. Dr. Kildare, could you find a home for him?
You mean you want to give your child out for adoption?
Yes.
I see. How does your husband feel about this?
Oh, Dr. Kildare,
Kathy, now, I've known you since you were a baby. Why, your mother used to pay me a nickel to push your carriage when I got home from school. There isn't anything you can't tell me.
Oh, my husband doesn't even know about the baby.
Oh, I see. Kathy, do you know what adoption means?
Yes.
You know, once you give him up, I'll be bound never to tell who has him, and you'll never see him again. Is that what you want, Kathy?
Yes. Yes. That's what I want.
Yeah. Ah, look at him, Jimmy. Little rascal's trying to raise his head. What kind of a woman can his mother be to want to walk out on him?
Well, Dr. Gillespie, she's only 19. A little more than a child herself.
Ah, if she's old enough to have a baby, she's old enough to keep it and take care of it. Is she married?
She says her name is Mrs. Morton.
Do you believe her?
I don't know. She was a sweet child, though. Came from a wonderful family.
Well, that isn't always a guarantee against trouble, Jimmy.
I know.
What time do you expect her to get here?
She's due any minute. Told her to come back this morning at about 11. Diana will let us know when she arrives. When you see her, please try to be kind, will you?
Jimmy, you can't be kind to everybody. This baby could use a little kindness, too.
I know. I only meant...
I know what you meant, Jimmy. I know. We're doctors. Other people in the world may throw stones, but we're supposed to stand by and heal the bruises.
If we can. Something tells me Kathy's bruises go very deep. Then you haven't changed your mind, Kathy?
No.
Is it because you're afraid you can't support the baby?
No.
If that's it, Kathy, we can help you get a job. Find a day nursery to take care of the child while you're working.
And then after work, he'd be yours. You wouldn't have to face years of lying awake at night wondering where he is and how he's growing up.
I can't do it. I'd be no good to him. He'd grow up hating me.
Kathy, there's nothing more valuable to a child than his mother. You must know that.
But I don't know anything about babies. I do things all wrong, and lots of times he cries.
He cries? What do you expect him to do, laugh? He's a stranger facing a strange world, and he has to learn how things are, just as you have to learn how to take care of him.
You know, Kathy, being a mother isn't accomplished by giving birth. That's only the beginning.
The baby will give you a chance, Kathy. Why not do the same for him?
Oh, but I am giving him a chance. I want him to be somebody. Somebody strong and worthwhile.
You seem to be under the impression that young babies crawl out into the world and succeed by themselves.
Oh, but I'm not leaving him by himself. I'm asking you to find somebody to take care of him. Somebody who's better than I am.
Who are you trying to make things better for? Him or yourself?
Oh, please. Please don't say anything else to me. If you won't help me, I'll take him to some other place where they will. I only came here because Dr. Kildare...
Because we've known each other a long time? Well, I was hoping you'd give that more thought, Kathy. Remember the little girl you were? The tiny thing I pushed around in the baby carriage? You know, your mother wouldn't have given you up for the world, or the sun, or the stars. If she were living, I wonder how she'd feel, knowing that you were giving your child, her grandchild, into the hands of strangers.
Oh, please. Please.
All right, Kathy. The adoption will be arranged.
Parker! Parker!
Did you call me, Dr. Gillespie?
Did I call you, Parker? Why, no. Where did you ever get the idea I called you? Where is that confidential file I asked you to get?
I gave it to Dr. Kildare like you told me.
Well, then, why didn't you say so?
Oh, I guess the cat got my tongue. Or maybe you were just shouting so loud you didn't hear me.
Parker, I do not shout.
You do, too.
I should know better than try to argue with an old battle axe.
Old? Now, let me tell you something, Dr. Gillespie. You're not exactly a rover boy yourself.
Yeah.
You need to get, I'll be in the next room. Just fire a cannon and I'll hear it.
Dr. Gillespie, what were you sticking your tongue out for?
Huh? Oh, yeah. I was just going to seal the letter.
Oh?
Slipped out of my hands. Must have Gone under the desk.
Oh, I'll help you find it.
No, I can wait. Yeah, I'll get it later. Have you looked through that file?
Oh, yes. Some pretty wonderful couples who haven't been blessed with children of their own.
Jimmy, I know 100 who'd be happy to take that Morton baby and love it and cherish it for the rest of their lives.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know, Dr. Gillespie. I hate to be responsible for a decision of this kind.
You don't think I enjoy it, do you?
You know, Kathy wants that baby herself. No matter how she acts or what she says, she still wants him.
I think so, too, Jimmy. Yeah. But what can we do if she won't keep him?
There must be a reason for it.
Girl has a guilt complex, feeling of inferiority.
But why?
Jimmy, she calls herself Mrs. Morton. But we've no proof that there is a Mr. Morton.
No, that's right. Well, I'm going to try to find him. I'm going to check the other hospitals, locate the baby's birth certificate, and see if I can't establish the father's full name.
Well, suppose you don't find anything.
Well, then I thought perhaps we might let Kathy meet the couple who come to adopt the child. Once she knew he was going, her instinct might make her grab onto him.
Oh, that's not very fair, Jimmy. Not fair to the couple who want the child.
No, it isn't. We can't do that.
But it might work if we got a couple to pretend they were thinking of adoption.
That's an idea. Especially if we get a couple she wouldn't want the child to be with.
Jimmy, I know just the pair.
Who?
You leave it to me. You just get going and check on that birth certificate.
All right. I'm on my way.
Parker! Oh, Parker!
Yes, Dr. Gillespie.
Sit down, Parker. Sit down.
Well, what are you looking at me like that for?
Parker, I have wonderful news for you. Parker, you are about to become a mother.
We return to the story of Dr. Kildare in just a moment. Now we continue with the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Are you crazy, Dr. Gillespie? I couldn't adopt a little baby.
I'm only asking you to pretend you want to adopt him, Parker. Well, that shouldn't be so hard for you. After all, you walk around here in a uniform pretending to work.
Well, I never.
The baby's mother has never seen you. Now, do you want to help, or do you want to see that child separated from its natural mother?
Well, am I supposed to be adopting this baby all by myself?
No, Parker, no. I got a make-believe husband all picked out for you.
Who?
I sent Diana for him. He'll be here in a minute. As a matter of fact, I think I hear him coming right.
Did you want to see me, Dr. Gillespie?
Him? Now, you listen to me, Dr. Gillespie.
Quiet, Parker, quiet.
What's all this about him? Who's him?
Dr. Carew, him is you. Sit down, Daddy.
I remember the name of Morton, Dr. Kildare. I'm sure the baby was born here.
Must have been last month.
Then it'll be in this record book. Yeah, here we are. Morton, a boy born to Mrs. Kathy Morton on the 14th.
That's the one. May I see that?
Well, of course, Doctor. Help yourself.
Father, Sergeant Walter Morton. Don't you have an address on him?
No, apparently Mrs. Morton didn't give an address.
Sergeant.
Might be a policeman, Dr. Kildare.
Yeah? Or a member of the armed forces. Well, I'll find out. Thanks very much.
You're welcome, Doctor.
Dr. Gillespie, this is preposterous. Absolutely preposterous.
It's also absolutely necessary. Now let's go over it again. Where are you from?
Australia.
And what do you do in Australia, Dr. Or rather, Mr. Carew?
We raise kangaroos.
Sheep. You raise sheep.
All right, Dr. Gillespie. Sheep.
Now, why do you want to adopt a little boy?
So we'll have somebody to take care of the sheep without having to pay wages. Dr. Gillespie, that young woman will think I am a monster.
That's exactly what we wanted to think. Hello?
Dr. Gillespie?
Oh, Jimmy, yeah. What'd you find out?
Kathy has a husband, all right. His name is Sergeant Walter Morton.
Have you been able to locate him?
Yes, Fort Bixby.
Well, get out there and bring him back with you.
I just stopped a call on the way. How's your plan working?
Jimmy, I have the greatest pair of prospective foster parents you ever looked eyes on.
Who?
Parker and Carew.
Oh, no.
Jimmy, by the time you get Kathy's husband back here, she'll be softened up completely. I don't think a female ape would hand her child over to Parker and Carew.
Well, keep the wheels turning, Dr. G. I'm off for Fort Bixby.
That's Sergeant Morton coming in with his squad now.
What sort of a man is he, Captain?
There isn't a better or tougher top sergeant in the Marine Corps.
What? You can stand there at attention till you decide which foot is your left.
Sergeant Morton.
Yes, sir.
At ease, Sergeant. This is Dr. Kildare. I'm giving you a 3-day pass so you can leave the post with the doctor.
Yes, sir.
Take over, Dr. Kildare.
Doc, what's this all about? Where am I supposed to go with you?
To see your wife, Kathy, if you'd like.
Kathy? Where is she? Is she all right, Doc? I've been looking all over for her for months.
She's all right, Sergeant. By the way, when did you see her last?
Not since she walked out on me months ago. Look, you got to take me to her. I've been half crazy worrying about her.
All right, Walter, I'll take you to her. But she's changed.
What do you mean, changed? You said she was all right.
She is, but there's another man in her life now. A pretty handsome young fella.
Another man? Who is he? Where is he? Lead me to him. I'll punch him right in the nose.
Oh, I don't think you will. He's pretty strong.
Strong? I'll show him who's strong. Just wait till I get my hands on him.
Just wait until he gets his hands on you. Well, Walter, still gonna punch him in the nose?
See, Doc, he is strong, isn't he? Look at the grip he's got on my finger.
Got a pretty good grip on your heart, too, hasn't he?
But why didn't Kathy tell me? Why did she run away?
I'm afraid only you can answer that. Did you have any sort of an argument or anything before she left?
Well, there wasn't an argument exactly. I was home from the post. She cooked a big dinner, but it was kind of burnt.
I see. Well, then what happened?
Well, Kathy's dinners were always kind of burnt. I guess I said something about it.
Oh, what did you say, Walter?
I said she ought to get on the ball with her cooking and housekeeping. And then I said it was a good thing we didn't have a kid because she'd never learn how to take care of it.
Well, that was real bright, Walter. Tell me, was there something special about that dinner? You said it was big.
Well, yeah. She'd baked a cake, even. But, Doc, it was an awful cake, honest.
I don't care how awful it was. That dinner must have meant something to her, because I've got a hunch that was the day she found out she was going to have the baby. And she was making that dinner so she could tell you and celebrate.
Oh, Doc, holy smokes. Oh, what a dope I am.
You can say that again. You married an 18-year-old girl who adored you and looked up to you, and then you treated her like a boot camp recruit.
But, Doc, I love Kathy. I was just trying to tell her...
Yes, only you were telling her like a top sergeant, not a husband. You had her so frightened she couldn't do anything right. Pick up your son and come with me.
Well, Doc, you gonna fix it so I can talk to her?
Yes? And you'd better do some thinking about how you should talk to a young bride. You know, she can learn to do anything any other young wife and mother can do, if you give her a chance.
want those people to have your baby then?
Why, no. No, they were terrible people.
Well, you've got to give them to somebody if you won't take care of them yourself.
I've told you 100 times I can't take care of him. I don't know how to do anything. I can't cook. I can't keep house. I can't even make a bed right.
Who said so? You were 16 years old when you lost your parents. What did you do up till then?
I went to school.
And after that, you went to work, didn't you?
Yes.
So you never kept a home until you were married, did you?
No.
Did you expect to learn all the things a woman does in a lifetime in the course of a few short months?
I don't know.
Well, Kathy. Dr. Gillespie?
Jimmy, Mrs. Morton didn't like the, foster parents I found for her baby.
Oh? Oh, that's too bad.
Well, they wouldn't love him and take care of him the way they should.
Jimmy, come here, man, please, man. Did you find the husband?
Yes. He's waiting in the next room with the baby, but we can't let her know that yet.
No. She's got to be willing to take the boy on her own, with or without husband.
I think she will. Kathy, I found somebody else to take your baby. Someone who's certain to love him and be kind to him.
Can I see them and talk to them?
No, I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Oh, but Dr. Gillespie, let me talk to those other people.
I told you why I was able to do that, Kathy. Because they were from Australia.
That's right. If they'd taken the baby, they'd have taken it far away to a different country where you couldn't have followed them trying to see the child.
Oh, but it isn't fair. You're asking me to give my child to people I've never seen.
Oh, that won't make any difference. You won't be seeing the child again, either.
He won't need you, Kathy. He'll be somebody else's baby when they take him out of here.
Foster parents take a child because they want him, Kathy.
Once he grabs a finger with that little fist, he'll make a home for himself. He'll not only belong to them, they'll belong to him.
All you have to do is to sign the adoption papers, Kathy. It'll all be over then, and you can go. Here, right there. Just write your name on the dotted line. Have you got a pen, Jimmy?
Yes. Here, Kathy.
A child should have two parents anyhow, unless fate decides otherwise. A father to teach him to play ball, and how to sock a bully in the nose if he gets in a scrap after school.
And his mother to feed him and wash him, take care of him when he has the measles and chicken pox and the mumps.
A mother's hands are wonderful things, you know.
Yes.
A doctor can give medicine to a child with a fever, but it seems to work best when his mother's there to put a hand on his forehead or wet his lips.
Well, just sign the papers, Kathy.
It's a worry when a child gets ill, Kathy. Look at all the heartache you'll save. You'll never even know about it.
Where's my baby? Where is he?
Kathy, you can't see him again.
You tell me where he is. I want him. Nobody's going to take him away from me. Nobody.
He's just behind that door, Kathy, with a man who also wants him very much.
I want my baby. My baby. I want my... Oh, Walter. Walter.
Kathy. Oh, Kathy, honey.
Jimmy, I think we'd better take a little walk.
Yeah, I know just the place, Dr. G. Down in the basement where we can burn these adoption papers.
In just a moment, we will return to the story of Dr. Kildare. And now, once again, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Well, Jimmy, a very sad day isn't so bad when it has a happy ending.
Kathy and Walter and the baby. I think it's going to work out fine.
But, well, Jimmy, look. The world's greatest pair of foster parents.
Very funny, Dr. Gillespie. I bid you good evening.
And don't you ever get me mixed up in one of your crazy schemes again.
Why, I won't be able to. Did you hear the news, Jimmy? Daddy Carew and Mama Parker are going to get married and move to Australia, where they can raise little kangaroos.
For your information, if I ever want to get married, I can find a better man than I'd ever find around this hospital.
Parker, you'd marry a rhinoceros if one proposed to you.
You horrible man. I have nothing further to say to you. Good night, Dr. Kildare.
Good night, Parker. Good night, Dr. Carew.
Care to have dinner with me, Jimmy?
Oh, I have a sort of a date with Diana.
Oh, well, all right, run along then. Run along.
You might walk over to the nurse's quarters with me. Parker may have cooled off by the time we get there, and I know how you hate to eat alone.
Well, I do hate eating alone.
And Parker recovers quickly.
I don't know, Jimmy. We better walk real slow.
You have just heard the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. This program was written by Joel Murcott and directed by Joe Bigelow. Original music was composed and conducted by Walter Schumann. Supporting cast included Virginia Gregg, Ted Osborne, Georgia Ellis, Jack Crucian, Isabel Jewell, and Vic Perrin. Dick Joy speaking. The story of Dr. Kildare.
Whatsoever house I enter, there will I go for the benefit of the sick. Or whatsoever things I see or hear concerning the life of men, I will keep silence thereon, counting such things to be held as sacred trust. I will exercise my art solely for the cure of...
The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer brought you those famous motion pictures. Now this exciting, heartwarming series is heard on radio. In just a moment, the story of Dr. Kildare. Now, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Hello there.
Why, hello.
I'm Dr. Kildare. Dr. Henderson's been called out of town. I'm going to be your doctor for this afternoon.
In that case, Dr. Kildare, I'm going to be your nurse for this afternoon.
Good.
I'm Miss Thompson. Welcome to first floor receiving ward.
Thank you.
I don't suppose you'll find this as exciting as that diagnostic clinic up in the clouds with Dr. Gillespie.
Oh, you're wrong, Miss Thompson. First floor receiving a world of screaming sirens and screeching ambulances, vibrant, full of life and action.
Well, our action for the day has been one broken arm and one appendectomy. Mm-hmm. Both patients doing fine, both resting comfortably, and both hate doctors. Here are the charts.
I'll look in on that appendectomy in a while.
Not even a broken thermometer, Doctor.
And frankly, nurse, that's the kind of a day I like to have in receiving. I don't mind looking out this window and not seeing an ambulance. Hmm? Miss Thompson, there's a passenger car parked in the ambulance driveway.
Oh, I'd better call the emergency office and tell them to clear that runway. I don't know why anybody'd do a thing like that.
Where's the doctor here?
I'm Dr. Kildare.
Doc, you better come quick. I got him out in my car.
Hmm? Miss Thompson, notify the litter crew.
Come on, Doc. Come on. I think he's dying or something.
And come right out with my bag.
Right away, Doctor.
I'd have brought him in myself, Doc, but I didn't want to move him until you had a look at him.
That was the right thing to do.
I guess I shouldn't have come up the ambulance ramp, but I wanted somebody to get to him fast, and I couldn't find the other receiving entrance.
Mm-hmm, sure.
We were just getting ready to eat lunch when he folded up. He was suffering something awful. Said his stomach was killing him, so I piled him into my car and drove him right over. It was the nearest place. Thought it might be appendicitis or something.
Good.
This is him, Doc. This is Joe.
All right, let me have a look now.
I'm all right. I'll be all right in a while. I want to get back to my job.
Nurse?
The litter crew standing by, Doctor.
Good. It's an internal hemorrhage. He's going into shock. I'll need morphine for this man.
Yes, Doctor.
I don't get it, Doc. What is it? What's the matter? Joe's never been sick a day all the time he's worked for me.
Tell me, was he involved in an accident of some kind?
Accident? No. Joe didn't even take his truck out today. Hasn't got any broken bones or anything. I felt for those.
Here's
or I
the sedative, Doctor.
Oh, good. Thanks. There. All right, Miss Thompson. Put him on the ward right away.
Yes, Doctor.
Until we know how serious this is and what it is, we'll have to keep him here.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Are you a relative of his?
No. Joe works for me. Standard Products. He's one of my drivers. I'm the foreman there. My name's Schumann, Bernie Schumann.
Well, Mr. Schumann, we'll have to admit him. Can you give us his family's address?
Oh, Joe's wife would be scared if a doctor was to call and tell her something happened to Joe. Could I tell Lorraine?
The patient complained of severe stomach pains before he collapsed. That is, according to the man who brought him in.
Mm-hmm. And the patient himself?
Evidently, he's been having recurring symptoms for several months.
I see. Pain seems to be localized?
Yes, in the epigastrium, right between the ensiform and the umbilicus.
Mm-hmm. And what did the x-rays show, Dr. Kildare?
Well, they just came back. Here, take a look.
Uh-huh. Oh. It's a gastric lesion, all right. Diagnosis seems fairly obvious, Jimmy. The patient has a perforated ulcer. You've certainly established that.
He's being prepped for surgery right now. Posterior gastroenterostomy.
Of course, yeah.
You know, Dr. Gillespie, there's an unusual problem here. There's an age incidence involved.
Huh? What do you mean, Jimmy?
Joe Finley's just a kid. Only 24 years old.
24 years old? Oh, good. And he's already worried himself into this serious physical condition.
Well, it happens, but not very often.
It's bad enough for a 40-year-old man to come to me with a stomach that he's been systematically ruining for years. But this... Ugh.
They're ready for you up in surgery, Dr. Kildare.
Oh, thank you, Miss Thompson. Care to go with me, Dr.
No,
G?
you bet your bottom dollar I'll go to surgery with you, Jimmy. And after that, I want to be in on this case. I want to know just what kind of life Mr. Joe Finley's been leading to put him in this hospital before he's dry behind the ears.
Oh, Dr. Gillespie, I didn't know you were here yet this morning.
Well, you know what now, Parker. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you manage a phone call to Dr. Kildare? He's probably up in surgery.
Well, he's probably not even here yet. It's early, and I don't think...
I know you don't.
Well, I like that.
I thought you would.
Good morning, Barger.
Oh, Dr. Kildare.
I don't have to ask if he's in.
You certainly do not. He's in. Was just about to phone you.
That you, Jimmy?
Good morning, Doctor.
Come in. And shut the door. I don't want any mule-eared nurse listening in on our conversation.
I'll shut it myself.
Yeah, that woman has an awful temper. Don't know how I put up with her all these years.
Too bad.
Well, Jimmy, how's our patient? How'd he get through the night?
Fairly comfortable. No complications.
Well, that's fine. That's one hurdle out of the way.
But this Finley boy, if we're going to get over that second hurdle with him and cure him, we've got to find out what's worrying him and eliminate it. Or he's not going to be cured.
I agree with you. What is it, Parker?
Dr. Kildare, Mr. Schumann's here to see you.
Oh, Dr. Kildare.
Hello, Mr. Schumann. Oh, this is Dr. Gillespie.
Doctor?
How do you do, Mr. Schumann?
Dr. Gillespie and I were just discussing Joe's case. We hope that you might...
Doctor, I'd like to see Joe. I've got to talk to him.
Something's come up, Mr. Schumann? Something the matter at his home?
No. Oh, I guess you'd find out sooner or later. I can't stop it.
What are you talking about?
Well, I took over Joe's route myself. I started driving it this morning. I had to take over his receipt books, too. Well, he's short.
$1,645.
No. Are you sure?
Yeah, he's been tapping it all along the route for months. I stumbled onto it. Wish I hadn't. If he's still got the money, I want to ask him where it is and put it back. We're covered by a bonding company. They'd see he gets the limit for grand larceny if they know.
You're sure he took the money?
That couldn't have been anybody else. Please, can I see him?
I couldn't even allow the police in to see him right now.
Well, all right, I'll drop back later.
Yeah, you do that.
Doc, Joe's an awful nice kid. I hope... Well, let's see.
This is more background on our patient than I hoped for. At least we know what's been worrying him.
I wonder. Suppose we go talk to his wife.
Doesn't seem to be anybody home, Jimmy.
No. Well, I guess we aren't going to meet Lorraine Finley after all.
Come in.
Oh.
Mrs. Finley?
Yes. Over here in bed.
Ah.
Oh, I'm Dr. Gillespie. This is Dr. Kildare.
Oh, yes. Mr. Schumann told me you were taking care of Joe. Joe is going to be all right. He will get better and strong.
We have every reason to hope so, Mrs. Finley. The operation was a complete success, and there are no complications. As yet.
Well, what is it? What's wrong?
Well, one of the contributing factors to Joe's present condition is that he's been terribly worried and upset for a long period of time.
Oh.
And in order for his recovery to become complete, he must be free from that worry when he gets out of the hospital.
It's me. He worries about me all the time.
No.
I've been sick for such a long time, and Joe's been doing everything for me. And I'm no help to him this way. I know I'm the one who's put him in the hospital. I know it. I know it.
Are you under a physician's care now?
Yes.
Who?
Dr. Klaus Blackthorn's my doctor.
I see.
He's been giving me shots.
Well, what's Dr. Blackthorn's diagnosis?
It's my heart.
Your heart?
But he says I'll be well and up in no time, and I will. And then Joe won't have to worry about me. I promise you that. I'll see that he doesn't worry about me.
Yeah? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, Mrs. Findlay, it's been nice meeting you. We have to run along now.
Oh, thank you for coming by and telling me about Joe. I promise you he won't worry about me when he gets out of the hospital.
All right. Goodbye, Mrs. Finley.
Goodbye.
Oh, thank you again.
Did you see it?
Yes. Pallor, obvious temperature, dilated pupils.
I don't even need a stethoscope for that one. Either my 40 years of practice have taught me nothing, or Dr. Blackthorn is revolutionizing the medical profession. Heart trouble. Yeah. That girl's suffering from acute anemia.
You're right. Doctor, it looks as if we found another hurdle. This one is probably the biggest of them all.
We return to the story of Dr. Kildare in just a moment. Continue with the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Schumann speaking.
Oh, this is Dr. Kildare at Blair Hospital.
Oh, yeah, Doc. How's Joe?
Oh, Joe's doing fine, just fine. That's why we called you. Here, Dr. Gillespie wants to talk to you.
Suppose Joe Finley could somehow get enough money to replace what he lacks in his account.
Huh? You mean you talked to him and he's got it?
We,
I knew Joe would...
Wait a minute now. Could the money be replaced without anyone ever finding it out?
Oh, don't you worry, Doc.
No.
If Joe's got that dough, I know just what to do. Just what to do.
Good, Schumann, good. I'm sending a messenger over with $1,645. Parker? Parker!
I'm sorry, Dr. Gillespie, I heard you, but I was busy. Busy.
You haven't been busy for years. You have the softest job in this entire hospital.
I'll have you know the other nurses refer to this assignment as the Chamber of Horrors.
Well, that's only because you're here, Parker. Now listen carefully, please. Here, take this check down to the bank and get it cashed.
Dr. Gillespie, this is for $1,645.
Do what I say. When you cash the check, take the money to a man named Bernard Schumann at Standard Products Company. You know where it is. Get out of here. Go on.
Oh,
Get.
Well, playing a long shot again, aren't we?
Well, Jimmy, our job is to cure this Finley boy. Permanently, if possible. And sometimes a cure calls for extreme measures. Somehow, from what people like his wife and his boss say about him, I don't feel that Joe Finley is such a long shot.
He certainly has his troubles. What about his wife, Doctor?
Any ideas?
Just one. We should bring her to the hospital right away. She needs competent and sustained medical treatment.
That is exactly my thought, Jimmy. That's exactly my thought. And this time, Blair General can stand the bill for service rendered.
Right. I'll send an ambulance out for her right away. Well, how do you like this room, Mrs. Finley? Think you can be happy here for a while?
Oh, Dr. Kildare, it's just wonderful.
Good.
It's so white and clean. Why, I feel better already. Are you sure this is what Joe wanted?
Well, it was his idea that we bring you here.
But the money.
No, don't you worry about that.
Oh, he works so hard and he spends all of our money on me. It isn't fair. I don't know why he doesn't hate me.
Well, now it isn't your fault you became ill.
Oh, but I shouldn't be such a burden to Joe. That's all I've been lately, burden.
You know, I want to tell you something. You and Joe have the most wonderful thing in the world, a deep love for each other. And if things like this were going to make any difference between you, it would have happened a long time ago. Now, what you both have to do is try and get well as fast as you can.
I want to. I've always wanted to.
You just keep saying that, and you'll see. In a few weeks, you can take up right where you left off.
Is Joe very far from here now?
Just down the hallway.
Oh, can I see him? Oh, please, can I see him just for a minute?
Dr. Gillespie's in talking with him now, but when he's finished, I'll have you wheeled down the hall to visit. But just for a few minutes.
Dr. Kildare, I always thought there was nobody in the world like Joe. But I know now there are two others. You and Dr. Gillespie.
How do you feel, Joe?
Kind of worn out.
Well, what you need's a good long rest.
I can't rest, Doc. I got to get up and get out of here. How long will it take?
Well, without any complications, I think we could have you on your feet in about 10 days.
I can't stay here that long.
Oh, now 10 days doesn't seem to me like an abnormally big piece out of a lifetime, Joe.
I have to get out of here in a couple of days. I need money. I got responsibilities.
Joe, your body will only stand so much worry and so much work and so many problems. Do you have any idea why you're here?
It's my luck. It always runs out on me. If it isn't one thing, it's another.
It wasn't just bad luck. An ulcer is a boring process against the stomach lining. like having a drill pressed against your skin. Every time you worry, it's like giving the drill another twist. Pretty soon it gets right through. It leaves a hole that has to be repaired. That's what's happened to you.
What am I supposed to do? Just forget everything? Every day I lie here, I don't make money, and I need money bad.
I know. Just how bad. If you're worrying about that money at Standard Products, don't give it another thought.
What?
It's all taken care of. Replaced.
How did you find out? Who told you?
Your foreman, Mr. Schumann.
But who put it back? Did he?
I did.
I'll make it up to you, Doc, if I work overtime every day for the rest of my life, so help me.
No. Don't make another problem out of this, Joe. We'll figure out some way for you to pay this loan when you're feeling better.
Doc, I guess it's up to me to tell you what I did with that money.
I already know. You paid for medical treatment for your wife. How did you ever go to Dr. Klaus Blackthorne?
Our landlady told us about him. Blackthorne was a big doctor at the State University. We were lucky to have him in our neighborhood. He said it would take a while, but that he'd cure Lorraine faster and cheaper than anyone could.
Joe, there are no shortcuts in medicine. How much did Blackthorne charge you for shots that he was giving your wife?
$10. 3 a week. Almost as much as I made. That's why I had a...
I see. Well, here's Kildare.
Hello, Joe. I have someone I'd like you to meet.
Lorraine.
Oh, Joe. Oh, Joe, honey. Oh, honey.
Let's see. 231, 233, 235. Ah, here it is.
Look at the hallway. Well, it hasn't been swept in a year.
There isn't any name on it, but this should be the door.
Hey, there's a card in the corner. Dr. Klaus Blackthorne, specializing in all diseases and non-surgical ailments. There. Let's see this doctor, Jimmy.
Well, nobody in the waiting room.
Waiting room? Looks more like a flop house.
Hello? Hello? Anyone here?
Excuse me, gentlemen. I was busy in my laboratory.
Doing what?
Oh, some private experiments too complicated to explain. Now then, what can I do for you?
I'm Dr. Kildare, and this is Dr. Gillespie from Blair General.
Oh, yes, I see. Well, I'm quite busy now. Some other time, perhaps.
Sit down. Sit down!
Dr. Blackthorne, do you have a license to practice medicine?
Well, of course. What do you want?
I've checked on you through every available source. You have no license to practice medicine. You're not a doctor, and you've never been one.
Gosh, you're mistaken. Look there, my diploma on the wall. I'm a graduate of the State University.
I see the diploma, and it's as phony as you are. You never were in or near the State University. I spoke with their registrar an hour ago.
Well, I don't see why I should be subjected to...
Shut up, you charlatan.
Did you ever treat a patient named Lorraine Finley?
Finley? No, I never heard of her.
She said you did treat her, and we prefer to believe her. That girl has a malignant and serious case of anemia. She could have died under your care.
Well, I did her no harm, just health shots.
Health shots? But you should see how unhealthy this girl is now. Well, she's so weak she can't even walk.
Well, I must have made the wrong diagnosis. Now, listen, gentlemen.
Blackthorne, you've been doing the most dangerous and despicable thing a human being can do. You've been posing behind the name of doctor and giving treatment to people who trusted you. It'll take months to undo the harm you've spread in this neighborhood.
Well, gentlemen, let us have a little business conference.
Now, don't you dare mention bribery to us. Why, by the great horn spoon, I should beat you into insensibility.
Now, please.
The penalty for posing and practicing as a doctor in this state is 10 years. Dr. Gillespie and I are going to testify against you, and I hope you get every year of it. I only wish it were 100 years.
We're only wasting time with this parasite, Jimmy. Let's call the police.
No. Wait a minute.
You take one step out of that chair and I'll break it over your head.
Look, I'll give you money. I made a mistake. Gentlemen, I'll do anything.
Hello, operator? Give me the police department.
In just a moment, we will return to the story of Dr. Kildare. And now, once again, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Parker, grab one of these packages quick before I drop them.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Gillespie. I couldn't get to you in time.
Oh, it's not your fault, I suppose. Give me a hand. We'll pick them up.
Now, what are all these things?
Well, in that package is a dismantled, genuine glass trout rod. And in that one are 6 mystery novels. And in this green one is a heavy-duty hammock, complete with canopy.
What in the world?
Haven't you ever heard of taking a vacation?
Frankly, no.
Well, I'm sorry I brought it up.
What did I hear about a vacation?
Oh, Jimmy. Come in here. I want to show you something.
Just a minute, Dr. G. I have something I want to show you. Have you seen today's paper?
No? Why? Well, what's in it?
This.
Let me see it. Oh. Today in municipal court, this one?
Mm-hmm.
Klaus Blackthorne, who posed for more than 2 years as a registered physician, was sentenced to 10 years in the state prison at... Well, Jimmy, I can't say I'm sorry. I hope this will be a warning to other men not to tamper with the medical profession.
Hear, hear. And did you know that Mrs. Joe Finley is being discharged today?
Yeah, sure, Jimmy. I saw her early this morning. She's quite a gal.
She's going to join Joe up in Connecticut. He wrote her a letter last week and said by the end of the year he expects to be a partner in the store he's working in.
He probably will be, too, Jimmy. He's got a lot of ambition. Now, if you will pardon me, I'll have to go on my vacation. Parker, give me a hand.
Dr. Gillespie, you didn't tell anybody about your vacation. Where are you going?
Where I always go on my vacation.
Huh?
Right here in the office. Now, come on, set me up this hammock.
You have just heard the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. This program was written by E. Jack Newman and John Michael Hayes and directed by Joe Bigelow. Original music was composed and conducted by Walter Schumann. Supporting cast included Virginia Gregg, Paul Dubov, Isabel Jewell, Paul Fries, Ann Diamond, and Jay Novello. Dick Joy speaking. The story of Dr. Kildare.
Whatsoever house I enter, there will I go for the benefit of the sick. And whatsoever things I see or hear concerning the life of men, I will keep silence thereon, counting such things to be held as sacred trust. I will exercise my art solely for the cure of my...
The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer brought you those famous motion pictures. Now this exciting, heartwarming series is heard on radio. In just a moment, The Story of Dr. Kildare. But first, your announcer. Now, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Hello, Dr. G.
Well, where you been, Jimmy? I haven't seen you all morning.
I've been giving Walter Benton a final checkup before his release.
You mean he's ready to go home?
Oh, yes, he's fine. Cardiac surgery's tricky, but it certainly worked for him. You'd never know there'd been anything wrong with his heart.
Well, Jimmy, that's splendid. Must make you feel pretty good.
Oh, it does. He's well, all right. Told me the first thing he's going to do when he gets out of here is buy a box of cigars and chain smoke them.
Say, have you seen Parker around any place?
No, why?
Well, I can't find some of my charts. The old witch is always disappearing when I need
You
her.
can blame me for that. I asked her to go bring Benton's clothes to him so he could get dressed. She should be back any second.
I can't find anything. The way she upsets things.
Oh, Dr. Gillespie. Is Dr. Kildare here?
Is Dr. Kildare here? No, Parker. Dr. Kildare's in Honolulu. Who the devil do you think that is? Napoleon Bonaparte?
Well, if you didn't have so much junk on your desk all the time, I might be able to see who was on the other side of it.
You're lucky you can see who's on the other side of a plate glass window. Now, what do you want?
Well, if your Royal Highness doesn't mind, the desk needs Dr. Kildare's signature on this release for Mr. Benton.
Oh, give it here, Parker. Is he ready to go?
Yes, he's all dressed. Called a taxi for him. He's sitting up in his room, just humming and waiting.
Well, that's fine. There. Hey, you ready to go to lunch, Dr. G?
Yes, Jimmy. Yep, I'm hungry. Oh, Parker. While we're gone, try and clean up that mess you made of my desk.
Mess I've made? Well, of all the...
Oh, where do you want to eat? Sullivan's or Sullivan's?
Where do we always eat? It's the only restaurant... What was that?
Well, it sounded like Parker screaming from your office. Come on.
Oh, Dr. Gillespie, Dr. Kildare, I saw it. It went right past the window. A man's body.
A man's body?
Someone must have fallen from the upper stories.
I don't see anything down there.
Oh, there is something moving in the bushes along the driveway.
Oh, it's only Wayman.
He's trying to drag somebody. Hey, Wayman!
Doc, you better come quick. This guy, he fell.
See, I told you I saw
We
it.
better get down there.
Wonder who it is.
I know who it is, Dr. Gillespie. I saw the suit he was wearing when Wayman moved the bushes. It's Walter Benton.
Well, he's dead, Jimmy.
Yes. Guess we couldn't expect anything else after a 7-story fall.
Was it a fall or a jump?
Oh, why would he jump? When he was ill and depressed, yes, but not now. Not when he was well and ready to go out and enjoy life.
Did you see the fall, Wayman?
No, I just heard him hit. I was sitting over there in the ambulance entrance reading the paper, and I heard it.
That's all.
I guess I was the only one. I run right over to him and tried to drag him out of the bushes to the
Well, I
to the
realize
driveway.
you meant well, Wayman, but you know better than to touch a body until the police arrive.
I didn't know how far he fell, Doc. I thought maybe he'd still be alive.
Well, even so, no one should touch him except a doctor. You especially know that.
Well, yes, Doc. I was only trying to help.
Well, the police will want a detailed report, Jimmy. You better get complete statements from Wayman and Parker. Meanwhile, I'll go up to the 7th floor and see what information I can get from the floor nurse. Then you don't think he jumped, Miss Madden?
No, Doctor. My desk faces his room. I couldn't help seeing him moving around in there this morning. He seemed very cheerful. Called out to me that he was leaving today and said he'd send me some candy.
Well, what else did you see? Was anybody with him? Any visitor?
No. After Parker gave him his clothes, he closed the door to dress. Then the cashier brought an envelope to him. He took it and came out into the hall to use my pen to sign a receipt, and then went back into his room again.
Where were you when he fell? Did you hear any sound from the room?
Well, I'm afraid I must have been away from the desk for just a moment. A patient at the other end of the corridor, just out of surgery, rang for me. She was just barely coming to, groggy, and I stayed with her for a while.
I see. Oh, here's Dr. Kildare. You finished downstairs, Jimmy?
Yes, but nobody saw anything. Benton must have fallen.
Well, Miss Madden agrees with that theory. She said Benton seemed very cheerful. Well, that doesn't prove anything.
A police squad car was here. They reported to their headquarters, and Detective Kerner is being sent over.
Well, Kerner, what do you think? Fall or jump?
I'll go along with Dr. Kildare's theory. My official report will say a fall, but there's something else that must be cleared up. These are the personal effects we took from Benton's body. Keys, papers, $6.81.
Uh-huh. Well, what about it?
Dr. Kildare, how long was it between the time your ambulance driver, Wayman, reached the body and the time somebody else got there?
Well, I don't know. Couldn't have been more than a minute or so. Why?
Wayman all alone with the body during that minute?
Yes, I guess so. What are you driving at?
Doc, Benton had a visitor yesterday, his attorney, Robert Walsh. He delivered $25,000 in cash to Benton.
What?
Yeah, it was placed in the hospital safe, and it was given to Benton by the hospital cashier just a few minutes before Benton's body landed in that driveway.
$25,000 in cash?
There was something else in the safe, too. Benton's ring, worth $2,000. The cashier has a receipt for both the money and the ring, but when Benton landed out there, he had no ring and only $6 plus change. Doc, I don't like this any more than you'll like it, but we're going to have to put Wayman under arrest. My boys are picking him up at home right now. All right, Wayman, you wait in here for a minute.
Okay, but I didn't do nothing. Hey, Dr. Kildare and Dr. Gillespie. What are you in for?
Well, I'm afraid we're here as character witnesses for you.
Well, they think I took something from that guy who fell out of the window today.
That's all a mistake, Wayman. Just don't worry about it.
They can question you, but they won't dare file charges. They have no evidence.
I heard a lawyer tell a fellow that once, and 6 months later, the guy got electrocuted.
You're sure that isn't going to happen to you?
Wayman, this is Mr. Walsh. Walsh, Dr. Kildare, and Dr. Gillespie.
Gentlemen.
Mr. Walsh wants to talk to you, Wayman.
Oh, well, we'd like to talk to Mr. Walsh. You were Mr. Benton's attorney, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
Well, I suppose you have proof that you delivered $25,000 to Mr. Benton when you visited him yesterday.
I certainly do, Dr. Kildare.
We checked his story, Doc. He has a receipt for the money, just as the hospital cashier does.
I see.
Now, I have something to ask Mr. Wayman. Could anybody else have taken anything from Mr. Benton's body after he fell without being seen by you?
Wayman, I don't think you should answer that.
He has to answer it. Well, Wayman?
I was the only one there until the docs and everybody else come running out.
Thank you. I guess that's all, Detective Kerner.
All right, Walsh. We'll notify you when and if the money is recovered. Guess you'll be settling the estate, huh?
Yes. Well, good day, gentlemen.
Just a minute, Mr. Walsh. One thing I'd like to know, why Benton had such a large sum of cash.
Well, habit, idiosyncrasy. I'd sold some stock holdings. He'd always insisted on cash payment delivered into his own hands. Is there anything else?
I guess that's all.
All right, then, gentlemen. Goodbye.
Well, Doc, there it is.
What is?
Oh, Kerner, we'll vouch for Wayman. He didn't have anything to do with this. It's ridiculous. We've worked with him for years.
That money didn't just go up in smoke.
No, but you didn't find it on Wayman either. Now, Kerner, until you have something definite, I think he should be released.
Oh, I don't know. Will you guarantee his appearance if we want him again?
Oh, absolutely. Morning, Dr. G.
Jimmy, where's Wayman? I came up the back way, and he wasn't in the ambulance room.
Oh, he probably stayed home for a rest. I don't know.
Dr. Kildare! Dr. Kildare.
Well, hello, Dr. Carew. What's wrong now?
What's wrong? You dare ask me that with the reputation of Blair Hospital about to be dragged through the mire?
Carew, will you stop wailing like little Eva on the ice cake?
Little Eva, huh? Why didn't you and Kildare confide in me yesterday? Why did you leave it to the police to inform me that Wayman is suspected of the scavenger robbing of Walter Benton's body?
Well, there was no need to tell you.
No evidence to hold him.
Oh, didn't they? Then please explain why, at this moment, he's being held in jail in lieu of $10,000 bail.
In jail?
You mean they picked him up again, but why?
Because when they visited his apartment again, at 7 o'clock this morning, they found Wayman in possession of the ring that was stolen from Benton's body.
We return to the story of Dr. Kildare in just a moment. Now we continue with the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Gee, Doc, it was nice of you to come and see me.
I can just barely see you through this wire mesh.
Yeah. This ain't no chicken coop.
Wayman, I thought you were innocent, and I want to keep on thinking so, but they say they found the ring at your place.
Yeah, they found it all right, but I don't know how it got there. Honest, I was having my breakfast when they bust in. They looked all over and didn't find nothing. Then, all of a sudden, one of the cops, he empties my bottle of milk in the sink, and boing, there it is, the ring.
In the bottle of milk?
Yeah, Doc. But I just brought the bottle in from the hall not 10 minutes before that. I don't know. I heard the rings in a box of crackers. From right where the milkman leave it. But the cops, they say I heard them coming, so I put the ring in the bottle. So I says to them, okay. Well, what then did I do with the 25 G's? Scramble it up in my eggs? Yeah. What?
Somebody must have uncapped that milk bottle and put the ring in it to throw suspicion on you.
Yeah, sure. That must be it.
And of course it is, and we've got to find out who did it. Then we'll know where to look for the money. And meanwhile, Wayman, I'm afraid you'll have to stay here. Dr. Gillespie and I tried, but we just can't raise enough to bail you out.
I'll sweat it out, Doc, but what are you going to do?
I don't know. Start by looking through the things Walter Benton left in his room at the hospital, I guess. Maybe a clue there. Something the police missed. Oh, I'm sorry. Huh. Well, who are you? What are you doing in this room?
Well, Detective Kerner said it would be all right for me to remove my father's things. I'm Valerie Benton.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm Dr. Kildare. I took care of your father. He was my patient, but I didn't know he had a daughter.
No, I guess he stopped telling people that he had one. My poor father,
Now, take it easy.
Why did a thing like this have to happen to him? Why did he do such a thing?
Oh, Miss Benton, your father didn't do anything. Now, set your mind at ease. From all the police and the staff can determine, his death was an accident. You don't look so well. I don't think you should be here. You should be resting.
I thought that by coming here and packing his things, I might get close to him. I was all alone last night after I heard.
Well, perhaps you should have gone to friends. Father's attorney, Bill Walsh. Certainly he'd have helped.
I couldn't go to Bill Walsh. He hates me.
Oh, come now.
It's the truth. He poisoned my father's mind against me. That's why you never saw me here. I wouldn't have been welcome.
But why? Why would Walsh do a thing like that?
Bill Walsh wanted to marry me. When I refused, when I wouldn't have him, he told my father all sorts of horrible lies.
Oh, I see.
That's why I have nobody to turn to. No place to go. I don't want to be alone. I'm frightened.
Oh, Miss Benson, you're upset. It was making you ill. Perhaps friends wouldn't be the answer. Why don't you check into the hospital where you can get some rest and care?
You're the first person who's been kind to me in ever so long. If I do stay here, will you take care of me?
Of course, Miss Benton, if you want me to.
Oh, hello, Dr. Kildare.
May I come in?
May you come in? You're getting to be quite mannerly since you've been spending most of your time with Miss Benton, aren't you?
She's a very interesting patient.
Well, that doesn't tell us what happened to her father's money.
No, it doesn't. But I hope to find out soon. I've asked Benton's attorney, Bill Walsh, to come to my office. He's due any minute. I'd like to have you there, too.
All right, Jimmy. All right. But you'll get no help from him. Not unless he helps put a bigger noose around Wayman's neck.
Oh, may get more than you think.
Hey, Doc, look.
Wayman.
It's me, yeah.
Wayman.
I'm out of the clink.
Well, that's pretty obvious, but how did you get out?
Did you get a file and saw your way out?
No. Somebody put up my bail.
$10,000 bail? Who?
I don't know, Doc. A bondsman come and got me. He said he was sent by a friend of mine. Well, I thought maybe it was you.
Why the devil didn't you make him tell you?
Doc, why should I choke a guy who rescued me from that place?
Someone must have had a good reason for wanting you out of jail and away from the police. Come on, Dr. G. We better meet Bill Walsh in my office. Sit down, please, Mr. Walsh.
All right. Thank you.
It was nice of you to come. You probably know that Valerie Benton is a patient here now. As her doctor, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
About what? About my alleged persecution of her? Is that it?
No. Because, frankly, I haven't believed Valerie Benton. I think she's mercurial, neurotic. Could be a pathological liar.
Well, Dr. Kildare, you surprise me. I thought she could fool any man for a while. You're very observant.
Well, that's part of his business. He's a doctor. We're both trying to help a friend.
Your ambulance driver, of course.
Yes, but to help him, we need help. Now, tell me, were you ever in love with Valerie?
Never. Despite what I imagine she told you, there was never anything between us.
Valerie blames you for the estrangement between her and her father.
Her stepfather.
Oh?
Yes. And in a way, what she says is true. Kildare, Valerie is one of those people who suddenly become obsessed with anything they can't get. I tried to discourage her. Benton saw what was happening. He tried to send her away. She refused to be sent. Packed up and left home.
Is that the truth?
Why should I lie about it? Benton hadn't been convinced of that. Do you think he'd have let her go and continue to let me handle his affairs?
Well, it's a good answer. Does that girl benefit by Benton's will?
No, she doesn't. She was to be cut off with $1. He told her that the last time they met before he came here.
Then Valerie might have done a lot of things to get her hands on that money Benton had.
Yes, but how? Any stranger would have been seen in the building. The police checked thoroughly. They know nobody was near Benton.
Somebody was near enough to get the money. Well, thank you, Mr. Walsh. You've helped more than you know.
Well, if you don't need me for anything more, I'll...
We have all we need. Goodbye, Mr. Walsh.
Goodbye.
Jimmy, you painted Valerie Benton as quite a character in trying to draw out Walsh.
Might have been a better portrait than you think, Dr. Gillespie. Hello, Valerie?
Why'd you leave me alone so long? There hasn't been a nurse here or anything.
Oh, no reason why you can't be alone. I was just having a talk with Bill Walsh.
Bill Walsh? What about? What's he been saying about me now?
Oh, never mind that. I have something to tell you about him. The police are watching him.
Oh? Why?
They think he may be the one they're after. They think your father might have been pushed from the window of his room.
What makes them think that?
I don't know. How do you think he'd be capable of a thing like that?
Oh, yes. Yes, he's cruel, Jimmy, and vicious.
Oh?
They ought to arrest him.
Well, I think they would if they only had one thing. Just an idea of how he might have gotten in here without being seen.
I can think of a way he might have.
Oh, really? How?
Well, if he dressed in white, like a ward man, he could go through the back entrance, emergency, the opening to the stairs. Once he got in, nobody'd pay any special attention to him in a white uniform.
That's right. Go ahead.
Well, on the 7th floor, if he pressed a buzzer in one of the empty rooms, then moved into another one until the floor nurse was out of the way, he could have slipped into my father's room unnoticed. Closed the door.
You know, that's good, Valerie. Very good. They might be able to arrest him with just a little bit more. What then?
With a gun, he could have robbed my father. Make him walk to an open window. The sills are low. One push. Then with all the commotion in the back, down the stairs and right out the front door.
Yes, but the ring they found on our ambulance driver, how about that?
Walsh probably put it there to create suspicion.
Yes. As a matter of fact, that's just the way it did happen. Isn't it, Valerie?
I don't know. But that could be it, Jimmy. It could, couldn't it?
You should know you did it. You came here dressed as a nurse and killed your stepfather.
I didn't. What are you saying? I didn't.
The police know you did, Valerie. You made a mistake when you planted that ring. You left a fingerprint on the milk bottle.
I didn't. I couldn't. I was wearing gloves.
Valerie! Valerie, put down that gun. Let go of it.
All right, Miss Benton, I'll take that.
You heard it all, Kerner?
Every word, Doc. Thanks. We'll take it from here.
Wayman, I still don't understand how anybody could put up $10,000 without your having some idea who it was.
Well, you can search me. I can never even borrow $5 from nobody between paydays.
Well, the bonding company must know who guaranteed the money.
Yes, but they operate in strictest confidence.
Well, gentlemen. I see Mr. Wayman is with us again.
Carew, I suppose your whole day's ruined because they didn't hang him.
Well.
Am I gonna be fired, Dr. Carew?
No. An innocent man is entitled to another chance.
Another chance? Well, that's real generous.
I'll get it. Hello? Oh, yes, I'll tell him. You're wanted in your office, Dr. Carew. Mr. Morton, waiting with some releases from the Apex Surety Company.
Yes, well, excuse me, gentlemen.
That stuffy long nose.
Wait a minute, Dr. G. Apex Surety, why, that's a bonding company.
Yeah. And the guy who got me out, his name was Morton.
You mean Carew put up Wayman's bail, Jimmy?
It must have been. There's no other answer. It was Dr. Carew.
Carew. I know it's true, but I'll never believe it.
In just a moment, we will return to the story of Dr. Kildare. And now, once again, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Yeah, fine thing.
What's the matter now, Dr. G? What are you growling about?
Yeah, it's been like that all day.
Carew putting up Wayman's bail. It was a dirty trick.
A dirty trick?
You heard me, a dirty trick.
How can you say that, Dr. G? It was surprisingly generous. Carew must have pledged everything he owned.
And I heard him threaten to sock a reporter if he ever again wrote a story calling anybody at Blair Hospital a crook.
No, Carew? Sure he did. That's just part of the whole dirty trick. He does a thing like this when he knows I've spent the last 20 years learning to hate him.
You have just heard the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. This program was written by Joel Murcott and directed by Joe Bigelow. Original music was composed and conducted by Walter Schumann. Virginia Gregg was heard as Nurse Parker and Ted Osborne as Dr. Carew. Others in the cast included Ed Max, Yvonne Patey, Herb Ellis, Florence Ravenel, and Barney Phillips. Dick Joy speaking.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
Whatsoever house I enter, there will I go for the benefit of the sick. Whatsoever things I see or hear concerning the life of men, I will keep silence thereon, counting such things to be held as sacred trusts, that I will be loyal to the profession of medicine and just and generous to its members.
The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Metro Goldwyn Mayer brought you those famous motion pictures. Now this exciting, heartwarming series is heard on radio. In just a moment, the story of Dr. Kildare. But first, your announcer. Now, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Blair General Hospital, one of the great citadels of American medicine. A clump of gray-white buildings planted deep in the heart of New York. The nerve center of medical progress, where great minds and skilled hands wage man's everlasting battle against death and disease. Blair General Hospital, where life begins, where life ends, where life goes on. Hello? Kildare speaking.
Oh, Dr. Kildare, thank heaven. I hoped you'd still be in the laboratory.
Who's this?
Nurse Hallett, in post-operative on the 4th floor. Doctor, I know you're not on duty tonight.
What's the trouble, Miss Hallett?
I'm not quite sure, but could you possibly come up here at once?
Why, yes, of course. I'll be there right away.
I just happened to go in the room, Doctor. You see, the patient isn't on my assignment, and I didn't know what to do about it.
Is there a doctor on call for this floor tonight?
Well, Dr. Pierce, but he's in surgery with an emergency case, and of course I didn't want to call Dr. Carew.
A patient with a preoperative cardiac history should have had a special intern.
Well, there was one assigned.
Who?
Dr. Lane.
Lane, huh? Where is he?
I don't know, Doctor. I couldn't find him. Here we are.
Couldn't find him. Did you call the intern's dormitory?
Well, yes. Well, they said he went out earlier.
Went out? Come on, let's go in. Yes. Pulse rapid and weak. All right, Miss Hallett. Bring an intravenous tray, standard strophanthin in 5 cc normal.
Very well, Doctor.
I may need some oxygen. Call the basement and have an inhalator sent up here.
Yes, Doctor.
And nurse, hurry.
Oh, Kildare.
Hello, Dr. Gillespie.
Come in now. I want to talk to you.
Sure.
Well, Dr. Kildare, how's the patient?
Patient?
Yes, the patient. I assume the term is familiar to you.
Oh, yes. Which one?
Which one? The one you just spent 2 hours with.
Oh, well, that was only a case of delayed post-operative shock. It's out of danger now.
What about that intern, Lane? Shown up yet?
Apparently, those stooges of yours report even at night. I didn't make any report on Lane.
Why not?
Because if I reported him, he'd be kicked out of the hospital by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Oh, what a pity. And for only letting a patient almost die. The injustice of it.
But the patient didn't die, Dr. Gillespie.
Yes.
I've watched young Lane around here for the last year. He's a hard worker, serious and conscientious. He's the best diagnostician on the whole intern staff.
Well, now, maybe he's out diagnosing something tonight. The 4th race tomorrow, for example.
He may have had a good reason for leaving. I don't know. But I'm not going to toss him to the wolves without finding out.
Jimmy, you're a resident doctor here now, and you've no business going around covering up for other interns.
Maybe not. But I'm still going to wait until I...
drat that. Gillespie speaking. Kildare? Yes, he's right here. Just a minute. It's Carew. He wants to talk to you. Our esteemed superintendent must have had his own stooges working tonight. Yeah.
Kildare speaking. But just a second, Dr. Carew. I don't know of any dereliction of duty. As far as I can tell, Dr. Lane simply misunderstood his instructions. And since there was no harm done, I suggest we drop the matter. I can't see any reason for an investigation. Yes, of course I have complete confidence in Dr. Lane. In fact, if you'll assign him to me for the next few weeks, I'll take full personal responsibility for his behavior.
Kildare?
Fine. Thanks, Dr. Carew. Good night.
Personal responsibility. It's a fine spot you put me on. I'm personally responsible for you. You ever consider that?
Dr. Gillespie, a man I have a lot of respect for used to say, when you believe you're doing the right thing, then go ahead and do it, no matter what it costs. And I agree with that.
Sentimental twaddle. Any man who told you that was a nincompoop.
And you ought to know. You were the man. Good night, Dr. Gillespie. Good evening, Lane.
Huh? Dr. Kildare,
Might as well come on in. It's your room.
Well, sure. Well, this is quite a surprise.
I imagine. Been on an emergency call?
No, personal business. Oh, you mean the medical kit? I just happened to take it along.
I see. Was this personal business pretty important?
Well, so-so.
Care to tell me what it was?
No. I'd rather not.
Lane, I suppose you're wondering why I've been waiting here for you.
Well, I guess maybe you found out I was supposed to be on special assignment tonight.
That and the fact your patient in 417 came pretty close to dying.
But I was sure he was out of danger.
Not sure enough. The worst thing is Carew found out about it.
Oh. All right, I'll start packing up my things.
No, sit down. Maybe we can work it out. You can start by telling me why you left here tonight.
I can't answer that, Dr. Kildare.
I told Carew I'd stand personally responsible for your actions.
Why did you have to do that? Nobody asked you to. I've never asked anybody for help around here, and I'm not starting now. We'll get by some way, and if I'll work things out my own way.
You said we. Who's we?
I have nothing more to say.
You're carrying pride too far, Lane. It's only making it tough for both of us.
I'm sorry. I've already told you I left here tonight for personal reasons, and that's all there is to it.
That's not all there is to it. On the day a man walks out of medical school and starts internship, his personal business, right then and for the rest of his life, takes a back seat to his profession. If he's not willing to accept that, he hasn't any business going into medicine, and you know it. You believe it as much as I do, or at least you did. Now, what's come over you?
I'm sorry, Dr. Kildare. I have nothing to say.
All right, Lane. Report to me at the lab in the morning.
You mean I've still got my job here?
Sure, why not? I told you I'd covered for you with Carew. That's late. Better get some sleep. I understand you want to see me, Dr. Gillespie. What's up?
What's up? What? Can't I ask a man to drop in here for a friendly visit without having a motive behind it?
Oh, sure.
Well, however, as long as you are here, there does happen to be, Parker, get away from that keyhole.
Well, I wasn't even near the keyhole.
Look at her. Pops out just like a jack-in-a-box.
Oh, you...
Big ears.
Oh, someday Oh.
Sit down, Jimmy. Sit down.
Thanks.
Now, what's on your mind?
Oh, just wondering how soon you'll get to the point.
Point? Well, all right. I want to know about that protege of yours, Lane. Wasn't that his name?
No complaints. He's stuck right on the job all week.
Uh-huh. Find out why he left that night, Jimmy?
No, and I wish I could. Something's pushed that kid right to the breaking point, and I don't know what it is. He can't get past that independent pride of his. I just don't know.
Yeah, another victim of the invisible diseases.
Oh?
Fear, worry, frustration, doubt. They take more lives than cancer and heart trouble put together. Invisible diseases. Jimmy, you made a big mistake when you stopped Carew firing Lane.
You don't throw a man out of the hospital because he has a disease.
You do when he's a doctor. At least until he's over it.
If Lane were suspended, he'd never get another chance, and you know that.
Good thing. Saved a lot of trouble. Kildare, have you been doing any spectroscopic work in your lab lately?
Well, no, of course not.
Planning to?
Oh, why?
Well, I have a requisition here from the instrument storeroom. Ordinarily, I sign these things as a matter of routine. But I happen to take particular notice of this one.
Why so?
It's for a Type C analytical spectroscope. A delicate instrument they don't have a call for once in 6 months. Highly portable and worth about $800.
Still don't see what you're driving at.
Mm-hmm. Just this. It says here the spectroscope was put on permanent charge to Kildare's laboratory.
What?
And picked up by... Oh, yeah, here it is. By Dr. Lane.
But Dr. Gillespie...
About all that's left for him to do next is to dynamite the building.
All right. I'll sign that requisition myself.
Right to the bitter end, huh? Never say die.
There you are.
Well, what now, Don Quixote Kildare?
I guess we better go have a talk with Lane. Well, his clothes are still here in the closet, Dr. Gillespie. Books there on the desk. He hasn't skipped out, apparently.
Probably trying to sell that spectroscope somewhere. Cashing in on the loot, I think it's called.
We don't know that's why he took it.
Money. Every time an intern gets himself in trouble around here, the reason for it's always money.
You mean the lack of it, with the salary an intern gets?
The lack of it, love of it, too much of it, it's still money. Makes big men out of little ones and little men out of big ones.
Crazy fool.
Eh?
He's in a state of mind for it, too. Hello, Sally. Get me Wayman down in the garage, and hurry.
Kildare, if it isn't asking too much, just what is all this about?
Vehicle to pup, and Joe Wayman cook.
Joe, this is Kildare. Got anybody to leave on call down there?
Yeah, a couple of boys, Doc. What's cooking?
Emergency. Warm up an ambulance and wait for me and be right down.
Gotcha, boys. I'll have it on the ramp.
What's going on?
Here, look.
Life insurance policy for $5,000 on Robert Lane.
Yes, taken out only 3 weeks ago. Name's Margaret Evans as beneficiary. Address down on the east side.
Well, what about it?
If you're right about money being the cause of his trouble, that policy pays double indemnity for accidental death.
story of Dr. Kildare will continue in just a moment. Now we continue with the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
It's the place, boss.
The address on the policy was 3819. Come on, Joe.
3819. Evans. Evans? Hey, you know something?
Know what?
This is the place Jackson come on a call about 2 hours ago, and he bring back a dame named Evans. A maternity case.
What?
You know, she's going to have a baby.
Thanks, Joe. Look, are you sure of that? Who was her doctor?
Dr. Long. She called him, and he give us the order. Is this dame a friend of yours, then?
No, or a friend of a friend.
Oh, yeah.
Apartment D. Must be near the back.
Kind of a crummy-looking dump.
Here we are.
Well, who you want to see, her husband?
Yes, her husband.
He must be out. Hey. It was. The door ain't locked.
Oh. All right, let's go in. Find the light, Joe.
Yes. I got it. Nobody home.
Not much of anything else, either. Pretty barren room.
Yeah. This said it. I bet there's not even mice. Oh, a notebook here on the table.
Notebook? Let's see it, Joe. Funny.
What's funny?
Has about a dozen names and addresses with symptoms, diagnoses, and treatment listed under each name. I don't quite see how this ties in unless...
Doc, let me ask you one thing. Do you know what we're looking for?
I thought I did, but... Well, come on, let's start working down the list. We may be too late already.
Okay. You know, boss, that photograph back there on the dresser looks a little like Dr. Lane.
It ought to. That's who it is.
Of course, it ain't him, but... Hey, it is. It is?
Sure. It's Lane. Come on, Joe. Let's go. Wait here, Joe. Be right back.
This better be it, Doc. We only got 2 more names left on that list you found.
Yes?
Good evening. You're Mrs. Riccardi?
Why, yes?
I'm looking for a man named...
There. I'm here. Come on in.
Hello, Lane.
Good evening, Doctor. Fancy meeting you here.
Quite a coincidence. You're treating a patient here?
Yeah. The little girl asleep there on the bed.
Oh, yes. I think this one was listed as arrested tuberculosis.
You seem to have found out a lot of things. I was just leaving, unless you'd like to check my diagnosis.
No, I'm sure it's all right. Let's go.
Same treatment, Mrs. Riccardi. Keep her quiet and keep her on that diet.
Yes, Doctor. You're coming next week, Dr. Lane?
Well, yes. Or somebody will. Good night.
Let's stop here a second. How long have you been practicing illegal medicine down here, Lane?
About a month. How did you find out about it, anyway?
I didn't. I came down here because I found an insurance policy you took out 3 weeks ago.
Oh. Well, that was only meant for a last resort.
You were badly in need of money, is that it?
Yes.
That's why you finally took the spectroscope, I suppose?
You don't miss any bets, do you?
Did you sell it?
Pawned it. $300.
All right. Let's go pick it up before we go back to the hospital.
I don't have the money.
I do. Come on.
Good evening, gents. Something I can do for you?
Yes, I have a pawn ticket here. I want to pay the loan and pick up the article.
Oh, yeah, fine. What is the article?
An analytic spectroscope.
Oh, yeah, an analytic... sorry, Mac.
About what?
This here spectroscope, I ain't got it.
This ticket represents a claim on it. Why haven't you got it?
Boss, you want I should tap him one with your wrench? Easy,
No, wait a minute, Mac. Don't start no rough stuff. It ain't my fault. Go argue with the police.
The police?
Sure. Some inspector from the precinct house phoned trying to locate it. When I said I had it, he sent over a stenographer to pay the loan and pick it up. What could I do?
Well, that does it. Come on, Joe.
Boss, maybe I should tap him once to see if he's telling the truth.
Forget it, Joe. I can't understand how the news got out so fast.
Everybody always finds out everything in that hospital.
What happened, Dr. Kildare? Didn't you get it?
Sorry, Lane. The police have already picked it up.
The police? Well, thanks for trying anyway.
I'd hoped we could work out this part of it at least before I told you about Margaret.
Margaret? What about her?
She's at the hospital. Been there since around 7 o'clock.
I knew the time was getting close. Look, we got to get back there right away.
All right, let's go. For the time being, Lane, forget about this other. You'll have enough to worry about your wife.
My wife? She's not my wife.
No?
You mean you two ain't married? Of course not. Margaret's my sister. Come on, Wayman, hit that siren. So, as I say, Dr. Kildare, 3 months ago, Margaret's husband left her. She came here to New York. She didn't have any other place to go. See, we've been on our own ever since we were kids, and I've always looked out for her.
Calling Dr. Everett.
Why didn't you tell someone about it? We could have worked out some solution right here in the hospital.
I've always handled my own problems in my own way.
In this case, it wasn't a very good way.
I was wrong. But things were pushing so fast that... Well, anyway, it's done. All I hope now is that Margaret gets along okay.
She's been in that delivery room nearly an hour now, boss. You think something ought to be done?
Such as what?
Well, I don't know. Something.
Well, I'll swan. Now, if this isn't the first baby I ever heard of that had 3 godfathers waiting for him to arrive.
Hello, Parker. How's it going in there?
Oh, any minute now, Dr. Kildare. And Joe Wayman, you'd better get down to that garage where you belong. You know what'll happen if Dr. Gillespie catches you up here.
Him. I'm getting tired of him yelling like that. The next time he barks at me, I'm going to throw him a can of Strongheart. He can't talk to me like a dog. Why, the next time he tries that,
Wayman!
I'm going to...
Get down to the garage where you belong.
Yes,
Go on.
Yes, sir, Dr. Gillespie. Yes, sir, right away.
And big ears, Parker? Look at you, twittering around like an expectant father.
Why, I am not.
How do you know you're not? You ever been a father?
Well, of course not.
Go on, now go on. Get back in there and go to work. Scat.
Oh, horrible man.
Well, now that I've properly littered the field with bodies, how's your sister coming along, Lane?
Well, fine, I guess. Parker said any minute now.
Good. Then everything seems to have worked out all right.
Well, I wouldn't quite say that. At least not as far as I'm concerned, Dr. Gillespie.
What's that? Well, now, Kildare, I thought you'd assumed responsibility for this boy, and we're going to get everything straightened out for him.
Well, one thing got out of hand, Dr. Gillespie. The police have that spectroscope.
Spectroscope? You don't mean the one that's standing on the desk down there in your laboratory?
What?
I saw it myself less than half an hour ago.
Oh, I thought the police got into that pretty fast. Dr. Gillespie, were you the inspector who had it picked up from the pawn shop?
I don't know what you're talking about. And, Lane, you owe me $300, payable 1 year from the day you graduate.
Dr. Gillespie. Kildare, Thanks.
Well, gentlemen, in case anybody's interested, it's a boy.
Oh, thank heaven. Thank heaven.
Boy, eh? Parker, did Dr. Long say so, or is that your own idea?
Oh, pooh to you, Dr. Gillespie. At times like this, you can just take a back seat for once. You've never been a mother.
In In just a moment, we will return to the story of Dr. Kildare. Now, once again, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Jimmy, for the world's greatest diagnostician, it was very simple. I put all the facts together, diagnosed a pawn shop, and started phoning. I got the right one on the seventh call.
All right, that explains it.
You know, you ran up quite a criminal record for yourself. Aiding and abetting an intern in dereliction of his duty, in practicing medicine without a license, and the grand larceny of hospital property. Remarkable. And I suppose you think it was all worth it.
Yes, I do think it was worth it. Lane will be all right now. All he needed was to have the pressure off long enough to let him start thinking straight again. Without help, he'd have been no use to anybody. And as it is, he'll walk out of here next year a doctor. A good one. We don't have too many of them. Yes, I know it was worth it.
You know, Jimmy, you've got one of those invisible diseases yourself.
Such as?
One called chronic faith in human nature.
Sounds serious.
It is. No cure for it either, as far as I know. Of course, there's not much pain except when complications set in.
Maybe I could try cold showers or a change of diet or something.
No, Dr. Kildare. I'm afraid you'll just go on suffering from it as long as you live.
Well, in that case, Dr. Gillespie, suppose we don't worry too much about it, because I never felt better in my life.
You have just heard the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Dr. Kildare is presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of East Side, West Side, starring Barbara Stanwyck, James Mason, Van Heflin, and Ava Gardner. The program was written by Les Crutchfield and directed by William P. Russo. Original music composed and conducted by Walter Schumann.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
Whatsoever house I enter, there will I go for the benefit of the sick. And whatsoever things I see or hear concerning the life of men, I will keep silence thereon, counting such things to be held as sacred trust. I will exercise my art so...
The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer brought you those famous motion pictures. Now this exciting, heartwarming series is heard on radio. In just a moment, the story of Dr. Kildare. But first, your announcer. Now, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Dr. Kildare, I've called you up to my office on an extremely important and confidential matter. It's about Dr. Gillespie and his office.
Oh? What about them, Dr. Carew?
Dr. Kildare, in Blair General, we have one of the finest, most modern, best equipped, and beautiful hospitals in America.
Oh, and?
There is only one blight on the structural beauty of this building, Dr. Gillespie's office. It resembles the back room of a taxidermy shop. Why, the furniture was antique in President Lincoln's day. For a man of his position to sit in an office as old-fashioned and cluttered up with every conceivable memento and souvenir as his is, well, I just won't tolerate it or humor him anymore.
Well, Dr. Carew, I think if you try to move one stick of furniture in that office, you're going to run into a stone wall. Why, that roll-top desk is as much a part of Dr. Gillespie as his stethoscope.
Dr. Kildare, would a man continue to use an 1880-style stethoscope or a 1900-style operating table just for sentimental reasons? He would not. Now, here. Take a look at these drawings. Dr. Leonard Gillespie's new office.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Carew, are you serious?
Serious? Of course I'm serious. They were drawn by Derek Ollingham, the finest modern architect of our day. As you know, he designed my country home in Connecticut. And if I must say so, it's the showplace of Conway.
Well, I'm afraid Conway, Connecticut, and Dr. Gillespie are impressed by different things.
Well, it's not just a matter of design, Doctor. But his present office is actually unsanitary.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Yes. Dr. Gillespie is getting along in years. A new, more convenient office will actually make work easier for him.
Yes, I suppose it would. Well, why did you call me here, Dr. Carew? To break the news to him?
Well, no. The workmen were supposed to come in next weekend, but Ollingham called just an hour ago and said that he was bringing them in at 3 o'clock today.
Oh. And you want me to get Dr. Gillespie out of his office?
Oh, he has to get out. And stay out until next Monday, Dr. Kildare.
All right, Dr. Carew, I'll do it. But it's going to take some thinking.
Oh, I have everything planned.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Here are the keys to my Connecticut place. Take Leonard up there for the weekend. I've already arranged for staff doctors to take care of things while you're gone.
Well, now, wait a minute. It's 2:30 now. You say the workmen are coming at 3?
That's right. And so you'll have to move fast. Do anything. Anything you can think of. But get him out of that office and out of the hospital until Monday morning.
Parker, get somebody to run over to Dr. Gillespie's room, throw some of his things in a suitcase, enough for a weekend, and bring them back here right away.
Well, what in the world's
I'll
going
explain
on?
some other time, Parker. This is an emergency.
Oh, yes, Doctor, right away.
Good afternoon, Dr. G.
Oh, good afternoon, Jimmy. Say, isn't this a wonderful day?
Oh, it's too wonderful to stay indoors.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't enjoyed my work in months as much as I have today. Something you wanted?
Well, I sort of felt like taking a few days off and thought you might join me.
Well, Jimmy, it's nice of you to think of me, but I'll save my days off for some other time.
Well, we could go fishing, you know. Lie around reading detective stories, listening to the radio. I've already arranged it with Dr. Carew. He'll put replacements on for us.
Well, now I can see you've gone to considerable trouble to get away.
And Dr. Carew also let us take his Connecticut home for the weekend.
Oh, really, now?
Yes.
I hear that's quite a fancy place.
Oh, yes.
I suppose it's done in Carew's usual bad taste.
Well, there's one way to find out. We could look at it.
Oh, I don't think it'd interest me that much. And stop looking at your watch. You'll wear a hole right through the crystal.
It's 2:50.
What are you catching, a rocket ship?
No, we're going to drive. You ready?
Now, wait a minute. I didn't even say I was going.
Come on, I've had some of your things packed.
No, Jimmy, let go my arm.
Come on,
I'm not
Dr.
leaving
Gillespie.
here for any vacation. I don't need one.
Here, Dr. Gillespie's things all packed.
Now,
Would you mind telling me
Now,
what
thanks,
this is all
Parker,
about?
very much. Just keep the door open because we're on our way.
Now, wait, where? Stop pulling me.
Conway, Connecticut, here we come. How do you feel now, Dr. Gillespie?
Relaxed and very happy.
Good.
You know, Jimmy, I have to agree. Maybe it was a good idea that we did get out of the office for a few days.
That's what I was trying to tell you.
You know, while you were driving, I was just thinking about things.
About what in particular?
About my office, mostly. I guess one of the reasons I don't like to leave Blair General, even for a day, is that office.
You mean you like it the way it is?
Oh, I wouldn't have it any other way. Every piece of furniture, every book, every little memento in that office means something to me. I'd probably kill anybody who tried to change as much as a chair in that office. Look out, Jimmy!
almost ran off the road.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Todd, why don't you pull over there and let me drive? You know, you look a little ill.
Here we are. Carews, Connecticut Palace.
Look at the size of that place, will you?
Wait till we put on some lights and get a better look. Come on.
The closer I get to this house, the less I like it. No warmth.
Now, you'll like it when we get settled down inside and fire in the fireplace, a couple of hot drinks.
This place is so modern, instead of a fireplace, it's probably got an atomic pile.
The light's here somewhere. Ah, there. Isn't this house beautiful inside?
Yeah, beautiful. It looks like Buck Rogers' bathroom. All chrome, and those chairs there made out of burlap and wire.
It's just a matter of getting used to it. Everything in the world is going to look like this in time, you know. It's inevitable.
Well, there is one place that'll hold out. My office. Maybe it'll be known as the last of the comfortable room. Whoa.
Dr. Carew, this is Dr. Kildare. I'm calling from your library in Connecticut.
Oh, yes, I want to thank you, Dr. Kildare. You got Leonard out of the hospital just in time.
Well, Dr. Gillespie's a little suspicious. I hope I won't lose his friendship over this.
Oh, don't worry about that. When he sees his beautiful new office next Monday, he'll be as happy as a kid with a new toy.
Hey, you don't have to whisper, Doctor. I don't think so. He hates your house here. That's what he said. He hates modern architecture of any kind. And furthermore, he said if anyone ever changed his office, he'd kill him.
Really? Did he say that?
Yes. I think he means it.
Oh, well, I'm the head of this hospital, and I'm the one to say what the offices are to look like. He'll just have to accept things the way I do them.
And one more thing. He hates your house here so much that he wants to come back to town tomorrow morning.
Oh, good heavens. You can't let him. Why, he'd be right in the middle of the work.
Well, he said he'd walk back if necessary.
Dr. Kildare, you've gotten him that far away, and it's up to you to keep him there until Monday morning.
But, Dr.
I
Carew...
don't care what you do, how you do it, but keep him there.
Well, Dr. Gillespie, did you enjoy your weekend?
Oh, I did. Wonderful, Jimmy. Wonderful. Those trout were out of this world.
Oh, they were indeed.
But I don't imagine you had a very good time.
Well...
Oh, your car breaking down, losing your billfold and identification, and choking on a fishbone. Why, of all the things that happened to you, well, they're unbelievable.
Well, to tell the truth, they are. But I managed to survive. Well, Dr. Gillespie, here's your office. I think I'll run along to mine.
No. Step in for a minute. Come on. We'll see what's on the calendar this Monday morning.
Oh, good morning, Dr. Gillespie. Welcome back. And Dr. Kildare.
Good morning, Parker. Is that a new desk you have?
It is. Brand spanking new.
What's that?
It's called a supersonic intercommunication relay system and amplifier.
A supersonic. Looks like a ray gun. Just a minute.
Dr. Gillespie, I want you to know I have nothing to do with this whatsoever.
My office. What have they done to my office?
I'll see you later, Parker.
Dr. Kildare, don't you sneak out here now.
Where's my furniture gone? Where's everything that was mine? Boy, this can't be my office.
Well, I'm afraid it is, Dr. Gillespie.
Well, Dr. Kildare. So that's what it was all about.
I'm sorry, Dr. Gillespie.
Don't apologize for your scheming. It worked all right, didn't it? You got me out of my office long enough for someone to rip it apart and replace it with something that looks like the inside of a spaceship.
Just that Dr. Carew wanted to modernize the hospital.
Do you realize that in all this world, the only thing I had that was mine was that office? It's where I entered as a young man and grew old. Every inch of wood meant something to me.
Well, Dr. Gillespie, I think once you use it a while, you'll find it 5 times as light and convenient as your old office.
Oh, I will.
Yes, I think so.
Well, let me tell you something. You can pass along to your co-conspirator, Carew. I won't set foot in that chamber of horrors if I live to be 1,000 years old.
We return to the story of Dr. Kildare in just a moment. Now we continue with the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Dr. Gillespie, we want you to just please try out your new office. Won't you do that much?
Yes, Leonard. You can do that much.
Yes, I can do that much.
Splendid.
But I won't.
We thought you would appreciate a new office that would make your work easier and more pleasant.
Yes, we thought you'd appreciate it.
Yeah, you keep out of this, Carew. Jimmy, I never thought the day would come when you'd turn up.
Oh, that's ridiculous. I haven't turned on you, Dr. Gillespie.
You shanghaied me away to that surrealist heaven up in Connecticut while this nincompoop here committed architectural mayhem on my office.
Nincompoop? Now you...
Oh, wait a minute, Dr. Carew, wait a minute. Dr. Gillespie, do you mean to say you're just going to sit here behind this card table in the laboratory and call it an office?
I am not.
Then you will practice from your new office?
I will not. I wouldn't be caught treating a torn cuticle in that shellac stable of electronic nonsense.
But you're so progressive in everything else. I don't understand you, Dr. Gillespie.
Well, it's fairly simple to understand. I've had several offers, and good ones, to attend research laboratories in an advisory capacity. And I'm thinking seriously of accepting one. Does that make sense to you?
Is he really going to leave Blair, Dr. Kildare?
He certainly talked that way this morning, Parker.
Oh. But, Dr. Kildare, what would I do without that man?
What would any of us do?
Oh, I don't blame you or Dr. Carew. You were just trying to help him. And that's the thanks you get.
Now, Parker. In spite of the way Dr. Gillespie's been acting, the situation isn't completely hopeless.
Oh, it isn't?
No. I think that secretly Dr. Gillespie's tickled to death with the new phones, the intercom, and automatic filing system. I think he even likes the leather chair and the carpeting. There was something about that old roll-top desk that we just can't replace.
Well, yes, I guess he did have a feeling.
You know, Parker, if we were to replace that desk without him knowing it, and then somehow get him back into the office, we wouldn't have anything to worry about anymore. Excuse me, Parker. Hello.
Dr. Kildare, this is Dr. Carew.
Oh, did you locate it?
I've been on the phone all afternoon, but I've found it.
Good.
No, bad. The moving people disposed of the desk at a second-hand auctioneer's. Liable to be sold.
Oh, where? Who? What auctioneer?
A man by the name of Beasley, 52nd Street.
Beasley. I'll go right over.
Spend any amount of money you have to, Dr. Kildare, but get that desk back, or we're going to lose Dr. Gillespie.
And now we come to another item which should prove an invaluable asset in anybody's home. Move it out, boys. This fine, genuine Grand Rapids tomb-style roll-top desk was formerly the prized possession of a famous doctor of our city.
That's it, Parker. That's Dr. Gillespie's desk.
Now, don't you let them sell it to anybody else, Dr. Kildare,
All
please.
right. Who's going to start the bidding? Do I hear...
I'll buy that desk, Mr. Auctioneer.
Oh, the man in the gray coat. All right, buddy, let me hear your bid.
$50.
Hey! Buddy, you just bought yourself a desk.
ready, Dr. Kildare. The moving men have put the desk in the office just the way it was before.
It's almost 3 o'clock. He should be coming along any minute.
Oh, the elevator just stopped. That must be him.
Come on. We can slip inside the lab. Leave the door open a crack.
Here he comes. I hope he likes
Me too. He's going into the office now.
Watch this. He'll be so happy.
He's inside now. Can't miss it. Put it right there where it used to be.
Yeah, he'll probably want to be alone with it.
Seems to be looking through it. Wonder what for.
Parker! Parker! If you're through hiding in that laboratory with Dr. Kildare, come out here.
Uh-oh. Something's wrong.
Yes, Dr. Gillespie?
I suppose you and Dr. Kildare brought this old piece of junk back here.
What? Why, we thought you wanted it, Dr. Gillespie. We thought it'd make you change your mind about leaving.
Well, you thought wrong. It hasn't changed my mind one bit.
I thought surely that this desk was the answer to all our problems.
Well, apparently it isn't. Look at this.
What?
This is strange, Dr. Carew. Look at this drawer. It isn't as deep as the others. Why, it has a false bottom.
Why, so it has. Can you take out that false bottom, Dr. Kildare?
Yes. Hand me that letter opener, please.
Sure. Here.
All right. There we are.
Perfume.
Yes, but the drawer's empty. There must have been something in there that Dr. Gillespie valued very highly.
So that's it. It wasn't the desk he was so interested in as what must have been in this drawer.
Uh-oh. Come in.
Dr. Kildare?
I'm Dr. Kildare.
Your nurse said I'd find you down here. Remember me? The auction house. The name is Beasley.
Oh, yes. Mr. Beasley, this is Dr. Carew.
How do you do? Hiya. Doc, I come down to bring in these. Here.
Package of letters?
Yeah. I thought you might be able to get them back to the guy they belong to. Well, that's all, Doctor. See you around.
Oh, what do you know about that?
Let me see those. Why, they're letters from Marley Bird to Dr. Gillespie. This one's dated July 15th, 1913. Dear Leonard, last night when you took me home from the nurse's dance, I could hardly say goodbye at the... I can't read them, Dr. Kildare.
Neither could I, Dr. Carew. What do you say we get them in the hands of the only person who has a right to read them?
Of course. From the way Dr. Gillespie's acted so far, that's not going to be a very simple thing to do.
He has every right to be sensitive. I think I have an idea that might work.
Why, these are letters I wrote to Leonard when I was in nurse's school, and he was just an intern.
Yes, he saved them all these years, Molly.
Imagine that old goat.
Molly, Dr. Carew and I have done something very wrong. In moving Dr. Gillespie's desk out of his office, we nearly lost these letters.
It'd serve him right if he lost them. He might try to blackmail me someday.
And he hasn't been angry at us for trying to decorate his office, even for getting rid of the desk. But he's been very upset about losing these letters.
I never thought he'd keep anything like this.
And he still thinks they're lost. I can understand why he complained about everything but the letters. And I can understand why he wants them back.
He was really pretty touchy about everything?
He threatened to leave Blair.
Oh, you don't say.
Now, Molly, I can't put them back, nor can Dr. Carew. But if you were to take them to him, I'm sure that things could be worked out.
Why, I wrote those to him over 40 years ago. I'd feel funny taking them down to him now. I just couldn't do it, Dr. Kildare.
Well, then let me ask you this question. Did Dr. Gillespie ever write any letters to you?
Letters to me? Why, of course he did. You should see what he wrote me the night after he took me to the intern's cotillion, just before he graduated. I've got the letter right here.
Molly, do you mean you've kept his letters all these years?
Well, you see,
Well, Molly?
Oh, give them to me, Dr. Kildare. I'll deliver them right now.
How's it going, Dr. Kildare?
You know as much about it as I do. Molly Bird's been in there with him for a half an hour.
Well, I can't stand the suspense any longer.
I'm just going to have to wait and see what happens.
I, for one, am not going to wait. This new intercommunication system works both ways, you know.
Miss Parker, you wouldn't dare listen in on Dr. Gillespie.
Wouldn't I?
Molly, we did have quite a time, didn't we?
Leonard, I always thought you had the curliest hair of any student in medical college.
Will you let me go to Miss Parker?
Pushy.
I was so mad when I thought they'd lost those letters for me, I nearly quit this place.
Leonard, you didn't.
I did, Molly. That's a fact.
Well, you have them back, Leonard. And don't ever let them out of your sight again.
Oh, no, sir. Never. Molly, I think we should celebrate.
Celebrate what, Leonard?
Well, I have a brand new office. I push a button here, and my reports are all filled out automatically, and I push the button here, and a standby physician will take over my duties while I'm out. Let's have some dinner, huh?
Oh, Leonard, I love to.
Well, I guess we've heard enough, haven't we, Dr. Kildare?
I think we've heard just about all we need to hear. Parker?
Yes, Doctor.
Would you please tell Diana Werner I won't be able to meet her for dinner?
Oh?
No, I'm the standby physician, and I have a feeling I'll be working.
Oh, yes, Doctor.
Very good. Very good. Yeah.
Well, wait a minute. On second thought, Parker, don't tell Diana anything. I think I'll write her a letter.
In just a moment, we will return to the story of Dr. Kildare. And now, once again, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Good morning, Parker. Dr. G, how are you this morning?
He's awful. I just want you to know, Dr. Kildare, that he's been on the phone all morning bragging to his cronies about the new office he had the hospital build him, imagine.
Parker, get out of here before I push one of these buttons on my desk and you go up in a puff of smoke.
All right. I'm leaving.
Well, Dr. G, having fun here in the new office?
You mean I want to tell you that after giving it a fair trial, I really like it.
I thought you would once you got used to it.
There's one thing I like most about it.
What's that?
Well, it seems that in wiring all these electrical devices, they cross some wires or something.
Really? What happens?
Well, when I push this button, see, the green one, the window shades are supposed to go up.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't. Now look what does go up when I push it. I see what I
mean? You have just heard the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. This program was written by E. Jack Newman and John Michael Hayes and directed by Joe Bigelow. Original music was composed and conducted by Walter Schumann. Virginia Gregg was heard as Nurse Parker and Ted Osborne as Dr. Carew. Others in the cast included Betty Blythe and Tony Barrett. Dick Joy speaking.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
Whatsoever house I enter, there will I go for the benefit of the sick. And whatsoever things I see or hear concerning the life of men, I will keep silence thereon, counting such things to be held as sacred trust. I will exercise my art solely for the cure.
The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer brought you those famous motion pictures. Now this exciting, heartwarming series is heard on radio. In just a moment, the story of Dr. Kildare. But first, your announcer. Now, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
I beg your pardon, Dr. Gillespie. Did you say Parker wasn't in your office?
Not only did I say she isn't in my office, Diana, but I've dialed my office 3 times in the last 15 minutes and still no answer.
3 times? That's peculiar.
No more peculiar than Parker is. But find her for me, will you? And tell her to bring me Mrs. Taylor's case history up to the biochem lab.
Well, I'll certainly try, Dr. Gillespie, just as soon as I can get off the reception desk.
Good. And 10 minutes ago isn't too soon.
Well, Bessie, have you seen Parker recently?
Why, yes, Miss Verna. She just left the dive kitchen a minute ago.
Oh, thanks, dear.
You get out of here. You go on now.
Parker, for goodness sake.
Don't stand there, Diana. Help me get this cat out of the building.
Parker, will you skip the cat and get into the office so Dr. Gillespie can have Mrs. Taylor's case history up in the biochem lab before he has to be scraped off the ceiling?
Well, as if I had anything to do with a stray cat being in here. You'd imagine you cat, you. Don't you dare go in Dr. Gillespie's office. Come here, you fugitive from a back alley. Did you hear me? I said, come here. If you don't get off that desk, I'll...
Why, the great horn spoon, Parker. How long do you think you're going to keep me waiting for... Parker, what in tarnation?
It's a cat, Dr. Gillespie.
Well, a cat. A friend or just one of your relatives?
Oh.
I'm sorry, Parker.
What?
Well, naturally, I'm sorry. I understand your interest in animals. Because your next job, you'll probably be lucky if you're working for a veterinary.
Now, you see here, Dr. Gillespie. I'm not...
Good afternoon, everyone.
Oh, Jimmy, hello.
How about coming over to Sullivan's for a
Dr. Kildare, would you please tell this old...
Well, now, Doctor, a new patient?
Now, wait a minute, Jimmy, wait a minute.
There you are, Dr. Gillespie. I'm glad I found you at last. Oh, no.
What's the matter, Dr. Carew? You're pale. Don't you like cats?
I cannot abide cats. They make my skin crawl. And until this cat is out of here, we'd better go over to my office. You come along, too, Dr. Kildare.
I'm busy. I'm making a new prognosis on Mrs. Taylor in 504.
Dr. Gillespie, this is urgent.
I guess it's ours not to reason why, ours just to do and cure. Come on, Dr. G. Over to Dr. Carew's office.
Now, gentlemen, have you ever heard of Oliver M.W. Van Meter?
Oliver M.W. Van Meter? Well, who hasn't heard of him in New York? Just oozing money.
Not only oozes money, Oliver oozes influence.
Oh, Oliver, eh?
Well, yes. We met at a dinner party last night. But we spent almost an hour together alone talking confidentially about Mr. Van Meter's health.
Not only money and influence, but health, too. Now, there's a lucky man.
Gentlemen, it's a very, very strange case. But on my insistence, and upon my professional advice, mind you, he's coming to Blair Hospital. And, gentlemen, that is what I want to talk to you about.
Well?
Mr. Van Meter suffers from a most peculiar malady. Most peculiar. Every Monday of the year, his eyes start to water. Then his nose starts running.
And by Tuesday, he has a horrible case of asthma.
Oh, what's so strange about that? Probably an allergic reaction or something.
Allergic reaction. Have you ever heard of an allergy that was able to read a calendar so that it could get started every Monday? And
Well...
just a minute, Carew. What happens after Tuesday?
There is the strangest part. By Wednesday, the asthmatic condition starts subsiding. By Thursday, Mr. Van Meter is completely well again. And then Monday, each and every Monday, the cycle starts all over.
It's unusual, all right, but still probably an allergic upset.
Well, I've practiced medicine too long to make snap judgments, Jimmy, especially before I've seen the patient.
I stand corrected, Doctor.
And I'll bet you the 6-course lunch at Sullivan's with an extra plate of rice pudding that no allergy recurs every Monday and then fades away.
You just made a bet, Dr. Gillespie, with an extra rice pudding and an extra pitcher of cream. When does Mr. Van Meter check in, Dr. Carew?
He's coming this Sunday, so as to be here for observation when the malady starts developing Monday.
Oh, Jimmy, not this weekend again.
But, Diane, I just told you. But, you know, I made this bet with Dr. Gillespie.
And I bet you're breaking our date just because you want to meet the great Oliver M.W. Van Meter.
You ought to know by this time, sweetie. There's no one I'd rather be with than you. Comes Parker. What's that she's toting?
What in the world are you doing with that, Parker?
Huh? That?
Uh-huh.
You must mean this.
Yes.
Let me see that a minute. Evaporated milk for baby's formula. Parker, exactly what have you been doing with your spare time?
Well, maybe if you had to put up with Dr. Gillespie, you'd need evaporated milk, too.
Oh, is that something new? Evaporated milk for babies to cure ulcers and encase lots at that?
Oh, Doctor, of course not. I use it on my face for these crow's feet.
Well, what kind of a crow have you got that eats with his feet?
Sometimes I wish I worked with you instead of that old bear I picked.
Oh, poor Parker. She's such a wonderful person at heart. What she has to put up with.
Oh, you're a wonderful person, too, Miss Werner.
Oh.
And you have to put up with me.
Jimmy, you better keep your mind on Mr. Van Meter.
Oh?
For the present, that is.
Now, if there is anything at all you want, Mr. Van Meter, just press that little call bell right over your head, and you will get some of the service for which Blair Hospital is so justly famous.
Thanks. But I want you can't get in the hospital.
I beg your pardon?
Look at this item here.
Oh. I don't recall seeing that when I read the paper this morning.
Well, what paper do you read?
You mean there's a difference?
Well, certainly there's a difference.
Yes, I see. Oh, Dr. Gillespie, Dr. Kildare, do come in and meet Mr. Van Meter, Oliver M.W. Van Meter.
Delighted, Mr. Van Meter.
Yeah. Now, Dr. Kildare and I would like to start by getting a case history, Mr. Van Meter.
I told Carew the entire case history the other night, and
Oh, dear.
In the lab, everyone, and not one of them is positive.
Well, that should be pretty solid evidence that it isn't an allergy, then, shouldn't it?
No, unfortunately not, because when I made the nasal smear for eosinophiles, it showed Van Meter's definitely allergic to something. Some unusual thing we just don't know about and can't find.
Oh, this is dreadful. Dr. Gillespie, can't you suggest something?
Yes. Give him a box of face tissues for his sneezes and send him home.
Oh, Dr. Kildare, isn't there something you can do?
Well, there is, but I'm afraid you're not going to like it, Dr. Carew.
I'm not?
It seems that whatever Mr. Van Meter is allergic to is some substance we haven't got in our lab. Something the medical profession probably doesn't even know about.
Such as what, Jimmy?
I don't know. I'm starting to think it's something here in New York. Perhaps something in the air of the city.
You mean there's no possibility of finding it?
None that I know of. So, in all fairness to the patient, and since you and the Board of Regents tell me to do the same thing the day after.
return to the story of Dr. Kildare in just a moment. Continue with the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Dr. Gillespie, not alone have you been my friend, but you've been my mentor. You know that.
Ah, mentor. My Aunt Bessie's bustle. When you came into the hospital, you were wet behind the ears, and someone had to take care of you.
I appreciate that.
And you're still wet behind the ears. In fact, what you did with Van Meter was all wet.
Oh, please, let's not start that song and dance again, arguing whether he has a bad cold or an allergy.
Oh, that's not what I mean. Why don't you face the facts? Carew was so tickled getting Van Meter into the hospital, he wasted no time letting the Board of Regents know all about it.
Oh. And I suppose the board has nothing better to do now than wonder why Van Meter isn't here anymore.
Jimmy, the fact is somebody dropped a golden egg into their basket, and you're the one who's thrown it away.
Well, I'm sorry, but I did it for the good of the patient.
Yeah? But did you consult me?
Well,
did you ask whether I thought he should leave New York?
No. I suppose I should have. But with you feeling so miserable...
Sure, yeah, I feel miserable, all right, and... It's from that cold Van Meter sneezed all over me.
Oh, now be reasonable. If he did have a cold, how could you contract it that soon? How possibly?
Well, you heard Carew. Van Meter has influence.
Oh, I'm sorry, but right now there's nothing so funny about that. When I see a patient racked with spasms and gasping for breath the way Van Meter did last Tuesday, I'm afraid I suffer as much as he does.
How do you think I feel? I must have spent 35 years in this hospital for some reason.
His breathing was so labored, clenching his fists, twisting in agony to get his breath. Well, we'll see. This is Tuesday, and if Van Meter does what he promised me, he'll be telegraphing from upstate and letting us know what happened.
Jimmy, I hope Carew and the Regents don't kick you out before you pay for that lunch.
Well, Dr. G, if they do kick me... Oh, hello, Parker.
A telegram just came for you, Doctor.
Thank you, Parker. A night letter from Oliver M.W. Van Meter.
Oh? Is he all out of face tissues already?
I'll say he isn't. Listen to this. Quote, this is the first Monday in 3 years I've had no symptoms or discomfort. Congratulations, Doctor, and my eternal thanks. Well, Dr. G, it is just about lunchtime.
By the tarnation, I can't figure it out. Van Meter's well, and I've still got my... my cold.
Parker.
Yes, Doctor.
I feel so good about this telegram, I'm going to buy you a whole case of that evaporated baby milk.
Evaporated what?
Nothing, Doctor. Nothing at all. Dr. Kildare, congratulations on your diagnosis of the Van Meter case.
You should have waited, Parker. Another telegram just came for Jimmy.
Another?
Yes. How popular can you get?
Well, maybe your grateful patient wired you $100,000 in partial appreciation.
Maybe.
Yeah, give me that. By the great horn spoon, grateful patient.
Not only opens my personal telegrams, laughs in my face.
Dr. Gillespie, what does it say?
I'm laughing so much I can't read it. Oh, this is rich.
Good night, Doctor.
Parker, shut up.
Would you please let me read that?
Oh, here, Jimmy.
Well, I'll be blasted. This just doesn't make sense.
Well, for heaven's sake, what doesn't make sense?
Let's see. Yes. First telegram from Van Meter was a night letter sent Monday, and this is a straight telegram sent today, Tuesday.
Yes, and?
Upstate at Lake George, Van Meter was all right on Monday, but 24 hours later, on Tuesday, the whole thing started up again exactly the way it did here, except one day later.
Well...
Is there a doctor in the house? And if there is, tell him Dr. Kildare's taking me to Sullivan's for lunch. Jimmy, my boy, I can't tell you when I've enjoyed a lunch so much.
Yeah, that's good.
Go on, eat your pudding.
No thanks.
Doctor, not only is your slip showing, your slip in diagnosis, of course, but you're not even diagnosing yourself properly.
It's a kind of very old phrase of yours, Doctor. What the tarnation are you talking about? Do you know?
By the ever-living... Ooh, I'm glad we enjoyed our lunch before he got here.
Oh, so here you are. Well, I wish when you gentlemen leave the hospital, you'd let someone know where you're going.
Parker knew.
Well, if she did, she wasn't around. And anyhow, the door of your office was locked. Now, see here, Dr. Kildare. What's all this about a telegram from Oliver?
Yeah, here, read it for yourself.
Oh. Well, Dr. Kildare, now what do you propose doing?
There's only one thing I can think of.
Cutting your own throat, Doctor?
No, but I'm going to telephone Mr. Van Meter Thursday when his new attack has subsided and ask him to come back down here, back to Blair Hospital.
Back to... Dr. Kildare, you don't think for a moment he'd come back after you gave him the bum's rush?
I don't know, Dr. Carew. I only know that if Mr. Van Meter can be cured, I'm going to cure him. If I have to work till I have a long gray beard.
Now, believe me, Mr. Van Meter, I just can't tell you how much I appreciate your coming back to Blair Hospital and giving us another chance.
What have you got to appreciate? I came back here because your Dr. Kildare is about the only person sufficiently sympathetic to be interested in my case for more than the fees.
Yes. yes. I want you to know that we're all sympathetic. Every last one of us here at Blair Hospital.
Now, don't try to butter me up,
But Dr. Kildare, Dr. Gillespie...
Gillespie? You send that old walrus in here again, and I'll beat him over the head with this Sunday newspaper. Comic section wrote it of your book review and all.
Well, I must admit that... Dr. Kildare, come right in. Your patient's ready for you.
Mr. Van Meter, I can't start to tell you how sorry I am. It didn't work out.
Well, I don't believe in interfering between a doctor and his patient. If there's anything you want, Oliver, just let me know.
Well, you know why I came back here?
No, but I know why I wanted you to come back. I know you can be cured, and I'd like to do the curing.
Well, I thought you had cured me when Monday came round at Lake George, and I was fit as a fiddle.
Yeah. But why did it happen at Lake George on Tuesday?